Good morning and welcome to Basingstoke. It's the Franklin Hampshire Open. Nick Obbish joined by Tim Spurway for the duration of the weekend. It's a two-weekend event, and Tim, the action looks set to be fierce all weekend.
Absolutely. This is a packed out event, Nick. We've got some of the top players across the UK that are turning out. We love this venue as well. It attracts the best players, and that's what we're seeing today. We're starting off here. We've got the players already warming up on court. Some of the top players in the UK, of course, Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson, Nick Mays and Dan Parrott. But yeah, lots to look forward to, Nick.
Yeah, indeed. And Tim, this event has attracted over 400 participants. We've got 19 courts in operation, 21 brackets throughout the course of the weekend. Very much focusing on gender doubles today. What are the teams that stand out to you in terms of who we can expect to see on action? Who's going to be contending for those medals today?
Yeah, well, I mean, you always fancy Rupert Robinson, Chris Freiling. They're, you know, seasoned players. They're going to give it a good go. I have to say, I think Dan Parrott and Nick Mays might do a little bit of a run here. We've got Lewis Oak playing, who's a regular favourite here, haven't we? So and we've got Tom Caulfield as well. How can you say that Tom Caulfield's not going to make a run? Really, really quality player.
Yeah, indeed. We've also got players like Dan Wren in action, and when the attention switched to the women's doubles later on, we've got players like Naomi Reynoso stepping into over 18 category. We've got Georgia McCall in action this weekend too. Really is quality everywhere you look.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much to look forward to, and yeah, we love it. We love watching it. I'm sure you guys are absolutely going to love watching it at home. 2 full days of action here at the Hampshire Open, and we're looking forward to it.
We are indeed. All the action gets underway with us here live. You'll catch every serve, dink and drive, so don't go anywhere, because Tim, it very much is showtime.
Absolutely right, Nick.
Right. Cheers, gents. So our first game almost ready to start proceedings here this weekend. Live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. It's the Franklin Hampshire Open. We've got Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson teaming up at the top of your screen. They're taking on Nick Mays and Dan Parrott. Dan Parrott receiving, and we're underway. Tim, Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson remarking to me earlier, they're very much Team 101, a combined age of 101, stepping down a division here.
Yeah, they step down a division, but they never look out of place at all.
And there's the sharp footwork straight away from Rupert Robinson, who just leaps over the non-volley zone, manages to find a nice angle on the volley. Real sharp play here from Robinson, recuperating from an illness. attempts from Robinson and Freiling, but it's the persistence of Mays that just powers through, breaks the barricade that is Freiling. Nice forehand dominance from Robinson at the non-volley zone, piercing the partnership of Mays and Parrott. That's aerial from Robinson and punished by Dan Parrott. And I believe we've got a score on the board, Tim.
We do, yeah. Mays and Parrott, both from the Kent area, Canterbury Pickleball Club. Nick Mays is one of the organisers over at Canterbury Pickleball. And he was helping actually set up last night the stream.
Conditions fairly cool here this morning in Basingstoke. The ball travelling slightly quicker than usual. You can see that both teams looking to drive their third shot as it currently stands, generating some power through the X40.
Pretty strong smash. We've seen that a couple of times from Nick Mays already. He's got some power behind him, Nick.
A little bit of fortune for Mays, just tickles the net tape. Nice return from Freiling, allows Mays to generate a lot of top spin on that ball. And Robinson with a little bit of work to do here. It's a fast start by Parrott and Mays. Once again, might be better off advised him not to present Nick Mays with so much backspin. He's able to counter, getting the paddle below the height of the ball and generate twice the amount of topspin as a result.
And it's very much one of those starts, Nick. Short points, both teams getting used to the conditions and first thinking exchange.
Freiling and Robinson looking to speed up at every opportunity and not looking to sit in and engage. Race to 11. We switch at 6. So the enforced timeout brought about by Nick Mays and Dan Parrott. You'll be pleased with their start here early on this fine Saturday morning in Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. It's the Franklin Open. Hobbyist with Term Spurway, and very much the action underway here. Over 400 players, but at the moment the focus is all on Parrott and Mays.
Mays jokingly wanting a replay there to check that that ball was out, but seeing the third shot drive very much utilised by both teams. Most of the points so far, but a missed return there, and this game, Nick, is starting to slip away slightly from Freiling and Robinson.
It wouldn't be the first time Freiling and Robinson have just had a slow start. We mentioned them stepping down an age division here. And rest assured that they'll be looking to mount a comeback. But at the moment, it is the top spin of Nick Mays that's dominant. in these exchanges. They've got to find a way of nullifying the attack of Nick Mays from baseline and mid-court. Here we go again. All-out defence from the transition zone for Robinson and Freiling, who come out on top of that exchange, but Mays and Parrott will be disappointed with the outcome there. Very much dominant in that rally. A great reset by Rupert Robinson. The hands battle looks set to ensue, but Robinson just able to reset off the volley, nicely cross court. Just feel Robinson and Freiling, like I remarked a few moments ago, just finding their feet and displaying a greater shot selection here, Tim.
Yeah, they've done really well with resets the last couple of points, and that's really been one of the key factors, them getting the last couple of points on the board.
And every time Freiling and Robinson have got this ball to bounce in the non-volley zone, they've seen success. Third shot drops over third shot drives is the story. Freiling and Robinson. So that's a lovely speed up off the bounce. It's an ambitious speed up off the bounce by Dan Parrott. Not normally a recommended strategy with players established at the non-volley zone. Manages to catch the paddle of Robinson.
Apparently Nick Mays operates an academy for advanced players in Canterbury area, and Dan Parrott is one of those players. And they go through intensive drill exercises, and certainly seems to be paying off for them so far.
There we see the explosive power by Mays once more, and this ball will definitely travel in these conditions. One of the other things I've noticed that the ball's doing, Tim, in the early stages of play, is stopping a little bit lower given the temperature, which is around about 8 or 9 degrees at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Once again, it's a volley exchange by all four players. Freiling not able to get this ball bouncing. Dan Parrott just misses the sideline. By margins for Parrott and Mays. Mays attempting an ATP of sorts.
So attempting to try and take out our camera equipment. Fortunately unsuccessful in both. Well, at least unsuccessful in the latter.
Freiling just showing impatience again, speeding up off that bounce. Comes out the wrong end of the exchange. Speed up from Parrott, this time catches the net tape once more, and then tags Robinson, and Mays and Parrott continue with their assault on the Franklin X40. Game point.
It's not a shot, says Dan Parrott. We have game point still.
And there it is. Success for Nick Mays and Dan Parrott in the first game of the day here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. They started off with a strategy of all-out power and drive and finished with a strategy of all-out power and drive. And as a result, it was success for Mays and Parrott. Commiserations to Freilink and Robinson. I'm sure we'll be seeing much more of them later as they play in the open age bracket, looking to challenge themselves. Both players sitting in fairly advanced positions in the Franklin Tour standings as it currently lines up. So congratulations to Mays and Parrott. Meanwhile, the action continues thick and fast because the four players warming up on court, Lewis Oak and Daniel Wren, surely two players who will have aspirations of standing on a podium today, taking on Lee Harper and Andrew Parker. We'll be back with that game in just a few moments' time.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving, has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Where we're already underway here as Lee Harper and Andrew Parker take on Lewis Oak and Dan Wren. Harper and Parker at the top of your screen, just securing a first early point, and at the bottom of your screen it's Oak and Wren and Tim. An interesting fact here, as viewers will notice, 4 players on court, 3 of them left-handed.
Yeah, not often you see that, Nick. You would traditionally expect the right-handed and left players to stack, so both forehands are on the middle.
Great to see Lee Harper back based in the UK after spending a significant amount of time over in the US. Lee is now back here for an extended period of time and brings with him a whole wealth of experience and very much deepens the strength in the senior division. Playing in the open age category today, of course, but already aware that Lee will partner up with Rob Williams at the English Nationals in the senior bracket. English Nationals coming up at the end of this month. Had the pleasure of working with Lewis Oak last weekend at the Premier Pickleball League, and he was in fine form last weekend. He'll be hoping that to continue as he teams up with Dan Wren, who was also in action last weekend at the Premier Pickleball League.
Yeah, you would have to say that Oak and Wren will be one of the pre-tournament favourites. They would certainly be hoping to at least medal, and they'll be, I think, certainly going deep into this division.
Lewis Oak advancing through the transition zone, unleashes with that forehand volley, sends it long. You see a different strategy in this game, Tim, as all 4 players looking to exchange in the slower version of the game. Ambitious speed up by Lee Harper. That ball at ankle height, looking to generate some top spin roll. Sent it long. Great point construction by Parker and Harper really attacking at the non-volley zone. Cross-court exchanges on point for Parker and Harper. Seems to me there's a targeted strategy there from Wren and Oak, looking to go to the backhand of Harper. Two forehands down the middle. Execute the winning exchange.
Andrew Parker, a real student of the game. He was behind the comms desk, providing some commentary in 4B, a couple of Pickleball events ago, and showing some real impressive knowledge of pretty advanced tactics and strategy. Hopefully we'll get him again behind the comms booth at some point this weekend.
Great court positioning by Dan Wren. Just covers Oak Kitchen. Able to step back. Once more, targeted strategy for dinking location is backhands. Wren and Oak targeting the backhand of Harper and Parker when they're established in the rally. That's paying off for the duo as they get to 6 first. Work to do for Harper and Parker. No timeout needed. Back underway straight away. Aerial from Harper, and Dan Wren puts that away on the forehand side without difficulty.
Daniel Wren has been playing pickleball for a long time.
Lovely speed up from Oak, and the point construction from Wren and Oak just standing out here. Their ability to manipulate the X40 into locations that are generating errors from Parker and Harper. Nice defense by Parker, good hand speed, good reactions. Nice solid base, foundation to build from. Work to do, Harper, Parker. Oak just misses top spin roll.
When he gets going, that forehand is scary. He can seriously get some power off it, and not even the reactions, the quick reactions of Lewis Oak to get that one back.
That's a flat volley from Harper, just sends that ball long. Not able to apply any spin. Second scoring opportunity. Parker, ball in hand. Lovely lob. Great reset. Perfect pickleball from Dan Wren and Lewis Oak. Great exchanges between players on court, demonstrating a vast array of shot quality. Dan Wren speeding up to the backhand side of Parker again, and all of the success for Wren and Oak has come on the backhand sides of Harper and Parker. Match point. This time it's success for Harper on the backhand side of Wren. Second match point though for Wren and Oak. Speed up from Wren, off the bounce, spots the gap in the middle, secures the victory, the first victory for the day for Wren and Oak. An impressive Wren and Oak just went through the paces in that game nicely, secured a comfortable victory against Harper and Parker, who will no doubt cause some trouble for their opponents throughout the course of the day. Coming up next, Tom Caulfield teaming up with Harry Feast, taking on Callum Clark and Gary Law. We'll be back with more after this short break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel here in Basingstoke, where the action continues. Harry Feast teaming up with Tom Caulfield, taking on Gary Law and Callum Clark. You can see Gary in the navy blue shirt just warming up at the bottom of your screen, and Callum in the lighter blue shirt top of your screen. It's Tom Caulfield wearing the white cap, and Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast, two of the strongest players here in the UK, particularly in men's doubles. I'd imagine they will be a tough team to beat. But great to have players of that stature here with us this weekend, just showcasing who will be able to attract the very best talent here in the UK. It's event number 10 of 12 on the Franklin Tour, with Oxtalls to come before the grand finale back here in December at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Over 400 players here this weekend, Tim, and 19 courts, over 21 brackets. It really is an absolute celebration of pickleball.
Absolutely fantastic turnout, fantastic venue, and some fantastic pickleball will be on display the whole weekend. Very much looking forward to it. And we will be having as well some guest commentators over the course of this weekend be able to provide their insights. And one of those is stood on the court right now, Tom Caulfield. The player and coach. He will be administering one of the Surrey Smash coaching sessions later on today and tomorrow, starting at 2 o'clock. And after that, he'll be stepping into the commentary booth. So this is going to be a tough one for Law and Clark. Definitely up against two of the pre-tournament favourites. Law and Clark. I think when you get these kind of matches, Nick, you've got to go out there and I guess you just feel a bit less pressure. Try and get your game working, take a few chances, take a few risks and see what happens.
Just execute a game plan, really. I'd be looking for Clark and Law to make their opponents play balls and then worry about locations afterwards, but play clean pickleball, keep that ball in play, execute the basics really well, then build from there. Beast and Caulfield, we know sort of talent they bring to the pickleball court. Clark and Law, they can play clean pickleball, have a chance to extend from there, I'm sure. So it is Gary Law with ball in hand, and we're underway. And I like the start from Law and Clark, because that is the exact brand of pickleball they will need to bring there to be competitive here. Come off the wrong side of that exchange, but solid pickleball nevertheless. Once more, just putting the ball into play, not doing anything extraordinary with it, Tim.
No, just nice and low on the backhand side of Caulfield. Law from the Sharp Pickleball Club in the St Albans area.
What a return, Tom Caulfield. Tom Caulfield manages to rescue with a pancake play. Just lifting that ball back into play from behind the back. Impressive stuff from Caulfield. Scoring opportunity for Clark and Law. That's a particular facet of the game they'll be best advised not to explore, speeding up against the fast hands of Caulfield and Feast. An incredible resetting ability from Clark and Law. Caulfield and Feast as casual as you like, just manipulating this ball around the court at will and ease, it seems.
They're not playing badly at all. They haven't started badly, Clark and Law. They've applied themselves, established themselves really nicely as that ATP just goes wide. But at the moment, Caulfield and Feast, with all the answers, able to maintain dominance at that kitchen line and dominance to the back of the court with a thumping forehand from Tom Caulfield as well.
A little bit of fortune there for Callum Clark. Just tickles the top of the net. Races away from Caulfield. A neck crawler. Fortune for Caulfield this time. He utilises the net. Great angle from Caulfield, who once again to be dominant in the proceedings here. Single backhand drive by Caulfield. What a play. Very little space down the forehand side of Gary Law, but Caulfield manages to find it with an explosive single backhand drive. Play of the day right there from Caulfield, looking majestic on court in the early stages of the competition. And this really is a dominant performance from Feast and Caulfield. Callum Clark looking to be expansive through the ball. Sends it long. Gary Law's tagged with the X40. Tom Caulfield not only leaving an imprint on Law, he's leaving an imprint in this match. TP defended. Feast and Caulfield demonstrating and showcasing exactly what they're all about. Once again, the match is secured by an incredible passing shot, this time a double backhand drive by Caulfield, and it does not get better than that. Harry Feast and Tom Caulfield lay down a marker for everybody else in this draw. All of the players watching at the sidelines, Caulfield and Feast have arrived, and they're showcasing their abilities in their quest for a gold medal here, live at the Franklin Hampshire Open. Impressive from Caulfield and Feast. Competitive nonetheless from Clark and Law. But something tells me, Tim, we'll be seeing more of Caulfield and Feast when the medals are up for grabs at lunchtime today.
Yeah, you would imagine so with a display like that. They play pretty much flawless pickleball. And yeah, there was nothing Law and Clark could do really. They didn't play badly at all. They had some incredible long rallies where they were on the defensive for most of the points. But yeah, really impressive display. And we look forward to seeing them later on.
Meanwhile, coming up next, what an absolute treat as we get to see one of the youngest stars in pickleball here in the UK. It's Jack Edwards, already garnered great success in his pickleball career. English nationals, singles, semi-finalists, showcasing a real rawness but extreme talent. He's teaming up with James Neal. James Neal with a wide variety of sporting abilities and a variety of different backgrounds, bringing his experience to the pickleball court. Former player out in Florida in the US, now very much based back here in the UK, bringing his vast array of experiences, taking on Luke Fidderman, who's at the bottom of your screen just warming up with his partner Ed Gateshill. Ed Gateshill in particular on an upward trajectory with his development and progress in pickleball, really managing to advance his abilities, but very much looking forward to watching Jack Edwards in particular, who's quickly amassing a lot of experience in his fledgling pickleball career. But the left-hander from Shropshire, absolutely electric in his ability to generate power on this Franklin X40. Sure, he'll be looking to put that on show in this match when we get underway shortly. So players just going through the final brief of who will be serving and who will occupy which end. Does make a difference at the Hampshire Court Hotel, because right at the top of your screen you'll see huge part of the arena which is double glazed, and why we swap ends at 6 to ensure that it's fair for both teams. So it will be Gateshill and Fidderman at the bottom of your screen, with Neal and Edwards at the top. Gateshill will get us underway. Ball in hand, serving. We're underway. Good hands by Ed Gateshill, reading the volume pattern nicely. Forehand, backhand. Able to exploit the aerial play from Neal. Into out forehands by Fidderman. Just misses the mark. There's the power from Jack Edwards. Double backhand followed by a big boom in forehand, Tim. Electric.
That's an early sign that they'll want to try and keep away as much as they can from Jack Edwards. I have played him once before and he blew me off the court. Ridiculous power. I think that's going to be a key strategy for them. The more Jack Edwards gets into play, the harder it's going to be.
He really is one of the great emerging talents here in the UK, Jack Edwards, and what makes him even more popular, a thoroughly nice guy. Here you see his footwork as well, his movement around the court, not able to execute on that occasion, but sets up the opportunity for the volley by faking left, coming back right.
Lovely reaction from James Neal there.
So James Neal, great pedigree in the sport of cricket. Managed to steer his team at a very strong level to avoid relegation this season. All of his attention's now on pickleball during the winter.
Played with Gail Ems, I believe, in Cardiff. I had the pleasure of playing those two about 3 or 4 times. Very good player. Gail Ems was an Olympic badminton medalist.
Ball just goes wide on the Gateshill defence, and Neal and Edwards deterring Gateshill. Biderman from scoring here. That's a pop-up from Biderman, who looked entirely uncomfortable on the backhand side, especially Tim. You can see that he favours that inter-out forehand, which I don't mind as a strategy, but when that ball's out on the backhand wing, definitely needs to be slightly more secure if they're to get back into this match.
Yeah, dinking so important, of course, Nick. Tight dinks at this level so critical. You're going to succeed. And minimising those pop-ups. Luke Biderman, Dorset Pickleball Club. And been playing for probably about a year now. I don't believe he has any rackets background for this.
Second scoring opportunity here for Neal and Edwards, who are racing away with this group encounter. Group format stages in the early part of this morning before we get down to knockout pickleball at around about 12 o'clock midday. Nice hands by Neal, lovely punch volley, great location. Biderman and Gateshill trouble the scorer, not with serve like that.
They just completely shut the door, Edwards and Neal, on those serving opportunities.
Gateshill tries to speed up on the backhand of Neal. Neal sits ready, counters. Ball's going out, ball's going out. It's played, ball's definitely going out this time. Edwards with a big attacking serve, not normally something you'd see on second server, but with an 8-0 advantage, there's a bit of flexibility. Great reset by Biderman. Ball on court. I think we'll replay that point, which was slightly fortunate for the partnership of Biderman and Gateshill, but safety first, Tim.
Absolutely, those are the rules.
Again, Edwards dominant down the centre. Long levers, big stature, big frame of a guy, Edwards, and able to be the dominant force in the partnership. We see a big serve here. A slice serve from Edwards. Two points from victory then, and a comfortable victory it will be for Neil and Edwards. That's a lovely speed up by Luke Biderman. Exploits the space back in behind Edwards. Edwards looking to be dominant down the middle. Biderman puts him right back into his place. The interact forehand just evading him once more, and Biderman and Gateshill just cannot trouble the scoreboard. Really struggling to get any level of third shot accuracy. Gateshill will be disappointed with that. He would like that one back. It's very much a pop-up from Neil. Match point though. Holden, match point at that. Will it be our first donut of the day? Great hands, great angle. Biderman just showing a couple of moments of real quality here. Look at the forehand drive by Edwards though, and they do inflict a golden pickle on the partnership of Biderman and Gateshill. Impressive from Edwards and Neil, a partnership to look out for as the tournament progresses. They look destined for knockout pickleball with performances like that. One or two moments of brilliance for Biderman and Gateshill, but ultimately it's a duck egg, a donut, a big zero for the duo. They'll be disappointed, Tim, but is it really all about Edwards and Neil?
It was, yeah. They just plugged away, and critically, they played some of their best pickleball with the opponent serving, so they were just able to get the serve back and score points. And if you're missing those thirds and not able to to move forward and extend those points, it's going to be difficult. Surprising result, I would say. I thought Biderman and Gateshill, very good players, very solid players. So I think the only way is up for them now. I would expect them to do much better in the next few games. They'll be a bit disappointed, I think, with that one.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will do. Good luck to them. Meanwhile, we're going to catch a quick word from our sponsors before we return for more action here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. Don't go anywhere.
Cyber threats grow in frequency and sophistication. Businesses must protect sensitive data, maintain regulatory compliance, and ensure operational resilience. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and evolving mandates demand a proactive security strategy. Our expertise delivers tailored cybersecurity solutions, including advanced threat detection, robust data protection, and compliance frameworks aligned with industry standards. By leveraging cutting-edge security technologies, we help you stay ahead of threats, prevent breaches, and safeguard critical assets. Beyond protection, we build resilience. In today's interconnected world, we equip your business with the tools to respond effectively to cyber incidents, ensuring continuity and long-term security. With our trusted guidance, you can confidently navigate digital risks and regulatory complexities. By partnering with ICTO, businesses gain access to expert cybersecurity leadership, cutting-edge security solutions, and a proactive defense strategy that ensures long-term protection against ever-evolving cyber threats. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back, everyone. Hampshire Hotel. We've got another 4.5 plus open game lined up for you shortly. Give you an update on how everyone's getting on in this division. Two groups. And, group 2. 5 teams. We've got Lewis Oak, Dan Wren, Lee Harper and Andrew Parker, Jack Edwards and James Neal, Luke Fidderman and Ed Gateshill, and Luke Pontin and Roberto Rospo. The second group, again 5 teams: Chris Freilink, Rupert Robinson, Nick Mays and Dan Powett. Now, I've just been told that Nick Mays unfortunately has picked up an injury, and so he will be being replaced by Maisie Wise. So Maisie Wise will have the opportunity to try her luck in the men's 4.5 plus category, which I'm sure she will relish. Maisie Wise, part of the Pickleball team. So she'll be partnering Dan Parrott. We've got Scott Mayo, a regular favourite, and another regular favourite, Dan O'Brien. John Banks and Matthew Metam, and Andre Strachan and Zul Zarani. Or Zul Zarani. So in group 1, was the group I just went through. So Nick Mays and Dan Parrott did win their first 2 games. So Maisie Wise will have the opportunity to continue with, we'll be trying to continue that 100% winning record. Scott Mayer and Dan O'Brien winning their opening game as well. And in Group 2, Jack Edwards and James Neal have won their 2 opening games. And Lewis Oak and Dan Wren have won their opening one. So that's very sad for Nick Mays and Dan Parrott. We saw them on the show court earlier and they looked incredibly impressive. So very unfortunate indeed. Hopefully it's nothing too bad for Nick Mays. So next up, we'll be watching John Banks and Matthew Metam play Andre Strachan and Zul Virani. So a first look at these 2 teams. And no results posted yet for John Banks and Matthew Metam. John Banks, a regular player, I believe, as well, was part of the Welsh team that went out to the European Championships very recently. Plays in the PPL as well, so would have been playing out there last weekend in Bolton in the Masters division. So Andre Strachan and Zul Virani have found it tough going in this division so far. Using their opening games 3 and 2. So we'll be looking for a strong performance on the show court here that they can show their club mates. Lots to look forward to at the Open here. Later on, the ladies' Open category. Some real quality players in that ladies' category to look forward to. That's going to be starting at 1:40 here on the show court. And we've got first up Georgia McCall and Nia Rogers. Both PPL players, so would have been in action in Bolton last weekend. We're playing Tara Jones and Naomi Reynoso. Other players will be watching on the show court. Anna Hurst and Jeanette Varndell Jeanette Vondel, a regular player here at the Pickleball events. Mother to Lauren Vondel, who is one of the top players, young players in the UK. Ruby Power and Nancy McLeod. We've got Jules Donald and Saz McCreary. You may recognise the name Saz McCreary. He is a regular commentator here, and I'm pleased to say she will be coming to commentate this morning. We're expecting her to arrive at about 11 o'clock, so we'll be hearing from the lovely Saz McCreary a little bit later on before she plays her matches, and they'll be playing Millie Hill and Michaela Vitkova. Michaela Vitkova, part of the Pickleball team.
Pickleball setup team and a very strong player indeed.
But the blockbuster partnerships. And at 2:40, we've got a real cracking game on our hands. Lauren Gosling and Emma Ripson, two of the top lady players. Playing another two of the top female players, Tracy Matthews and Maisie Wise. And that is one to look forward to indeed. All BPL players. Lauren Gosling, just 14 years old, of course, but already one of the top female players in the UK. So we'll be looking forward to watching her later this afternoon. And once the ladies open category is done, we move on to 18 plus men's 4.0. And again, seeing some regular faces. Darren Cornish and Chris Wilson, who are regulars here at Pickleball events. And then we'll be finishing up with the 50 plus mixed 4.0 category, where we'll be watching some very familiar faces indeed. Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick, Phil Nash, all Pickleball, were part of the Pickleball team, and all great players to watch. Nick and I will be here all day, neither of us playing, but we will be mixing it around and getting a variety of different guest commentators to keep you hopefully entertained. Saz McCreary will be the first one at around about 11 o'clock. And we'll also have Tom Caulfield later on. Hopefully try and get Andrew Parker. But we will be going to a short break before this game gets underway and the players get out on court. So we will be back shortly.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
modern IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
To Basingstoke, Hampshire quarter tally. It's the Franklin Hampshire Open. And Zul Varani and Andre Strachan at the bottom of your screen take John Banks and Matt Metham top and away. Matt Metham with the response on return of serve. And there's the international player John Banks, fresh after success in the European Championships with Wales. Just retrieving the ball from the comms booth. Great rescue from Metham. But Andre Strachan is finding all the right locations. Yeah, speaking of which, Hurlands will be the location to be. Great defences. Because Andre Strachan and his partner Sally Grace set to open the biggest venue in the UK, indoor venue for pickleball and paddle. Really should go and have a look at their socials and websites. I, for one, incredibly excited by that development and all the work Andre and Sally are doing to elevate pickleball here in the UK. They're to be congratulated, and I look forward to the grand opening of Hurlands Pickleball and Paddle Club. Meanwhile, back to the action here. Strong start for Banks and Metham. Scoring opportunity now for Varani and Strachan. Nice power by Banks. Very much all about Michaela Strachan this week, not Andre Strachan. Michaela Strachan, challenge. Took a little visit to Hurlands Pickleball and Paddle Club ahead of their opening. Nice to see. Focus on Andre Strachan here. Have the pleasure with hitting with Matt Metham on regular occasions, and thoroughly nice bloke, and really on an upward trajectory with his pickleball progress and development. Put a lot of time into playing and expanding his abilities. Travels between the Midlands and the south of the country. Return serve by Varani, and things happening rather comfortably at the minute for Banks and Metham. Great defences, Andre Strachan. superb defenses and the ability to reset the ball into difficult locations. Extraordinary. Andre Strachan, a man of vast experience. Again, Andre Strachan just showing the form, made him one of the top senior players here in the UK. The big yell of yours. Banks just sends it wide on the into out. Point today for Strachan and Varani. Fortune for the Welshman John Banks, hailing out of Winchester Pickleball Club. He'll be pleased with a little bit of fortune off the net. Just wide from Andre Strachan. Looks to open up on the overhead. Forehand volley. Just mistimes the striking point somewhat. We're at 6 and a change of ends as Banks and Metham looking complete control as it currently stands. Just playing solid pickleball. Work for Varani and Strachan to do. Great rescue, Matt Metham. Varani consistent in his attack. Lovely backhand roll. Zul Varani. Again, great in defence on that backhand side. Varani just showing his abilities as he grows into this match. A little bit of hang time from Matt Metham. Powers the ball into the base of the net though. Strachan with a rescue. Strachan with a rescue once more. Banks with a soft touch. All the power coming from Metham, but the soft touch comes from Banks. Once more, placement, precision, overpower. John Banks just showing his aptitude for understanding the game, finding locations that are unreturnable for Strachan and Varani. That's unreturnable too. Banks was stuck on the baseline. Metham's stuck mid-court. Like this configuration between the two normally leads to a negative outcome. Big speed up from Metten that's going long. Varani, sharp reactions to try and defend sensible wide. Not an easy skill set. Something you definitely need to practice leaving the ball. And players are speeding up, particularly from that non-volley zone. Having a good read on the trajectory. Important. This time, Varani does leave the forehand volley alone. Metten left on his haunches somewhat. Tall figure of a man. Fine figure of a man. Matt Metten. John Banks once more showing his finesse. Ability to control this X40. Just takes all the pace off, cushions the ball nicely into the non-volley zone. John Banks, who was scheduled to be on my flight back from Rome 2 weeks ago, but never did appear. So I'm presuming that the Welsh celebrations post-event extended long after the weekend. Nice rescue from Banks. Just keeps that ball in play, and sometimes asking your opponents to play one extra shot very much does bear fruits of your efforts. Touch from Strachan. And all four players having lots of fun on court here. Enjoying themselves thoroughly. Got the score right, we're back underway. Not entirely sure how off-putting the huge yell of yours is from Metten, just as Banks is striking the most obvious of balls. This time the partner communication is that Banks just slams that ball into the open side, finds a nice angle. Quite loud on court. Matt Metten. Baseline play from Varani, keeping Banks pinned, force him to play a half volley from way back in the court. Early on in that rally, Matt Metten drives nicely, but Banks not in a position to take advantage of the pop-up shake and bake style. No rushing and crushing from Metten and Banks, but it does bring up match points. One match point gone. So scoring opportunities. Can they claw their way back into this, Strachan and Varani? Feel like they've got to make their move now. fortune for Varani, but they've not given up hope here, Strachan and Varani. 2 points in a row. Slight momentum. An interesting point to analyse as all four players spent time backwards and forwards to the non-volley zone. Neither team happy to stand firm at the kitchen. Good call from John Banks. Metham leaves the ball. Second match point. No, not quite. Second scoring opportunity for Varani and Strachan. So still work to be done here for Metham and Banks. Great reset, Strachan. Big forehand volley after some great work in defence by Strachan. Leaps forward to try and execute the winning play. Sends it slightly long, so it is second match point for Metham and Banks. Metham looks to go into out, disguises the forehand drive. Just catches the net. Third match point, Banks, Metham. Pressure on themselves if they don't get the job done now, but lovely return from Strachan. Backspin and bouncing on the baseline. What can Varani and Strachan do here? It's a freebie. It's a gift. Varani and Strachan. Can they mount? Will be one of the great Pickleball comebacks. Ball was going out. The ball was going out. Varani volleyed it from 2 feet inside the baseline. Critical decision-making processes here. Ball on court, so we'll replay the point. Just as Strachan and Varani were looking to get themselves established in the rally. And it's a miss serve by Strachan, would you believe it? On the replay point. So, fourth opportunity for Banks and Metham. Can they strike the killer blow now? They can indeed. Varani misses a straightforward volley, and Banks and Metham, who establish a great lead at the start of that match, were made to work slightly harder than what they would have anticipated. Andre Strachan showing why he is one of the great senior players here in the UK. Great to see him playing to the best of his abilities on court. Up there with the very best Andre Strachan when he performs well. It's all Varani. Our first look at Varani. Very much work in progress. Progress, I'm sure, quite speedy for Zul, who showed some great work, particularly on his backhand side. Coming up next, we've got Stephen Lucas and Ronnie Sullivan as they take on Colin Hailstone and Chris Meadows. We'll bring you all of the action from that game after a quick word from our sponsors.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Hampshire Open, live from Basingstoke. There's another group game in our men's doubles category. Takes centre stage. It's Colin Hailstone with ball in hand, partnering up with Chris Meadows. Bottom of your screen, taking on Stephen Lucas and Ronnie Sullivan. Ronnie Sullivan wearing the white top, backwards cap. Stephen Lucas in the green top. Race to 11, win by 1 pickleball. Group stage to the men's doubles. Open category. Last hands by Hailstone, not represented. In follow up by Meadows. Big serve from Stephen Lucas. Goes big once more, but long and wide on this occasion. Drive down the middle. Big forehand drive down the middle, exploits the space between Meadows and Hailstone. Strong start for Sullivan and Lucas. Nice and dominant by the tall figure of Chris Meadows. Backhand punch volley by Lucas effective. Hailstone and Meadows not able to defend. A nice backhand roll by Sullivan too. So quickly Sullivan and Lucas get the serve back and the opportunity to score with it. Meadows just caught in between two shots, whether to allow that ball to bounce or volley as he takes a step back from the non-volley zone. This time his position lovely. He just holds his preparation position before penetrating the partnership of Sullivan and Lucas. Once again, Meadows just highlighting his prowess on the backhand side, able to punch those volleys from an aerial position. Hailstone just unlucky in his recovery. Catches the top of the net. Meanwhile, Tim Spurway rejoins me in the commentary box. Tim, just been for your woolly jumper.
Chilly conditions here. Hotel. You're sat down here, Nick. But good for the players, I think, in many respects. The too hot.
Huge power from Hailstone there on the forehand side. If you're bunkering down at home, thanks for joining us. The Storm attacks the UK. Lucas and Sullivan on the attack here in Hampshire. If you are joining us at home, don't forget you can leave a comment. We'll be sure to give you a shout out or answer any questions that you've got for us today. Thanks for joining us wherever you are, here in the UK or further abroad. Delighted to have you joining us at the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open.
Pleasure of playing with Ronnie Sullivan just a couple of weeks ago. Down in Newport, Pickleball event there. And it was really good fun. Really solid player, solid as a rock. So tall as well, he couldn't get anything.
Just that you get a medal in that tournament, Tim.
We did get the gold in that one. Yeah, we definitely said we'll partner up again. managed to beat Lewis Oak and Jake Matthews in the final. Lewis Oak will be seeing, well, we already have seen earlier today, and Jake Matthews will be seeing later on.
Yeah, that backhand attack from Meadows, definitely a weapon for the partnership of Hailstone and himself. Comes as a bit of a surprise as well to his opponent. And that will come as a surprise to Meadows this time around. That ball just catching the top of the net. Fast becoming known as a net tickle or a net kiss.
And leaves that ball. Did catch the line. It's the first point on the board. Meadows and Hailstone. Sailing long, and a few balls in this match so far that have been hit when they were probably going out.
Hailstone and Meadows just forcing their way back into this team. And not without moments of inconsistency, though.
Okay, either team has hit their top level yet.
Body bag, a tag. Hailstone wears the X40. Lucas speeding up. And it is Lucas and Sullivan who managed to get to 6th first. And that sees a change of ends. So, very much punches in bunches here. It was Sullivan and Lucas getting off to the fast start. Hailstone and Meadows who responded. More recently, Lucas and Sullivan back in control. Ball was popped up. Hailstone just misfiring. Lucas is swinging at absolutely everything. Definitely trying to get his paddle on the ball as often as possible. The most effective way to win points when they're going long. Fortune for Hailstone. The mini celebration too.
Colin Hailstone will have enjoyed his time at the PPL last weekend in Bolton, captaining the Pickle Bros team.
Defeated by the Stingers though, Tim. The Pickleball Stingers, who were supreme once more and remain top of the league.
Totally neutral perspective coming from yourself there, Nick. You've got no meat in the game there, have you? There's
all about the players, Tim, who were fantastic last weekend for the Pickleball Stingers. Winning 2 and just narrowly losing 1 game on a dream breaker.
I was speaking to Tracy Matthews yesterday, Nick, and she was praising your coaching ability from the side, getting her through her many singles matches. So well done to you.
Clearly, Tracy Matthews a better player than judge of coaching abilities.
Well, you had a lot of positive things to say about how you kept her focused when she needed it.
Tracy Matthews putting a phenomenal shift. Meanwhile, all the phenomenal play today is coming from Lucas and Sullivan as it currently stands, because they quickly move on to match point, and it's been comfortable for Sullivan and Lucas. And there we go, Stephen Lucas with a drive down the middle as Hailstone says to Meadows, it was yours. Hailstone, one of the nicest guys you'll come across in pickleball. Hopefully we'll see more of him and Meadows later, but success for Sullivan. Victory for Lucas. The partnership, I'm sure, will have aspirations of progressing through to knockout pickleball. Meanwhile, we get to see Ed Gatesill and Luke Fidderman in action once more on the show court as they take on Luke Pontin and a returning stalwart of pickleball here in the UK, Roberto Rospo. Roberto, it's been a while. We cannot wait to watch you, my friend. And you can join in watching Roberto and the other three players right after this short break.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
Back to the Franklin Hampshire Open. It's men's doubles action. The open age category, 4.5 plus. We continue with the group stages of action. We've got Ed Gatesill and Luke Fidderman teaming up at the bottom of your screen. The returning Gatesill and Fidderman taking on Luke Pontin and Roberto Rospo. Roberto wearing the white cap, Luke Pontin in the salmon t-shirt. Gatesill gets us underway. And Pontin just takes control of that point. Powers the overhead volley down the centre of the court. Just catches the baseline. Ed Gatesill, Tim, of Weymouth, where the Franklin Tour started last January now, or January this year in the early stages.
Yeah, and Gatesill, a regular player at pretty much all of Pickleball events, and it's been interesting tracking his progress throughout this year and him making real improvements to his game, noticeable improvements to his game. Putting in some really good performances recently. Both teams have a point to prove going into this game, Nick. 2 losses each. So they'll need to put on a good performance here on the show court.
The pop-up from Rospo, who's been playing pickleball for a significant number of years now. Very much utilises pickleball in his personal career too, with his work life. Manages to amalgamate the two. Advertise how pickleball shaped his career. Away from the court, which is great to see. Great hands by both Gatesill and Fidderman. Will make Pontin think twice about speeding up to the forehand side of Gatesill. Good reset. And we referenced Fidderman's backhand earlier on, Tim, and may have done him a slight disservice. Actually accomplished on that backhand side, and from a perspective where you can also drill that forehand, Fidderman definitely a force to be reckoned with here. Lovely drive on the forehand side. I do notice on that backhand wing possibly more of a footwork issue rather than a hand-eye coordination issue on the backhand side.
Some advice for him there, Nick. He can send you £20 to your account after this match.
Lovely speed up from Pontin. Does target the forehand side this time. Be nice to get some remuneration from these events, Tim.
You don't get paid.
We'll save that for an off-air discussion, my friend. We all part of the pickleball world for the love of the sport, the growth of the game, and really enjoy these Picklebee events. Event number 12 of 14 on the Franklin Tour, and it's been great to share the booth with you, Tim, amongst others, and the wider ops team for Picklebee as the sun just goes behind the clouds. Yeah, changes the lighting in the arena somewhat, Tim, and players will need to adapt to the environmental factors that comes with playing in varying arenas.
Yeah, you get more of a reaction to the light outside this wonderful venue. A lot of the time, indoor venues are played in industrial units that don't have ceiling lights, so the lighting will change throughout the course of the day. And it's bright and sunny outside at the moment, but I'm not sure it's scheduled to be that for the remainder of the day. Heavy rain yesterday.
Meanwhile, Pontin and Rosberg have turned this game around, and they enforced a change of ends with a 3-point advantage over Gateshill and Fidderman. My first look at Pontin, rather comfortable on the show court. And Rosberg too looks to have eased back, once known for his power and ability to drive the ball, sometimes with too much enthusiasm. Seems to have measured himself back a level or two, and as a result, highly effective. Pontin expresses himself on the volley that just clips the paddle of Fidderman.
Just slightly stealing the ball from Rosberg. Reaching across on the backhand side. Ball is broken. But a big serve he has on Tim. Some real power comes off his paddle.
An error from Rosberg, an unforced error as well. The dead dink exchange. Rosberg just plants that one to the bottom of the net. Once more, it's an error from Rosberg, and just allows Fidderman and Gateshill an opportunity. That's a nice executed point by Gateshill with a forehand roll. Not an easy shot, Tim. That ball below the height of the net.
Yeah, and really get some nice dip off that forehand. Nothing Pontin or Rosberg could do about it. Straight down the middle, and third miss on the backhand side, trying to slice that ball Rosberg. 3 quick errors, and it does give a nice, evens things up and out, and getting a narrow lead, Fidderman and Gateshill.
This game turned around very quickly, and Ponting is being frozen out. Roscoe playing more of the balls, and as a result, Biderman and Gates still see themselves with a slender lead. Can they capitalise here? Gatesill will be frustrated. Gatesill will be thoroughly annoyed with himself because he managed to construct an opportunity and then wasted it. Roscoe's misfiring. Roscoe is misfiring as it currently stands. Lovely forehand by Gatesill.
And then the forehand side from Gatesill. I think that is one of his areas of improvement, particularly those reactions at the net and ability to steer that ball, redirect some of that pace, and he did so very nicely there.
Better from Roscoe, who executes the volley down the centre. Another ball on court. Lovely third shot drop. Sets up the winning fifth for Gatesill. Off up by Roscoe. Gatesill, the dominant player on court, currently stands Gatesill wasn't sure whether to go forwards or backwards, ended up going backwards, and as a result was off balance for the reset. Should have stood his ground in the transition zone, put himself a split step. Serve from Ponting went long.
Again, a frustrating shot there. And it feels like a few of the players on court are getting a bit frustrated as we see a missed return there as well. And Ponting looks up to the sky. But they are making good progress towards this game. Gatesill and Biderman.
6 points in a row, Tim. Turn this game around well and truly. Even with missed chances like that. Can Ponting and Roscoe score for the first time since the change of ends? No, they can't. Ball is just tipped up above the height of the net, and we've already seen with Biderman and Gatesill when that ball is in the striking zone, it rarely comes back. Ball catches the baseline. Gatesill with a great recovery, but not able to reset. Ponting and Roscoe do get their first point since the change of ends. The gap closes to 2. Then the service error. Roscoe cannot believe it. Frustration. Aerial ball to the forehand of Ponting, who once again shows his ability when presented with the opportunity.
Yeah, good patience there from Gatesill as well. A choice with that last shot, whether to speed up so slightly high, but he made the right choice. Put it down the middle, got the point, and the first match point, but that goes begging. So Roscoe and Ponting, can they make a last minute charge? Missed third. Frustration again from Rospo. Shake of the head. Ooh. Quite low to the ground.
All good by Rospo. Nice play by Fiderman. Inside in. So second match point, Gateshill, Fiderman. An unreturned serve, very much the story of the second half of the game for Rospo and Pontin. Gateshill and Fiderman record their first success of the day. Somebody's O had to go. It was Fiderman and Gateshill with the success. Meanwhile, Tim, coming up next, you and viewers at home, I'm sure, will be surprised to hear that Nick Mays and Dan Parrott will be on court, because it seems like somebody has led you up the garden path. Would you care to explain more before we go to an ad break?
We can see Nick Mays making it out on court. I was led to believe that he was injured, but that is not the case. He came up after and said the first that he had heard had withdrawn was through messages he got, those that were listening in on the stream. So apologies for that. Maisie Wise maybe enthusiastic about getting involved in the men's competition here. Maybe she was preparing because Nick Mays wasn't feeling great, and he isn't feeling amazing apparently. Some niggles, but nothing that's going to stop him from playing, particularly Nick, when he's coming into this match with 2 wins, him and Dan Parrott.
Yeah, do not check your calendars. It is not April Fool's Day, but we will be back after a short break as Nick Mays returns to court.
McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the Viper Court Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open. Pleased that the men's doubles action continues. Nick Mays and Dan Parrott back on the show court, taking on Scott Mayo and Dan O'Brien. It'll be O'Brien and Mayo at the top of your screen, Parrott and Mays at the bottom. Dan Parrott with ball in hand, ready to serve. Scott Mayo with a purple cap. Very much looking forward to the action here. Parrott and Mayo, Parrott and Mays, we know already recording 2 victories today. We're underway. That ball just catches Parrott in the body. It's an early body bag attack from Mayo. Parrott wears the X40 in the very first exchange of the game. Got a backspin from Scott Mayo. Nick Mays looked at the court, but rest assured it was the backspin from Mayo. Kept that ball low.
Backhand flick there from Mays. And this is an absolutely crucial encounter in the overall complexion of this division. Both teams coming into this match with 2 wins. Scott Mayo and Dan O'Brien 1 loss. Parrott and Mays playing 1 game less. Some serious power from Dan Parrott. He was not holding back in that overhead. Nothing Dan O'Brien could do about that.
Nice placement from Mayo. Will go straight on the overhead smash, not once but twice. And manages to find a slight angle with the top spin roll. Backspin from Dan O'Brien. Normally, Mays enjoys the backspin applied to the ball, but just catches the top of the net. The occasion. Mayo with the non-volley zone. Fault. Scott Mayo just asking for some clarification here, but very much still part of the process of the shot. And lands in the non-volley zone, so that is a fault because he hadn't re-established himself after playing the ball.
It's a shame because it was a great play from Scott Mayo there, charging forward.
Just needed his partner to pull him back and help him out. Mays is frustrated, annoyed with himself that he misses the reset. Just possibly knocks a little bit of plastic off his paddle too. Great reset, Scott Mayo once again. This is where Mayo wants to be, but the backhand roll from Nick Mays, exquisite. A little bit of a celebration there from Mays as well, just letting O'Brien and Mayo know that he's here to compete.
Love it, don't we? We love that passion. This game so critical, and these two teams currently topping the table, so they will be fighting both for promotion or for qualification. Serve and first point on the board for Mays and
Not for the first time, Nick Mays with a dinking error once established in the rally, hence his levels of frustration post outcome.
big wind up there from Dan Parrott. Long opening up a nice lead. Nick Mays right down into the ground, flies out of the court, past the barriers here. This is Dan O'Brien and Scott Mayo's last game in the group stages here. And with one loss, they will definitely want to get this win, because if you've got 2 wins and 2 losses, qualification is a little bit shaky, so leave though Dan O'Brien. Dan O'Brien will be my partner, Nick, in the English Nationals later this month. Look forward to that.
You're the very best with that, Tim. Sure, you'll be highly competitive in Bolton. English Nationals coming up right at the end of the month. Live from the Bolton Arena. Lovely attacking dink from Parrott. Just puts O'Brien under pressure. He can't rescue on the backhand side. And definitely great exponent of point construction, Parrott. And just occasionally misfires.
He's just giving Parrott a few words of advice after that point.
Speed up attack by Nick Mays. Once again created by Parrott. Going backhand to backhand on the exchange. O'Brien not able to rescue to a safe location. Mays with the explosive attack. Mays and Parrott.
Is that interference? Hindrance. Ref, you're a qualifier. There is someone has to be. Is that interference?
Scott Mayo just asking the question whether it would be within his right if there was a referee on court to ask for hindrance. As a little bit of equipment flies off May's paddle once more. Got one of the European referees with us, Neil, who was shaking his head in the technical area. Neil, would that have been classed as hindrance?
Unlikely.
That's mental. It about 9 times. I went there and then it moved my room.
Great clarification from one of the European referees here, Neil Lawson-Smith. Thank you for that, Neil. Just clarifying the outcome of that play. Was accurate. Meanwhile, swing and a miss by Mays once more on that forehand side, but Mays and Parrott highly competitive here. Work for O'Brien and Mayo to do.
Wouldn't surprise me, Nick. It's just has the feel of a match that's going to go the whole distance. As Mayo tries a signature through the legs shot. That's his first bit of interesting shot selection this game. We do love to see it.
Want to be focusing on just executing the basics here, though, because quickly find themselves in trouble. Lovely backhand roll by Mays. Mayo puts the ball into an area that can be volleyed and attacked. And Mays, as we've already seen, is able to attack with that ball below the height of the net. Nick Mays, mightily impressive here in the first half of this game. It was a fast start for Dan O'Brien and Scott Mayo, who quickly raced into a 4-1 lead, but 5 unanswered points by Mays and Parrott just give them the ascendancy at the change of ends. And it seems to me that the strategy that Parrott's executing, going backhand to backhand with, forehand to backhand with Dan O'Brien, just working well for the partnership so far, Tim.
Yeah, they've turned things around, and it feels like Mays in particular has been getting a few more shots, and as we've seen, as you say, Nick, the impressive backhand roll in that last point. Been asking Nick Mays to play for quite a while as well, and he's always come up with an excuse as to why not.
Doesn't surprise me, Tim.
Cheers, Nick.
Tim Spurway, gold medalist from Newport. Queuing up to play with you, Tim. 400 players here this weekend. I'm sure every one of them would love a run out with you.
Not playing this weekend, Nick. This is all about the players on the court. You can see here, and they are getting some real daylight here. Mays and Parrott. 8-4, coming back from 4-1 down.
Scott Mayo, the Welsh captain, will need to rely on all of his leadership qualities here just to keep the partnership feeling positive. Possibly look to change the strategy that's just not working for them currently. Mays mistimes the point of contact, just hits that ball a little bit too late. Ball far too close to the body to be able to execute a roll. As a result, sends it aerial. O'Brien and Mayo, can they trouble the scoreboard? Can they make some movement? ATP attempt from Mayo, frustrated, who kicks the sponsorship hoardings. The Skechers and Fox hoardings around the court here. Great rescue, O'Brien. Mayo reads the drop again. Mayo, more frustration, and referee Neil next to me in the comms booth here would surely be offering a warning for paddle abuse at this stage of proceedings.
Net abuse, expensive equipment we got here.
Nice from Dan O'Brien. Plays that volley into a nice area. Manages to get enough dip on the ball.
Keeping that ball low over the net with the volley dinks as well. Set up a slightly higher ball.
O'Brien not comfortable on that backhand side, just recessing to non-volley zone. Kind of tries a get out of jail free lob, mistimes it, and Parrott able to power the forehand volley away. Just feels like, Tim, in one or two rallies, Dan O'Brien just not trusting his ability to reset. His ability to reset is perfectly on point, but he's just not coming forward quick enough on the back of playing the shot. And as a result, just finds himself stuck in a location where he can't attack from. He's definitely got a great resetting ability. Just needs to trust himself and back himself.
Action there. Frustration really, you know, we feel like there's just been a few points in the last few rallies where if they got them, we've got potentially back into this, but first match point goes awry, and there will be another one to come for Parrott and Mays. 10-4.
And what a way to finish. Nick Mays counters with a backhand roll. Very much the story of the game was Mays' ability to counter, penetrate and attack on both wings, the backhand and the forehand. Congratulations to Mays and Parrott. Mayo and O'Brien left with work to do, and possibly their hopes of qualification resting with others in the group. Hopefully we'll see more of Mayo and O'Brien. We'll definitely see more of Mays and Parrott, and you can see more pickleball action when we return after this short break.
In here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion. CAS paddle stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back. The Franklin Hampshire Open, in association with Pickleball. Thanks to all of our sponsors, particular Skechers Pickleball and Fox Pickleball. Obviously our headline sponsors, Franklin, for sponsoring the tour. Event number 12 of 14. Meanwhile, we've got the returning Callum Clark and Gary Law. They're going to take on Gavin Mayer and Romeo Sisson. Gary Law in the dark blue t-shirt at the bottom of your screen, partnering Callum Clark in the light blue. Romeo Sisson wearing the protective eyewear and hat at the top of your screen, and his partner Gavin Mayer also wearing protective eyewear but without the hat. Players just finalising their tactics and strategy. Before we get underway, an opportunity for Callum and Gary to resurrect their earlier defeat inflicted upon them by Harry Feast and Tom Caulfield earlier on in the day. After this game, we're bringing you a final, a 3.5 ladies 18 plus final. So very much pleased to bring you action from all ages and brackets this weekend. Over 21 brackets being played Saturday and Sunday at the Basingstoke venue, the Hampshire Court Hotel, and we do try and capture as much as we possibly can in that ladies 3.5 final. that comes up after this game will be something worth watching. Meanwhile, Gary Law gets us underway. Sisson responds. Fast hands from Gary Law. Gives them the first point of the match. Race to 11, win by 1 group game. That just catches the line from Mayer. My first look at watching Romeo Sisson and Gavin Mayer play. The backhand volley counter from Sisson. Gary Law just sends the response long. So advantage Mayer and Sisson. Knockout pickleball in the men's 4.5 division gets underway around about midday. Great action this morning, very much a precursor of what's to come. Excitement building ahead of quarterfinal stages in the men's 4.5 division, of which both teams here will still have aspirations of attempting to qualify. Park, Law, Mayer and Sisson. Ball just catches the net. That ball just catches the baseline. The speed up from there. Executed nicely. All action in the comms booth. We've got Jamie Dodgers, T, and Sarah McCrary will be joining us after this game. She's just warming up her vocal cords, ready for action. Speed up from Gavin Mayer just goes wide. The shot he's tried to replicate 2 or 3 times now with varying degrees of success. Sisson just able to defend, keep that ball in play. Nice location on the dink from Mayer. Gary Law not able to retrieve. Tight as you like in the early stages here. 5-5. Ball just goes wide. Mid-court transition zone. Gavin Mayer almost able to rescue. So scoring opportunity for Clark and Law. Yeah, the return was the problem. Set up the drive. Drive was executed nicely. So it is Law and Clark who have a slender lead, but it's very much back and forth between the two teams. Both teams looking to execute victory. So there is a 60-second timeout. Gives the players an opportunity to have a drink, as well as me. So, must-win game for both teams. Will resume shortly. Law and Clark can progress through with victory here to the quarterfinal stage. Mayer and Sisson need to win handsomely there to have any hope at all. But very much an influential game for both teams. Sisson just misreading on the backhand side. Able to recover after a slight neck tickle. Clark's midpoint reset, exquisite. Speed up from Mayer. The winning exchange. Speed up this time from Clark. Catches Mayer in the body. Volley was played behind the shoulder by Clark, but he's able to keep it in play somehow. Quite a remarkable ending to that rally. Last hands though from Clark. Good reactions. Clark and Law, just when they needed it most, have put their foot to the metal. And they're accelerating away with a must-win game. Their hopes of qualification may be answered this very point. Match point, Law and Clark, and what a way to win it. Gary Law with a big forehand cross court manages to get that ball dipping just in time. It is Law and Clark who defeat a spirited Mayer and Disson. So Clark and Law give themselves every opportunity of success by winning their final group game and quite possibly advancing through to the group stages. We'll bring you news of that when we return, and also the ladies 3.5 final. So don't go anywhere, because Sarah McCrary comes to centre stage right after this short break.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Strachan with the rescue. Strachan with the rescue once more. Comes out the wrong end of the exchange. Feed up from Parrott. This time catches the net tape. Extended long after the weekend.
These two teams currently topping the table, so they will be fighting both for promotion or for...
This in his personal career too.
Neil on those serving opportunities.
It's not working for them currently. Hayes missed time. That's a particular great rescue, Matt Metham. Lovely lob. Great reset. Going long. Fortune for Hailstone. The mini celebration. That's a nice executed point by... from Strachan. Great Pickleball comeback. Ball was going out. The ball would see. That's nice. Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open. We're pleased to be able to bring you the first medal match of the day. It's a gold medal match. The 3.5 18 plus ladies final featuring Lindsay Ewan and Annalise Webley taking on Natasha Ryan and Aaliyah Umku. And joining me in the commentary box is Sarah McCrary, one of the dinking partners, the superstar pickleball player that is Sarah McCrary. So good afternoon. Good morning still morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Nick Thomas, Mr. Showtime himself. How cool is it here this morning?
This is going to be a great game. We've got Ryan and Unku at the bottom of your screen. Unku from Gloucestershire Pickleball, Ryan from London Pickleball, taking on Ewan and Webley at the top of your screen from West Hart Wizard Pickleball. Ewan wearing the tangerine trousers. I like those, Sarah.
They're looking good.
We like a little bit of style on court, don't we?
Absolutely. Liz and I came out with our gold tops.
I saw you wearing those gold tops when you won silver in Wales.
It was Showtime.
That's right. Always Showtime. Remember getting your last names mixed up. I only know you as Sarah and Jules. Yeah. Not my best commentary moment. But anyway, here we go. The ladies' final. It's a change of format. It's the best of 3 games. First to 11. And it's great to be able to showcase not only women's sport, but pickleball through all divisions and brackets, Sarah.
Absolutely. It's good to see.
An interesting fact about Natasha Ryan is that she's part of the deaf community here in the pickleball world, Sarah, which is rather remarkable, and she's quite an inspiring character.
Absolutely, she is.
Absolutely fantastic. No, Julie Mack been heavily involved in the advancement of players within the deaf community, developing their sporting prowess through pickleball. Where is Julie Mack? I haven't seen her for forever. She's been in the she's been in the Maldives. I'm going to get an air tag on her. I'm missing her. Julie Mack, get in touch. We miss you. Meanwhile, that's a nice put away by Lindsay Ewan. Lovely control on the backhand by Annalise Webley. And that's a lovely drive also by Lindsay Ewan. So Ewan and Webley starting really well here in the ladies' final. Sometimes you can find it difficult to adapt to the playing conditions, a different surface, cameras, me and you talking about them, Sarah, but all four players feeling right at home here.
Yeah.
Pickleball really showcasing and highlighting how inclusive they are as tournament competition providers here. Over 19 courts in action, 2 days, 21 brackets.
There's no tournament, pickleball tournament. Always electric, especially if you have problems.
Sarah McCrary is the main person in the comms booth. Rest assured, it's like having a celebrity with us. She's already signed 25 autographs on the way over. 7 selfies, 25 autographs. Got people cheering for her.
I'm just trying to keep up with it. Now I gotta get my fit.
Gotta wear the warm jacket today, it's a bit chilly. Big drive from Webley just goes long, so back and forth pickleball at the minute. You in action this afternoon, Sarah? Saw it. Great volley. I love the action that you and Jules bring to the court, the enthusiasm. Hoping that you manage to get some time on the show court later, so no pressure, but we want to see you in a gold medal match.
No pressure. We'll be fighting for that.
Because you always perform so much better than your team, the Dinkin Partners, in the Challenger division of the Premier Pickleball League, you see.
No. Partners are the stars.
I'm surprised you and Jules haven't just pulled yourselves up to play in that team. I mean, such is the gap between the top of the division and where Dinkin Partners currently sit. They need you and Jules in the team.
The team is awesome. That's a great player.
You've got to say that, haven't you? You've got to say that.
I don't.
I mean, Anakin Owen can barely hit a ball these days.
Anakin, our Star Wars star. He's got that. Chosen one.
He's the chosen one. Anakin Owen's the chosen one.
Yeah, you heard it here first.
There we go. All right. You're quite right. The Dinking partners were excellent last weekend, and we look forward to them taking on the Pickleball Stingers at this venue next month. But 3 out of 3 for Dinking partners, very much the highlight of the Pickleball weekend last week. But the highlight right now is this ladies' final. Yeah, it's a 3.5 gold medal match. And look at the exchanges here. Fast hands battle, and nice reactions by Unku though.
Going back to get the ball. That should be a put away. Ryan skims the net, but hey.
I like the point construction from Ryan there. Webley and Ewan very much in the ascendancy, but Unku and Ryan not going down without a fight here. That's the speed up off the bounce by Lindsay Ewan. That just goes long. So a little bit of a comeback here for Ryan and Unku. Look at the power, though, from Annalise Webley. Just smackdown. Choke slam. Sarah McCrary's showing her age, getting mixed up between WWE and WWF. Only viewers of a certain age will remember the WWF, otherwise known as the World Wildlife Federation,
Yeah,
Sarah.
where my millennials at?
Ofcom onto us with complaints galore here. That serve just goes long from Webley. Second scoring opportunity, Webley Ewan. Big forehand drive and comes in on her own rush and crush. Annalise Webley, all about power on the forehand, and what a play. Drives, executes the pop-up with a forehand volley. Great play from Annalise Webley. Goes double hand backhand this time, just catches the net, but Webley very much looking like a 3.5 in disguise of a 4.0 here. And Ryan and Unku will be well advised to keep it off the forehand of Annalise Webley. She's really showcasing her abilities on the grandest stage of the weekend. Is right. They're just having a little bit of an exchange. And there we see the hand gestures from Natasha Ryan to indicate the score. Still communicating with her opponent, which is great to see.
It's just out.
The next team, Sarah. Nice and precise. You mean Webley and Ewan, don't you? The next team have got a second serve. We'll call them the next gen team. What about that? They'd love to be called the next gen, wouldn't they? Do you think?
You guys know it'll be our inside joke, guys.
They'll be happy with it. They won't mind, especially if they win gold. There's a bit of a comeback here for Ryan and Unku. The gap's down to 3 and they're just playing consistent pickleball. Still on first server. Good serve by Ryan. Unku with the backhand volley and not able to rescue. So, words of encouragement, signs of encouragement between the two players. The bottom, your screen, Unku and Ryan. And what a serve that is out wide. Sarah McCrary, there's a comeback on.
Wow. Away.
We're tied up. We're tied up there at 9-9 and
Fighting.
still on first serve as well. This will be one that's got away from Webley and Ewan if they're not careful. Miscommunication down the middle between Ewan and Webley.
There.
Game point, Sarah. Ryan and Unku. Wow, what a comeback. Can they execute right now? Ball goes in, rescued. Unku with a forehand volley. And what a comeback from Natasha Ryan and Aliyah Unku. They were 7-1 down in that first game. And all of a sudden, they played consistent pickleball, keeping that ball in play. And as a result, take the first game of our gold medal match. Lindsay Ewan and Annalise Webley will be wondering just how they failed to get over the line, but they'll keep going here, Sarah. They'll have aspirations of taking us to a deciding game. That was your cue to join in a little bit of conversation. You've got nothing for me. Absolutely nothing for me. You're the lead. You're the anchor. Thanks for joining in, Sarah. Appreciate that. Meanwhile, gold medal match continues. Lindsay Ewan gets us underway.
Right. Now we've got our second server here. What a beautiful drop right down the middle. Perfect execution by Ryan. Ryan seems to be on a roll here. Oh, and just when I said it, it's like I jinxed it.
That's the commentator's curve.
They still do they have a second chat now? Second server now, right? Ryan, here we go.
Second server.
2-0-2.
Lindsay Ewan just puts the ball into the net, so it's a fast start, and the momentum that Natasha Ryan and Aliyah Unku built the back end of that first game has continued into the second game. And let's not forget, that's nice by Lindsay Ewan though. Let's not forget this is a must-win game for Annalise Webley and Lindsay Ewan, who need to win this second game to take us to a third. Lindsay Ewan with a pickup.
Oh, wow.
Ball
Oh,
still
right
in
on the
play.
line. This is such a good game. Look at
What
a rally.
great rally by
What?
all four players. Lindsay Ewan doing some great work in the transition zone, rescuing that ball. But it's Ryan and Unku who come out on top.
Yeah, that was a bit of a combo plate of a rally. It had everything going on there. That was awesome.
Forehand of Webley just starting to be slightly more inconsistent as the pressure gains more momentum on the duo. But there it is, right back when she needed it most. The power from Webley. Little bit of fortune for Aliyah Unku.
Hitting the curve there. Ooh, just so close. What a great exchange of speed on that. But it just hits the net. Now we have the next serve going.
Nice backhand volley by Lindsay Ewan, who's grown in confidence as this match has continued. And that's the level of consistency she'll need to keep applying if Webley and her are to get back in this final.
Absolutely. Ooh, good drop.
Another great exchange between all four players.
So good. There were backhands, forehands, everything, drives, you name it. Oh, court. Okay, so that's not going to go. That serve doesn't make it out of the kitchen. Side out. Four one.
Players just confirming what the score is with each other.
All right, so they've got it now. It's 4-1. Ryan will serve now. 4-1-2.
Catches the baseline. Lovely control from Annalise Webley. Cross-court volley. Just puts it into a location that's irretrievable. Another great exchange, and Sarah, some of these exchanges are 10-15 shots long. It's impressive stuff at 3.5 level.
Yeah, it's looking good. Like you were saying, are they sandbagging here? Are they really 3.5ers?
Lovely backhand drive by Annalise Webley, straight down the middle of Ryan and Unku.
Middle solves the riddle.
Great play by Unku, strong in defense, then counters with an attacking volley of her own. That gives them the serve back. 2-point difference. Must-win game for Webley and Ewan. Ball was going long. It was played. Unku manages to keep it in play, but once again, the touch, the finesse, the class from Webley. Second scoring opportunity. Ryan Unku.
That shot is just the killer angle shot, isn't it? Nowhere to go with that.
High quality. Good court IQ. Ryan misfires on the third. So, opportunity not for Webley and Ewan.
Oh, looks like Ewan will be able to serve again, which makes the score now 3-4. Ewan hits that one into the net. Webley to serve. 3-4-2.
Lovely reset by Webley. That ties us all up. So, must win second game for Webley and Ewan. They're back in the hunt. Better than that, get an advantage. 3 points in a row. Ewan and Webley work for Ryan and Unku here.
Wow, what an exchange there. Ryan and Unku looking unbothered, ready to go for the next one.
Unku's defense is impressive.
It really is. Second server. 4-5. Ryan will serve. Oh.
Speed up by Lindsay Ewan, possibly going out. Ryan recognises it after the event, but all too late because the ball's handed over after a non-scoring side out to Webley and Ewan. It's a lob.
And that just goes out. Second server in the score. That's another point now. 6-4.
Could be going to a third game, Sarah. We could be going to a third game.
Yeah, you never know. That's the excitement of it all. Anybody's game.
Not forget the comeback that Ryan and Unku made in game number 1.
All it takes is a little bit of a shift of energy, and it could be right back in. They could be right back in it, like that.
Yeah, all of a sudden you can get a rhythm, a momentum builder, a little bit of fortune, anything that just ignites some consistency. It's like water break here for Natasha Ryan.
Smart lady, you got to stay hydrated.
What a rescue. But power from Webley, makes no mistake with the ball sitting above the height of the net.
Yeah, you don't want to give Webley anything too high. She's going to power through and kill that.
Speed up from Ewan to Ryan. Just goes towards the body. Ryan can't adapt. So, big opportunity here for Webley. And she takes it with both hands.
Webley's looking confident now. She's looking like she's ready.
wide too, so Webley and Ewan could be taking us to a deciding third game. 2 points away from victory in this second.
Ooh, wow. That just sailed away, sail away, sail away. It was so close, but still 2 points away from a
You're making me
victory.
think about a holiday here, Sarah. You're making me think about a holiday.
This is like a holiday being here with all these lovely pickleballing peoples.
Yeah. My wife here, you say that.
Hey, it's all work, no holiday. Just kidding. Ooh.
Just mistimes the contact point. Just catches the top end of the paddle from Webley. So will that spark come back? Will that little bit of fortune just give Unku and Ryan the ascendancy in game one? Quite possibly, because that's 2 points in a row.
You never know.
Is game one on the minds of Webley and Ewan. Goes towards the feet of Ryan. Second scoring opportunity though.
Ryan will serve 6-9.
Wide, it's 7-9.
Wow, this could be a comeback. Who knows?
We've been here before. Wide serve. Lovely drop.
Whoa.
Webley can't pick it up. And can you believe it?
1 point. 1 point away from each other now. It's 8-9.
This is a replay, Sarah. This is a replay, surely. It's huge. This exchange is huge. No way past. There's no way past. And the drop from Aliyah Unku. And can you believe it?
I cannot. I don't know if you guys can believe it, but I cannot believe it. Can you believe this, Nick? I can't believe it.
I can't believe it. Nobody can believe it.
It's unbelievable.
It is absolutely unbelievable. The direct replay of game one. And here it is again.
You can't make this kind of stuff up. You cannot. This
The
is real life.
excitement here, Sarah. Webley and Ewan dominated game one, dominated game two. They lost game one. Are they about to lose the match? Championship point, gold medal point.
Oh,
Saved
just
by
missed it.
Webley and Ewan. They get another opportunity to keep themselves in this match, to keep themselves in the competition. And it goes wide. Webley goes down, but she's quickly back up again, which is good to see.
Yeah, that was a bit scary. She's okay, though. She's smiling, all smiles.
So all of a sudden, it's game point for Webley and Ewan. Now they've saved match points. Webley and Ewan.
Wow. 10-10-1. Here it comes.
Take the second game and force a decider. And there it is. They do. They save match point. Force a decider. The storyline from game one was not repeated. We're going to a third game. Tenacity from Webley and Ewan. Ryan and Unku had it in their grasp, but it was removed by Webley and Ewan. And Sarah, I'm delighted. We're going to a game number 3.
This is so exciting. The excitement is real. Game number 3 is underway.
It is indeed. I'm not entirely sure why the 4.5 men are coming on court, but get off. We want to see more of the ladies 3-5 final.
Not your turn yet. Not your turn.
No, how dare they? So the action's been that good. My tea's gone cold. Forgot to drink it in between points.
Yeah, because they're hot on the court. You don't need the hot tea.
I'll drink the cold tea and keep the pickleball hot.
Yes, love that.
We're underway. We're underway. Iced tea, hot pickleball. And it doesn't get much hotter than that. Lindsay Ewan with a passing shot. Ryan can't pick it up. Power from Ewan this time. And Lindsay Ewan, who's been responsible for some of the soft touches around the non-volley zone this time, is opening up with power. They want to get the job done. Webley and Ewan will want to get this job done.
1-0.
Nice hang time from Aliyah Unku.
Yeah, that was really nice hang time. She waited and she was patient and just pinpointed it right on time. And that's a good leave by Ryan. Side out for Unku and Ryan. Unku correcting herself. I've been there before with the correct backhand to use on those balls. 0-1. Ryan serves.
Nice exchange at the non-volley zone. Unku and Ryan come out on top.
We've got 1-1.
Nice serve, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful serve by Ryan, which will bring them to 2-1-2.
Good location for the speed up by Lindsay Ewan. Finds the space in between Ryan and Unku. This time it's Unku with the speed up, finding a nice location. Ewan not able to defend. Second scoring opportunity though. Tight as you like. Ewan gets on with it straight away.
Oh, just right into the net by Webley. The power force didn't work that time. Now we have a side out.
Nice spot. Webley, good power, good dip, catches the baseline. Ryan Unku not able to rescue.
It's a good put away over there by Webley. So they'll have another side out. Webley to serve. 1-2-1. Two, 2-1. Oh.
Nice positioning by Annalise Webley. Fires that forehand volley towards the base of Unku. Unku not able to adjust. Slender advantage maybe for Webley and Ewan. No, we're tight.
2-2-2.
at least Webley's falling 3 up there. I think 3, 2, 2.
3, 2, 2.
Fierce
That was
forehand.
good. Yeah. That's not getting past Webley. 5, 2, 2. And a side out. Ryan and Unku to serve. And they just call that
Just
ball
called
long.
Ball was called long, Sarah. It looked tight from where we're sat.
Yeah.
Lovely reset, Webley and Ewan. Yeah, that's great resetting ability by both Webley and Ewan, showing greater consistency in their output here.
Absolutely. Yeah, lovely resetting by both ladies. We're at 3, 5, 2. That just sailed long. So now that'll bring us to 4, 5, 2. Ryan to serve. This is just such a tight game. I don't even know how we're sitting down, Nick. Like, I want to stand up. It's so much action going on. Ooh.
You go for it, Sarah. Stand up. Get your pom-poms out as well. Let's
I'm going to be cheering. You're going to hear another side of this commentary.
go for it. Let's go for it. Webley goes forehand volley, backhand volley. The forehand volley nice. The backhand volley straight into the net. We're switching ends because Ryan and Unku have the advantage, a slender advantage. But in a ladies 3.5 gold medal match that's been back and forth, it is Unku and Ryan who take us into the final chapter, slightly in the lead.
Yeah, and it could be anybody's game. This is what's exciting about watching it. 1 minute, it's Unku and Ryan. The next minute, it's Webley and Ewan. But who will win the gold?
Stay tuned to find out.
Stay tuned to find out.
So second server gets us underway. Ryan, change of ends. And just goes wide. It's an unforced error and it gives Webley and Ewan an opportunity. Attack by Webley and Ewan, targeting Ryan. Speeding up not once, not twice, but 3 times. They get the desired outcome. Big swing by Lindsay Ewan, just catches the net. Second scoring opportunity.
And it's 6-6.
Wow, great defenses. Defense into attack. Defense into attack. Great defense by Webley. Midpoint. And all of a sudden, it is Webley and Ewan who have got the lead. Ryan with a great defense this time. Swing and a miss. Lindsay Ewan strike 1.
That was awesome. Go, Ryan. I mean, I shouldn't be cheering like that, but that was pretty cool.
Lovely reset. This time, the ball just dies on Ryan. Slight misread.
6-7-2. Ryan to serve. Back side out again for Webley. Ewing.
Non-scoring side out, Sarah. How crucial will that be?
This is so crucial.
Ooh.
Wow.
Big moment.
So big. Wow.
Deep return by Ryan. Webley not able to respond. She said, I think it was out, but it wasn't. It was definitely in.
Yeah, and you know the rules anyway. If you don't know, then it was probably in.
Always got to call it in if you're not sure.
Yeah.
Power from Webley.
That looked like it was tasty for Webley. She was like, yeah, let me just crunch on that.
Yeah, she fancied it. She ate it up.
Yes, she
spat
did.
it out.
There's nothing left on that plate.
And look what's happened as a result. 2 non-scoring side outs, followed by a point here for Webley. And Ewan, they're 3 points away from the gold medal. Make that 2 points away from the gold medal. You know what Ryan and Unku need? A comeback.
Oh, yeah. It's time. Ooh, 1 point away now.
Not like that, though. The shake and bait from Webley and Ewan bring up championship point. Gold medal point. They saved 1 championship point. They've got one of their own right now. And they get the job done after saving championship point.
Wow.
Annalise Webley and Lindsay Ewan are your first gold medalists of the weekend here at the Franklin Hampshire Open. Congratulations to Lindsay Ewan and Annalise Webley. Commiserations to Natasha Ryan and Aliyah Unku. They walk away with silver, and they also walk away knowing that we think they're an entirely determined, resilient duo. They show great spirit in defeat, securing comeback after comeback. The final hurdle, just 1 hurdle too far though. It's Webley and Ewan that walk away with gold.
Yes, and what a match. That was such a great match to watch. These ladies really fought it out hard. But in the end, there can only be one winner. And Ewing and Webley are the conquerors today.
They are indeed. Meanwhile, we're going to go to a quick break, because when we return, we will have quarterfinal actioners Nick Mays and his partner Parrott take on Lee Harper and his partner Parker. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal of the men's 4.5 division comes up after this short break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Diadem began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
Pro 4, I'm super excited to talk about this. This is my baby. 3S is and was a great paddle, but the 4 I think is even better. Our main focus going into the Pro 4 was fixing the overall solidity of the paddle, and so we added some supports near the throat area, and that has made the outside edge extremely consistent. Where you're going to see this really affect in real gameplay is you miss it when you don't hit it in the middle, and then it's extremely forgiving. You're really not going to make a lot of errors even when you miss-hit it. It's a pleasure to play with, and I'm really excited for you guys to try this.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open, event number 12 of 14 in the calendar year. And we've reached knockout stage pickleball in the men's 4.5 division. It's quarterfinal stages. Lee Harper and Andrew Parker at the top of your screen taking on Nick Mays and Dan Parrott at the bottom of your screen. An impressive Parrott and Mays, as we've already seen today. They need to take on Harper and Parker, who lost when we saw them earlier on this morning. They need to recapture the winning thread that clearly saw them get out of the group stages. It's still a race to 11, win by 1. So no room for error. Back up by Mays. Look at the response from Lee Harper. Sharp hands. Nick Mays looking to execute with the roll on the backhand side, as he has done all morning, but Harper counters and counters with ferocity. Is that going in? Not quite. Defenses by Parker and Harper impressive. In the end, Parrott and Mays persistent in their attack. Unreturned serve is an error, and errors are costly in quarter-final matches. Race to 11. Second scoring opportunity, Mays and Parrott. They're choosing to stack and keep Mays on the backhand side, left side of the court. Mays forehand down the middle. Error from Lee Harper, just looking to reset that ball rather than attack. Ball was slightly above the height of the net. Chose to reset rather than attack. Lee Harper gives Mays and Parrott a slender lead. Fast hands by Dan Parrott. Fortune off the net tape initially. Parrott able to respond with an electric volley. Andrew Parker unleashes on the backhand wing himself. Paddle below the height of the ball. Extends through diagonally. Brushes over the Franklin X40. And that's a body bag. That's tagged by Dan Parrott. He gets the Franklin X40 tattooed over his body. Fast tempo, high speeds. Parker and Harper level. Harper frustrated with himself, not able to rescue on the backhand side, not able to keep that ball in play. Parrott struggling in the transition zone. And once again, it's Parker struggling in the transition zone this time around. And one of the key principles of moving through from 4-0, 4-5 to 5-0 and those elevated stages of pickleball is being able to reset consistently in the transition zone. There we see a transition zone error once more from Dan Parrott. So, a game of ever-changing fortunes for both sets of players here. Ball catches the line somewhat fortunately. Nick Mays remarks to the crowd watching on, and Sarah McCrary rejoins me in the booth. Sarah, fast-paced action here in the men's quarter-final.
Oh my goodness, yeah. No kidding on this. Look at that. Wow. Nick Mays for that beautiful hit over her hand. That was just like a great shot.
Yeah, goes into out on the forehand roll this time, opens up his shoulders, manages to find an angle back behind Parker.
Nice control there on those dinks. Gives him the side out now.
Turn goes long for Mays, who looks over to the comms booth for our views and opinions. And we see a change of ends. Parker and Harper very much playing a consistent pickleball. Mays and Parrott, 1 or 2 errors have meant they're just trailing behind, and it's mid-court errors, it's transition errors for Parrott and Mays that are the difference here in this game, Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. Just little minor fixes, and they could be in this game. It's still anybody's game with pickleball, so you never know. The momentum could shift just from switching sides like that as well.
So we're back underway. Work to do for Parrott and Mays.
Whoa, that was awesome. That hand exchange. The fireworks.
Fast hands.
Yeah.
Fire from both players. Harper looking to speed up the Mays. Probably not recommended. Might want to consider a change of attack.
Oh, just short.
Nice defences by Mays and Parrott, but all too easy when those volleys are in straight lines. Got to find an angle in order to penetrate. Second scoring opportunity, Mays, Parrott. Ball just goes long. Parrott not able to keep his composure, and sometimes so difficult, Sarah, when you're in those hands battles, just to know when to reset.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing when to slow it down is key with this. Ooh, we can't do that. Not to Parker. He will definitely take advantage of that opportunity.
Lee Harper read the play, the pop-up from Parrott. Mays says perfect, Dan. I don't think it was. It was an error by Harper. Parrott's in the ascendancy. Yeah, Parrott's in the ascendancy. Wow. He was on the attack with a dink. It was Parker defending the dink, doing a great job defending.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. That finish by Parrott.
Created his own winning opportunity. Slice return. Ball just goes long by Harper. Gap closes to 3. Harper speeding up to the forehand of Parrott.
Wow. Really good exchange.
Point construction critical at this stage, Sarah. Lovely. Into out drop by Mays.
What a
Harper
shot.
and Parker. Miscommunication, unwinding the stack. Creates the space for Mays. He exploits it and executes it perfectly.
And the crowd loves it.
Andrew Parker, great construction, finds a beautiful location on the dink, back in behind Mays, then dominates the rest of the rally. Great defense by Harper.
Good.
And Parker
Yeah.
has got the composure just to find a forehand volley back in behind May. Sarah, great action.
Such good action. Oh, yeah, that's a put away. Great put away by Nick Mays. Second server. Of course.
Speeding up to the hip of Harper. Great location on the speed up too. Look out for the forehand speed up. Look out for the forehand speed up. Barrett wants it. Watch out, watch out. And Parrott just pops up. Harper gets the first opportunity.
Wow.
Nice secure exchange from Harper.
8-6.
Parker sends the volley wide. It was great defences. Actually sets up a counter for Parker.
Yeah.
Just not able to execute. It's a tough shot though, Sarah.
That's
that
a
volley
tough
above
one.
the left shoulder
Yeah, what
on
are you
the
gonna
backhand
do?
side.
It's a tough one. Oh, that doesn't clear the net. Not feeling. Second server.
Non-scoring side out. Mays and Parrott. Nick Mays choosing to speed up down the centre where there's two forehands. Lee Harper doing a great job of recognising when to let that ball bounce in the non-volley zone and when to volley.
Absolutely. 9-6 to Parker and Lee. And now we have a game point.
Yeah, Harper and Parker with the opportunity to progress through to the semi-final. Great readjustment by Harper. Sets up the opportunity. Consistent pickleball here from Harper and Parker. Speed up goes long off the bounce. It's ambitious by Parrott on a must-win point. And Parker and Harper, the consistent duo, get the job done. They
Great
advance
game.
through to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Mays and Parrott are left licking their wounds. Congratulations to Harper and Parker. They advance through. Mays and Parrott out, Sarah.
Good pickleballing, as usual, at a Pickleball B tournament.
And Sarah, you're out too because you're going to warm up now and you're on court hoping to stake a claim in a gold medal match on the show court later.
Yeah, I got to get out of here. I got to go. I got to go warm up.
You go and warm up.
It's great.
Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with another men's quarterfinal shortly when we resume after a word from our sponsors.
Cyber threats grow in frequency and sophistication. Businesses must protect sensitive data, maintain regulatory compliance, and ensure operational resilience. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and evolving mandates demand a proactive security strategy. Our expertise delivers tailored cybersecurity solutions, including advanced threat detection, robust data protection, and compliance frameworks aligned with industry standards. By leveraging cutting-edge security technologies, we help you stay ahead of threats, prevent breaches, and safeguard critical assets. Beyond protection, we build resilience. In today's interconnected world, we equip your business with the tools to respond effectively to cyber incidents, ensuring continuity and long-term security. With our trusted guidance, you can confidently navigate digital risks and regulatory complexities. By partnering with ICTO, businesses gain access to expert cybersecurity leadership, cutting-edge security solutions, and a proactive defense strategy that ensures long-term protection against ever-evolving cyber threats. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel as the men's doubles knockout stages continues. It's quarterfinal time once more. Our second quarter-final. Parker through, Harper through. Who will be joining them? Will it be Law and Clark or will it be Edwards and Neal? Edwards and Neal at the top of your screen. Law and Clark at the bottom. Neal just getting the wrong angle on the cross-court dinking exchange. Gives the first point of the quarter-final race to 11 to Clark and Law. Great defences. And a great location by Callum Clark, found perfectly on the backhand side of Edwards. Just picked his point perfectly. goes wide, so scoring opportunity. Edwards, Neil. Big forehand by Edwards. He unleashes. Just goes long. Neil misfires on the third shot. Drop 2, so 2 missed thirds for team Neil and Edwards. Presents a non-scoring side out and an opportunity for Law and Clark. But it's a missed opportunity for Clark and Law as Edwards and Neil inflict their own non-scoring side out. Law looking to speed up off the bounce, catches the net. Have to question shot selection. Once again, it's a clever shot by Clark. Keeps Edwards honest, keeps him off his forehand, which is the relative strength of Edwards. There we see again, straight line dink. Won't want to play it too often though, because Edwards will start to read. And Ernie Callum Clark missed ATB by Gary Law meanwhile. Meanwhile, the ladies are warming up ahead of their afternoon at the Hampshire Court Hotel. See Lauren Gosling and Emma Rickson having a hit in the background as this one goes the way of Callum Clark. So neither team able to garner any momentum currently. Speed up from Edwards, ambitious on the backhand side, but again success for Law and Clark when they hit the backhand wing of Edwards. James Neal looking to speed up with that ball below the height of the net. Again, an ambitious shot selection. Callum Clark looking to go down the backhand side of Edwards once more. 2-point difference. Nice hands from Gary Law, sharp in his reactions, able to counter. Once more, Neil looking to speed up. And it's another non-scoring side out for Neil and Edwards. Is there a shot on the cards? Hampshire Court Hotel, the Franklin Hampshire Open. Clark fails to execute on the backhand roll. Swing and a miss by Callum Clark. I think it'd be fair to say Neil and Edwards just not playing their best pickleball yet. Clark and Law have a real opportunity here. They can just amass a couple of consistent rallies without errors themselves. Really press home this advantage. Another non-scoring side out. A lovely return by Gary Law. Puts pressure on the third shot. Neil. Another third shot missed by Neil and another non-scoring side out, and just like a boa constrictor, gets tighter and tighter with its prey. Edwards and Neil just getting tighter and tighter. Each opportunity that they waste. Is a better speed up this time from Neil. Chooses the right hip of Law, who was forced into playing. Neil just needs an opportunity to reset, and we don't have timeouts at Pickleball events, but if we did, that would have been a good time, because you can see Neil really struggling with his shot selection. Gary Law this time looking to speed up from an unlikely position. And Edwards and Neil do get a third shot in, and that brings about a point. And the strategy from Edwards and Neil here is shake and bake, rush and crush, drive the third. Edwards leaps the non-volley zone, but pushes the volley wide. Body language from Edwards and Neil not looking too good at the minute. Meanwhile, Law and Clark inflict the change of ends. They've got a 3-point advantage, and this would very much be a shot. Law and Clark in the ascendancy. Neil and Edwards, the change of ends couldn't have happened at a better time, really. They need to reflect on their strategy, and it's just about consistent output. When you're not making your opponents play balls, you're not going to win matches, and you're definitely not going to score points. Got to make their opponents play, start from that foundation and build. Just by keeping the ball in play, you can put pressure back on your opponent when you've been misfiring so frequently. Yeah, the drive from Callum Clark was nice. It caused a pop-up by Edwards, but Law not in a position to take advantage. Lovely drop once again by Jack Edwards. And when that ball's bouncing in front of Gary Law, just finding challenge and difficulty in responding. But very adept on the volley. Big serve by Edwards goes long. Don't mind that intent though. And sometimes change your fortunes by being a little bit more aggressive, just trying to force things slightly or change a strategy. That ball's going in. So's that. Great defences, Jack Edwards. Jack Edwards with the play of the day, single-handedly keeping that ball in play. James Neal stuck on the baseline while Jack Edwards dominates from back to front, left to right. Is that the spark that ignites a comeback here for Neal and Edwards? Great rescue from Gary Law. Callum Clark does the rest. Law and Clark forced backwards, then able to recover and come forwards, and just their movement alone put pressure on the Neal backhand. He looks a frustrated figure right now, James Neal. Gary Law speeding up. Jack Edwards sat ready, pounces, but it's still a 2-point advantage for Clark and Law. Freebie. It's an unreturned serve. It's an absolute freebie for Neal and Edwards. Can Clark and Law keep providing freebies without repercussion? ATP from Jack Edwards. Showtime here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Big play from Jack Edwards just when his team needed it most. Neal and Edwards take the lead for the first time, and pretty much as a result of the quality of Jack Edwards. Will we see a big serve, or will he play safe? Big drive, shake and bake. That ball stays in place somehow. The big drive from Edwards, the shape, the bake from Neil, but the defence from Gary Law just keeps that ball in play. Great rescue, Gary Law. Jack Edwards wants to get involved. And get involved he does, but ultimately it's an error from Clark. Huge moments, men's quarterfinal. Franklin Hampshire Open. It's a missed third, and Gary Law was not missing those third shots in the first half of this game. Look out. Big forehand. Callum Clark looks to speed up down the middle. Not to the Jack Edwards forehand. Point construction. Perfect from Edwards once more. This boy can play. And James Neal finally gets a backhand roll that works. And when it does, it's beautiful. And it brings up match point for Neal and Edwards. Are they progressing through to the semi-final? Not just yet. Second match point. Semi-final points. Third goes in. Neal goes long with a forehand volley counter. So Clark Law seem to have been stuck on 7 for an absolute age. 1 point at a time. It's actually a kitchen fault by James Neal with his left foot there. 2 point difference. Huge moments. James Neal on the defence once more, and Clark and Law are targeting Neal. It's a 1 point game. It's the first server, and don't forget, it's win by 1 pickleball. It's golden point pickleball if we get to that stage. Will we get to that stage? This is where Law and Clark want the ball, because there's the pop-up. Jack Edwards remarkable in defence. Neal resets. Fortune. And we're at 10-10. Edwards and Neal cannot believe it. The replay, that ball strikes the net and just bounces over. It's match point, Clark and Law. 3 points in a row. Back behind, rescued by Edwards. What a rescue it is too. Clever from Callum Clark, it's clever. And the speed up from Neal, and Gary Law executes the volley. What a shot here in Basingstoke. Jack Edwards and James Neal defeated by Callum Clark and Gary Law. Congratulations to Clark and Law. They saved match points against. Were able to get match points 4, and they progressed through. And you'd be hard pressed to suggest they didn't deserve it, because they played more consistent pickleball than Neal and Edwards. Edwards, brilliant as usual. Neal, somewhat lacking perhaps. Clark and Law go through to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, we'll be back with a semi-final matchup. I can see Oak and Wren warming up on court. Who will they be playing? Find out after this short break.
As cyber threats grow in frequency and sophistication, businesses must protect sensitive data, maintain regulatory compliance, and ensure operational resilience. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and evolving mandates demand a proactive security strategy. Our expertise delivers tailored cybersecurity solutions, including advanced threat detection, robust data protection, and compliance frameworks aligned with industry standards. By leveraging cutting-edge security technologies, we help you stay ahead of threats, prevent breaches, and safeguard critical assets. Beyond protection, we build resilience. In today's interconnected world, we equip your business with the tools to respond effectively to cyber incidents, ensuring continuity and long-term security. With our trusted guidance, you can confidently navigate digital risks and regulatory complexities. By partnering with ICTO, businesses gain access to expert cybersecurity leadership, cutting-edge security solutions, and a proactive defense strategy that ensures long-term protection against ever-evolving cyber threats. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open, powered by Pickleball, pickleball.co.uk, for all your competitive action here in the UK. We're reaching the semi-final stage of the men's 4.5 doubles bracket. We just saw Gary Law and Callum Clark in action, defeating Jack Edwards and James Neal. They're back for more as they take on Lewis Oak and Dan Wren for a place in the final in the gold medal match, where Harry Feast and Tom Caulfield await the victors. They managed to defeat Lee Harper and Andrew Parker. So Andrew Parker and Lee Harper will face off in the bronze medal match. Meanwhile, the winners of this game will advance through to play Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast in the final, which we'll be bringing you immediately after the conclusion of this match. It'll be Law and Clark at the top of your screen, Oak and Wren at the bottom. The left-handed partnership of Wren and Oak. Race to 11, win by 1. We're underway. Oak wasting no time, injecting some power and pace into proceedings in this semi-final. Wren just injecting too much pace on that particular play. First point of the match goes to Oak and Wren. Fast hands by Clark gets the better of Wren. Callum Clark, Gary Law just announcing themselves as a partnership. Could very well establish themselves as permanent fixtures at this level in the UK. Been impressed with their application throughout the course of the morning. Ball's called wide by Dan Wren. So a non-scoring side out. Gary Law with a missed forehand volley. Can't really afford to get wrong. Highly experienced duo of Wren and Oak. Dan Wren in particular, still in his tender 20s. He's been playing pickleball for a number of years, since his early teens. Dan Wren just backing up as that ball was volleyed back towards him. So it is a point for Clark and Law. They're underway. Their quest for a place in the final underway. Law leaping through the air. Just gets the contact point all wrong and the execution wrong too. He also gets that return wrong. Good speed up by Gary Law. Dan Wren not expecting that. Cannot afford dead dinks against the partnership of Law and Clark. We've seen their ability to speed up on multiple occasions throughout the course of the morning. Rare error from Lewis Oak. Looking to generate top spin on the ball. Just starts with a paddle at the highest point of the Franklin X40, and therefore that ball goes down first, not up. ATP from Lewis Oak. Showtime in Basingstoke for Lewis Oak. Thought the second opportunity was on for Oak to go back-to-back ATPs. Didn't fancy it. Popped the ball up back into the centre of the court. This time, Callum Clark tries to go ATP, catches the bracket. Oak and Wren get to 6 first. Force a change of ends, and Lewis Oak very much a confidence player and a great front runner. When he's out in front and striking this ball cleanly, there is no stopping Oak, who I predict to be one of the top players in the UK within the next 12, 24 months. If he can continue on his upward trajectory, his footwork, his movement, his shot selection, second to none. His ability to execute, just as good too. Got to get the psychological attributes right to be able to do that when he's not firing on all cylinders too. And there's a great example. The ability to speed up from unlikely positions, get that ball up and down. Great paddle technique, paddle positioning, and understanding of how to make the X40 travel. Pinpoint once more from Oak. Just attacks the base of Law. Can't pick that ball up off his toes. What a rescue, Callum Clark. Dan Wren on the defences, not once, not twice. Got the composure to reset too, and then goes on the attack himself. Into out forehand by Dan Wren. Turns defence into attack. Lovely response from Dan Wren. And a missed return. And is this semi-final just one step too far for Clark and Law? It's Oak and Wren who are rolling over Clark and Law at the minute. Swing and a miss by Gary Law. Strike one. Plays the air shot, and there you can see on the replay. This time makes no mistake. Full connection in saving. Match point. Second match point though Ren Oak, place in the final awaits. Feast Caulfield awaits. And there it is. Dan Wren and Lewis Oak prove they are above the law as they defeat Callum Clark and Gary Law. They advance through to the final where they take on Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast. Meanwhile, Callum Clark and Gary Law have the opportunity for a bronze medal, which will absolutely thrill them, I'm sure. You will not want to miss the match coming up, scheduled to be the match of the day, the gold medal men's doubles final. Tom Caulfield, Harry Feast taking on Lewis Oak and Dan Wren. Don't go anywhere, it gets underway in just a few moments time. Great play, Franklin X40. And that's a body bag.
These two teams currently topping the table, so they will be fighting both for promotion or what
comes out the wrong end of the exchange. Feed up from Parrott, this time catches the net tape. Power from Webley.
Neil on those serving opportunities.
Thought the second opportunity was on. What a return, Tom Caulfield. Good speed. Rare error. A little bit of Dan Wren just there we go. All right. You're quite right. The thinking partners were excellent last weekend, and fierce ball. See? That's nice. Big drive, shake and bake. That ball. Swing and a miss by Gary Law. Great rescue, Matt Metten. Lovely forehand by Gates Hilton.
And then the forehand side. Welcome back, everyone. We are now at the final, the two best teams across the division. battle it out, and we have a blockbuster. We have 4 of the best players in the UK battling it out on court here at the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open. Best of 3, of course. And we're going to see some great pickleball. And Nick Hobbs just, I think, off the desk momentarily. And we'll be back shortly. Good start from Oak and Wren. Good to have Nick Hobbs back now, and we'll be taking you through the remainder of this enthralling match. Welcome back, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Slightly surprised that we couldn't wait just 2 minutes. However, nice to see that the finals underway. What a final it's scheduled to be. And Caulfield and Harry Feast taking on Wren and Oak. 4 players who know each other really well. Of course, we've got 2 Challenger players and 2 Premier players, part of the Premier Pickleball League here. Lovely reset from Oak. And fortune for Beast, and Wren, who is able to rescue there, hits the ball against the pot that contains the spare ball before the second bounce. That's classed as a permanent fixture of the court. As a result, he moves that pot out of the way rather quickly, Dan Wren. Nice dink from Harry Feast. Dan Wren not able to reset. Great recovery from Tom Caulfield, just keeping this ball alive. Can they get forward? Backed up once more. This time they come forward and at speed. Dan Wren misses the forehand off the counter, speed up by Caulfield. Great court coverage and positioning by Caulfield. This time Oak attacks cross court. Tom Caulfield makes no mistake at the second time of asking. Ball's returned to court. Big serve by Harry Feast, straight down the middle. Fortune for Oak and Caulfield. Sorry, Oak and Wren, as that ball just catches the net and catches Caulfield out of sync. Dan Wren, unbelievable reset. Unbelievable reset, Dan Wren. Gets Wren and Oak back in the rally. Great pick up by Feast. Fast hands, Wren created the opportunity but couldn't execute. The ball was above the height of the net. Wren just misfires. He's frustrated with himself. It was on the Feast forehand. It's a shot he'd want back. He apologises to his partner. Oak frustrated with himself, and that's the time to target Oak just when he's on the back foot. An error from Wren too. Lovely reset. Into out by Dan Wren once more. The disguise on that play, phenomenal. Able to open up his shoulders, rotate the hips, generate the space to play that ball into the open side. Oak doing a great job in that rally on the defence too. Then goes big. And he wasn't set. No foundation. No physical structure. Another error. Caulfield knows he's just got away with one. Forehand volley error. Once more from Wren, the second time. Start creeping forward. Wren and Oak got to trust their resets. Got to trust their resets and creep forward. And reset from the transition zone. Got stuck on the baseline. They're finding it difficult to score now, Oak and Wren. Nice placement from Oak. Feast tries to pick up, sends the ball way too long. What can Wren and Oak do here? Yeah, Harry Feast was caught in the wrong location. He was half a metre back from the non-volley zone. Made that shot slightly more trickier than what it needed to be. Tom Caulfield seems to have forgotten that Lewis Oak is left-handed. Wasn't the best speed up. Wasn't a great location either. Oak counters with ferocity. With venom. Two aerial from Oak cross court creates the first attacking opportunity of the rally for Caulfield. Tom Caulfield once more. When that ball's above the height of the net, there's no stopping Caulfield, who just gives himself a bit of a G up. Shows you how much he wants gold here. Feast just finds himself again just standing back off that non-volley zone. Feast this time in a much better position to play from, and it's Oak with the kitchen error. Caulfield, Feast regain the lead. Tom Caulfield opening up, rushing and crushing the volleys. Oak and Wren have got to do something to nullify the power of Tom Caulfield. Caulfield late in preparation on the single backhand drive. That ball just climbed on him a little bit too quickly, a little bit faster than what he was expecting. Harry Feast this time going back in behind Oak to the forehand, which Oak wasn't expecting. Lovely from Feast. Did not need to speed up there though. Just refocuses himself as if to say, don't play that shot. A masterclass in defensive volleying from both Feast and Caulfield. Look at the contact point in their defences. What a reset. Harry Feast, what a reset. Mid-court reset, dipping below the height of the net. No roll from Oak, no time to roll. Aerial, it was aerial, and as we've seen, the story of this first game is if that ball is above the height of the net, Caulfield is able to execute to every opportunity. That is ambitious from Caulfield. That shot is just not on at all. Not only is it below the height of the net, it's half a metre away from the net. On return serve from Oak brings up game point though for Feast and Caulfield, who can win the first game of the men's final. And they win it with fortune. Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast get the fortune, as you see on the replay, of the net tickle, the net kiss. But you'd be hard pressed to suggest that Caulfield and Feast did not deserve the opening game of the men's final. Comfortable victors, 11-6. In game number one. Food for thought for Wren and Oak, who need to try and establish a way of winning points. They're winning exchanges, but not necessarily winning points. They've got to be more accurate, more consistent on their serve. Dan Wren missing two, forehand volley. Winning opportunity shots that were above the height of the net. Could have made it a slightly tighter game, and those are the fine margins at this level when we get to gold medal matches. So the equation's simple. If Feast and Caulfield win this second game, as they will do, if Oak and Wren keep allowing them to volley like that, then they take home gold. Oak and Wren win this second game, we go to a third. Significant ambition from Caulfield. Avoids the non-volley zone but gets the volley all wrong. Nice speed up by Oak. Good location to the right hip of Caulfield. Oak and Wren do give themselves a positive start. Can they continue the trend? Great pick up, half volley pick up. Nice speed up from Dan Wren. The counter from Caulfield not good enough. It pops up and Oak puts the smash away with control. And what a start for Oak and Wren. Just when they needed it most, they come out of the blocks firing at the end of game one. Into out once more from Wren, and Wren and Oak are just not missing. They're playing consistent pickleball, forcing Feast and Caulfield to play over and over again. It's clean pickleball and they're building from there, and it's a great start for Oak and Wren in this second game, must-win second game, followed by an unforced error on serve. Caulfield and Feast just resetting. They unwind the stack, put Caulfield back on the left-hand side. Caulfield forehand down the middle. But look at the forehand from Dan Wren, splitting the partnership of Feast and Caulfield. That catches the baseline. Wren and Oak just cannot miss at the minute. Just didn't do enough with the second volley. The second aerial volley. Caulfield sharp as ever in that department. Caulfield impatient. Great defences. Caulfield stretching down to the right hand side in the centre of the court. The space was there. The long reach of Caulfield just rescues. Caulfield tags Oak, but Oak can thank his partner for that, for giving a mediocre speed up down the centre to Caulfield's forehand. fortune for Oak, who says, at least we finally got one. You can see how tight this ball was to the net. Nothing Caulfield could do at all apart from tip it up and maybe blow it over. Caulfield's missing. Caulfield just started to miss. Beast and Caulfield can't afford that. Wow, Dan Wren fast hands. Goes into out once more. Harry Feast not able to capitalise. A big smile from Dan Wren. He knows that play's working for him. Five-point lead, second server. What a turnaround in the men's final. Dan Wren once more just picking apart Feast and Caulfield. Volley after volley. Inside out, inside in. Oak and Wren are 2 points away. And taking us to a third game. Franklin Hampshire Open. Not failing to disappoint in the gold medal match. Wren does misfire this time around. Caulfield speeds up down the centre to the Dan Wren forehand. ATP attempt from Feast, who catches the bracket. Frustration for Caulfield and Feast. Things have not worked out in this second game. But what has been working is the forehand of Wren and Oak, because they bring up game points. Net kiss celebrated by Caulfield. Is over the moon with that. Second game point. And what a speed up from Lewis Oak. Double backhand drive straight down the middle. Caulfield and Feast not expecting. And a remarkable turn of events. A comfortable Caulfield and Feast in the first game. But in the second game, Wren and Oak change the script. They turn the tide and are comfortable in their own onslaught, in their own quest for gold. They take the second game 11-4, and as you would expect, they're back on court, ready to start playing. Feast and Caulfield, meanwhile, a little bit of a conversation. Feast towels himself down. They know they've got work to do in the opening exchanges of this deciding third game, critical in determining the outcome of the gold medals in the men's 4.5 plus doubles. The Franklin Hampshire Open, association with Pickleball. We're live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. It's the deciding game. A race to 11 for a gold medal. For 1,000 tour points. Tom Caulfield just mutters to himself in frustration, arguing that he needs to showcase more patience rather than ambition in those shot selections to pop up. And it's called out by Feast. Oak frustrated. That's an error as well. Things starting to get tense in Basingstoke. Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast get away with one because the speed up from Caulfield generated an attacking opportunity for Wren and Oak. They just failed to capitalise. And Caulfield and Feast with a positive start this time around. Net cord after net cord. Tom Caulfield with the accurate shot selection this time around, executes on the forehand volley. Construction on point. Winning opportunity for Harry Feast. It was a winning exchange opportunity for Feast. A missed opportunity. Oak and Wren can score here. Hands battle. Tom Caulfield, no way. Tom Caulfield, outstanding in defence, remarkable in attack. A little bit of fortune, but we cannot deny him that. After expressing himself in defence, he was backed up to the baseline, managed to get forward and stroke the ball straight into the body of Oak. Oak comes back firing himself on the backhand side this time. It's a fist fight. A minute. It's a battle of the hands. And there it is again. Caulfield the first to speed up. We're back down again. ATP from Tom Caulfield. It is showtime in the gold medal match, the men's final. Tom Caulfield pulling out all of the stops. Patient Pickleball and Feast and Caulfield are playing with vigour. Recovery from Caulfield position-wise. Court positioning so good from Caulfield. Caulfield tries another ATP. An indication of how high his confidence is right now. Feels like he can't miss. Caulfield and Feast are on top, and Wren and Oak are misfiring. They haven't got any answers as it currently stands. Feast, who's awash with sweat, just reapplies his glasses. Wren realised he needed to counter first. He needed to be the injector, the aggressor. Great angle by Caulfield, who returns to court after earning to avoid a foot fault. Things are just starting to unravel for Oak and Wren. Feast and Caulfield just getting mixed up with their starting position and the score. Look how low Caulfield is in defence. Turns defence into attack. Just narrowly misses out. Frustration. But if you ever wanted a masterclass on Caulfield, and you can have one this afternoon, the player owner of Surrey Smash doing clinics. Ever wanted to see how low you should get in that transition zone in order to defend. That's it. Harry Feast with the ATP himself. Showtime for Feast and Caulfield in the final. Is the gold medal about to be crowned? Caulfield and Feast look unstoppable once more, and Oak and Wren do not look to have answers as it currently stands. Consistency from Caulfield, finesse from Feast, and all of a sudden the final has changed once more. The momentum has changed. The quality is all coming off the paddles of Feast and Caulfield. Oak and Wren have got to seek to attack first, or rely on errors from their opponent. Feel like Wren and Oak have got to score during this exchange or the next. Power from Feast, who's showcasing why he's also one of the best talents we've got in the UK. Possibly unfortunate not to get Premier League status this year. Harry Feast, that ball just rolls up the net and back down. Oak and Wren have got to get the ball bouncing and build from there. When that ball's in the air, Feast and Caulfield are just not missing. Good leave from Caulfield. Caulfield and Feast are 3 points away from being crowned victors. Feast hits another remarkable ATP. It can only be showtime for so long before it's lights out for Wren and Oak. And there's the fortune. Oak frustrated. And whilst he might rue his misfortune, there's nothing misfortunate about the fact that this is championship point. Gold medal point. Defences from Dan Wren just delays the victory parade. Second championship point. Caulfield and Feast all over the place. Managed to keep that ball in play though. Caulfield again. What a point to win it on, maybe. Just caught the top of the net. Caulfield and Feast scrambling left, scrambling right, forwards and backwards. Wren and Oak keep their hopes alive. Misfortune for Feast and Caulfield, miscommunication. Two points in a row. Wren and Oak trying to get themselves going. Get themselves going, they do, as Dan Wren comes across and plays the Burt. Ball just goes long. Second scoring opportunity. Oak, Wren. Ball's called out by Oak. So it's 4 points in a row. Is this final back alive? Make it 5 points in a row. Are Caulfield and Feast twitching slightly? Great angle by Caulfield. It brings up third match point, third championship point, third gold medal point. Misfire. It's a misfire. The last point, always the trickiest point to win, and the serve goes wide. And what an opportunity for Oak. What an opportunity for Wren. Can they score? Reset. Sublime reset. This is huge. Tom Caulfield, how does he do it? Fast hands. Oak and Wren cannot believe they did not win that exchange. Great pick up, Feast. Miscommunication in the middle between Feast and Caulfield, and patient for Wren and Oak. Keep their hopes alive. 1 point at a time, they're clawing their way back into this gold medal match. That's aerial. Was that ball going out? Did not matter. Wren penetrates the volley to the base. 2 point difference. This game was all over. It was 10-1. Wren and Feast have had 4 match points. Patience from all 4 players. Speed up from Caulfield. Feast sends it long. It's a 1 point game. It's 9-10, second server. It's also golden point pickleball if we get there. Don't forget, this exchange is absolutely huge. Caulfield and Feast cannot believe they're in this position. Oak and Wren have just not given up. What a recovery. What a recovery. Can Wren and Oak get forward? They've got to creep. They've got to creep. What a reset. No way. Dan Wren. Be so good. Caulfield with a response. Cannot rescue. It's unbelievable action here in Basingstoke at the Franklin Hampshire Open. It's championship point. Oak and Wren, they've saved 4. They've got one of their own in one of the great remarkable comebacks, and Wren sends the serve long, does not make them play. Championship point number 5, Feast and Caulfield. In a quite remarkable final. It's fields of gold for Harry Feast and a banquet for Tom Caulfield. They would have been sweating buckets as Oak and Wren saved 4 match point before coming back into this final from 110 down, only to serve long. That presented the 5th match point to Feast and Caulfield, who get the job done. They're your gold medalist at men's 4.5, plus Harry Feast and Tom Caulfield hold their nerve just when it mattered most, but not discredit the comeback from Oak and Wren, who will be ultimately frustrated but absolutely amazed with themselves to come back from 110 down. Quite remarkable stuff here at the Franklin Hampshire Open. Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast, your gold medalists. We'll be back with more action as our ladies division gets underway, and you won't want to miss that. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Misfire in his personal career too. Nice speed up by Sidderman from scoring here. That's a pop up from that's a particular touch from Strachan. That's a nice executed point by fast hands when created. Great rescue from Tom Caulfield. No way. Tom Caulfield. Power from Webley. Franklin X40. And that's a body bag. Rare error. Tom Caulfield once. Lovely lob. Great reset. Lovely forehand by Gates Hilton.
And then the forehand side. Neil on those serving opportunities.
All in play though. Caulfield again. What a point to win it on, maybe. Just caught the top. Into out by Dan. Extended long after the weekend. And stroke the ball straight into the body of Oak. Oak comes back firing himself. Actually accomplished on that backhand side. And from a perspective. Clever from Callum Clark. It's clever. And the speed up from this. Speed up from Caulfield. Feast sends it long forward. Backed up once more. This time they come forward and at speed. That by Ryan. Unku with the backhand volley. Ball's called out by Oak. So Tom Caulfield, how does he do it? Tom Caulfield. There we go. All right. You're quite right. The thinking partners were excellent last weekend, and great angle by Caulfield will be for Neil and Edwards. That's a lovely speed up.
Are they stand?
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're live from Basingstoke and the women's 4-0 plus. gets underway with Jeanette Van Dal and Anna Hurst at the top of your screen. Van Dal wearing the visor, Hurst wearing the eye protection, taking on Ruby Kaur and Nancy McLeod. Ruby Kaur with ball in hand now, wearing the blue top. Nancy McLeod in the black top. Race to 11, win by 1 in this division also. And we're back to group stage pickleball. An enthralling men's final. Just quite remarkable. As was that shot by Ruby Kaur. Ball possibly going out. Jeanette Van Dal electing to play. Hurst and Van Dal get their first points of this group game. Make that 2 as Ruby Kaur just mistimes her swing. Jeanette Van Dal, the mother of Lauren Van Dal, of course. And Van Dal known to many across the UK for his pickleball exploits. My first look at Nancy McLeod and Ruby Kaur, as it is Anna Hurst actually. That's a lovely reset by Jeanette Van Dal, who's got some encouragement from the sidelines. That ball just catches the net and goes wide off the paddle of Anna Hurst. This time it's Nancy McLeod who just mistimes with her forehand swing. And after an electric start for McLeod and Court, it's Hurst and Van Dal who've just levelled things up, and that's a big serve by Anna Hurst out wide. Great angle. Court not able to rescue. Ball's just called out by Ruby Court. Nice defense and counter by Ruby Court, who puts the forehand volley away and puts them back into the lead at the change of ends. So very tight affair, but it is Ruby Court and Nancy McLeod who have a slight advantage going into the second half. That's a lovely drop from Nancy McLeod, who just times that ball beautifully, able to get the ball dipping just at the right time. Court just mistimes the forehand drive. Anna Hurst puts that ball below the height of the net, makes it difficult for McLeod to retrieve. Van Dal puts the serve wide. Nice speed up from Anna Hurst. Targets the backhand of Court. Court not ready to respond as a result. Brings about the second service. Nice power from Jeanette Van Dal. Early preparation. Strikes through the ball. Wide of McLeod. Miscommunication between Van Dal and Hurst. Van Dal remarks to Hurst to say forehand down the middle rather than backhand. And another misserve by Van Dal. Nancy McLeod does all of the hard work. can't take advantage of that work. Another missed serve from the team of Hurst and Van Dal. And we're tied at 7-7. Nice angle on the smash from Van Dal. Coming up after this game, we'll have Vitkova and Hill taking on McCrary and Donald. Game will be lively. You won't want to miss that. Ruby Court sends her forehand volley long. So the lead goes back to Van Dal and Hurst. Van Dal and Hurst actually open up now with their advantage on second server. McLeod not able to keep that ball in play. Another missed time on the forehand volley by Core. The point construction was lovely, just not able to execute the winning play. Match point, Hurst and Van Dal, and there it is. Hurst and Van Dal are victors. They managed to put together a sequence of winning exchanges. Nancy McLeod, Ruby Court suffered defeat, but not without trying, not without moments of success. Meanwhile, that game, as promised, featuring Millie Hill and Michaela Vitkova taking on Jules Donald and Saz McCrary, will be coming up in just a few moments' time.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open at the Hampshire Court Hotel, live from Basingstoke in association with Pickle B. Opportunity to thank our sponsors, Franklin, Skechers and Fox, amongst others who are referenced throughout the course of the afternoon. But the ladies' doubles continues. And we've got Millie Hill and Michaela Vikova at the bottom of your screen. Hill in the blue score, Vikova in the slightly bright Illumina shorts, and Saz McCrary taking on Jules Donald. Jules Donald wearing the eyewear, Saz McCrary in the pink footwear. We're underway, race to 11. And a good start for Vikova and Hill. That ball just bounces inside the baseline. Millie Hill been doing a lot of fitness work in the gym, lifting lots of weights. See if she can transfer some of that strength and power to the pickleball court. Jules Donald and Saz McCrary, known as the Dinkin partners. Saz McCrary joining me on commentary earlier on, always good fun. Speed up from Millie Hill into the body of McCrary. It just gets a little bit tight for space. Forehand into in, back behind, and advancing Donald, on point by Vikova, and it's a good start this by Hill and Vikova. So Donald and McCrary with ball in hand, looking to get off the mark. What a rescue from Donald. Just sends that ball wide though. And Donald and McCrary are on the score sheet courtesy of a volley error from Michaela Vikova. Fast hands though from Vikova. McCrary and Donald surprised by the speed. Vikova dominant once more. What a rescue from McCrary. All action from McCrary. And then a little bit of fortune. You have to say the Dinkin partners earned that fortune. A great rescue from McCrary. Sarah McCrary's mother in attendance, cheering on from the balcony, trying to encourage her daughter on, offering words of wisdom as well, I'm sure. Fast hands from Donald. Savitva and Hill not able to respond. That's the service, Sarah. Donald frustrated. Nice speed up from Donald. Hill tries to defend. Just not able to cushion the ball. That ball's also called out. So an on-scoring side out. Donald and McCrary slowly but surely forcing their way into this one. But that's too aerial from McCrary. Victor makes no mistake with a cross-court volley. Speed up from Hill, targeting the backhand of McCrary. Strategy and discussions here between Donald and McCrary. Let's see if anything changes. Lovely reset, Millie Hill. Millie Hill leaps. And she's able to execute the overhead volley from an unlikely position. Great athleticism from Millie Hill. And Hill and Vitkova look completely in command in Basingstoke. So change of ends. Let's see if it brings about a change of fortune. For Donald and McCrary. Once again, Donald winning the battle, the duel, when the ball is sped up. Like to see that intensity from Donald and McCrary when they've got ball in hand. There we go, more of that. That's a point that's constructed a lot more, with a lot more intensity and aggression. Managed to establish themselves at the non-volley zone, and as a result, penetrate from there. We're not seeing that third shot drive from McCrary just yet. She's sticking with the third shot drop. And again, just some errors in the softer part of the game, and sometimes if your touch is not working, switch to driving the ball would be my advice. Which is what Victor and Hill are doing right now. They've switched to just driving this ball. That's a lovely drop from McCrary, and then she follows it up with power. And there's the intensity we asked for. A missed aerial volley by Hill. And Donald and McCrary are just crawling their way back into contention. Second scoring opportunity, Donald McCrary. Again, we're not seeing a drive from McCrary from the baseline. Just think she could inject some power, some speed. Great defense, that ball's in play. Great defense, McCrary. Wow, just not able to execute. Continuously, and Hill and Victor 2 points away from victory with 2 scoring opportunities. Miscommunication between Donald and McCrary. It's a forehand down the middle, not a backhand down the middle type of shot. And Millie Hill and Michaela Vitkova defeat the Dinkin partners, Jules Donald and Sarah McCrary. Victory for Hill and Vitkova, who looked entirely dominant in their quest for knockout pickleball. Work to do for McCrary and Donald, who've got the ability, just need to showcase it consistently. Meanwhile, we'll be back after this short break. Tom Caulfield, how does he do it? All in play though. Caulfield again. What a point to win it on, maybe. Just for the top. Ball's called out by Oak. So a little bit of thought the second opportunity was going long. Fortune for Hailstone. The mini celebration.
These two teams currently topping the table, so they will be fighting both for promotion or for
see. That's nice. In the non-volley zone. This time his position lovely. Roscoe score for the first time since the change of ends. Oh, the ball's going in. Those are great defences. Jack Edwards. Jack. In his personal career too. Nice. Actually accomplished on that backhand side, and from a perspective, second game point, and what a speed up. Welcome back to the Hampshire Fort Hotel. It's the Franklin Hampshire Open. And what a game we've got on the show court next as Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews team up to take on Emma Rickson and Lauren Gosling in a group decider to see who will progress through as champions, who will progress through as runners up. The champions clearly getting a suspected easier pathway through to the semi-final matchups. The losers having the more challenging game. Both teams 4 for 4, and joining me in the comms booth for this one, I'm delighted to say a good afternoon to Dan O'Brien. Dan, good afternoon.
Hi there, Nick. It's been an amazing tournament so far, and I'm really looking forward to this game. This is going to be a pretty even matchup.
Yeah, the standard's been high, as you've detailed yourself on court today, Dan. A fun experience this morning?
Yeah, great experience. I've partnered with Scott Mayo for the first time, which is obviously a privilege. A great partner. Really good, really fun to be on court with.
So we've got Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews at the top of your screen. It's Maisie Wise playing with the pink paddle. And at the bottom of your screen, it's Emma Rickson with the blue paddle, and Lauren Gosling with the white top. And Maisie Wise, Tracy Matthews, very well known to me, being parts of the Pickleball Stingers outfits. Lauren Gosling was in action last week in the Premier Pickleball League, and Emma Rickson was in action last week too. So 4 very well established players here, Dan.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Maisie and Tracy are putting pressure on early, coming out hot out of the gates. Going well thus far.
Yeah, you can expect to see a lot of power coming off the paddock from Tracy Matthews and Maisie Wise. And there's the first point of this crucial group game. Nice speed up from Gosling. Maisie Wise not expecting that to the left hip. A good location to be aggressive. Lauren Gosling. Three points in a row, Dan.
Yeah, just a few wayward returns, but I'm sure the nerves will settle and they'll be putting more pressure on Rickson and Gosling. Just into the net there by Maisie. Little tap on the head, getting herself dialed in for this next point.
Tracy Matthews doing a good job of keeping Gosling on the baseline. Second scoring opportunity though for Gosling and Rickson. Big serve. That Maisie Wise forehand just misfiring. Created the opportunity for herself. The ball was well above the height of the net, just not able to execute.
Good, well worked speed up there to put some pressure and causing that pop-up.
Yeah, consistent pickleball, clean pickleball for Gosling and Rickson. They've gone on a 6-point run just by keeping the ball in play, forcing Matthews and Wise to play. One or two errors, unforced errors off the paddles of Wise and Matthews have given Rickson and Gosling a comfortable lead in this group encounter.
And some good defense from Gosling and Rickson, digging the ball out from beneath their feet. Commentator's curse, I think.
Mid-court reset not possible by Gosling on this occasion. So scoring opportunity, Maisie Wise, Tracy Matthews. High expectations that this game could very well be the final. There's the power from Tracy Matthews. Drive from the baseline, comes forward, covers the ground nicely, executes the volley.
Just on the wrong side of that exchange there, Maisie. Normally very, very competent on hands battles, and I'm sure we'll see a change, a different outcome later on in the match.
Just feel like, Dan, that if Maisie and Tracy to be successful, they need to lean on the power of Tracy Matthews a little bit more, but also get this ball bouncing in the non-volley zone, because Gosling and Rickson both very equipped at countering with their own volley attack.
Yeah, absolutely. They're plucking those slightly longer balls out of the air and speeding it up, and then unfortunately Tracy and Maisie on the worst side of those encounters.
Fortune for Matthews and Wise just when they need it most.
can hear Tracy and Maisie strategizing at the back there, clearly identifying that, you know, there are things that they can do to change the course of this game.
Power once again from Matthews, who's targeting Rickson, this time with her aggression. Rickson not able to defend, and not so much for the outcome in this group game, Dan, but when you're likely to be playing each other later, it's important that this is just not a boil over.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll want to set a precedent for the expected further game later on in the tournament.
Maisie Wise again detailing her frustration publicly. A little bit of friendly fire from Maisie Wise, who sends the X40 into the comms booth.
So 6-3-1 here. It's notable that they haven't had a point since the switchover.
Good hands by Tracy Matthews, reading the volley patterns nicely. Forehand to double backhand, finds a space back in behind Gosling. Matthews and Wise just feeling more comfortable in this matchup. Hands battle, great reset Rickson, great reset Rickson for a second time. Emma Rickson with 2 resets of sublime beauty. Gosling just mistiming the dink, but that's better for Matthews and Wise.
Yeah, I think they'll both be really encouraged by that and go into the next encounters feeling that they can take these. Good movement around by Rickson there, moving Tracy around, getting her to play those shots off balance.
Again, the power from Tracy Matthews, who's quickly switched from a third shot drop to a third shot drive in this game, and it's coming to fruition for Wise and Matthews. Great reset, Gosling. Once again, Matthews and Wise push Gosling and Rickson back to mid-court. Matthews tries to speed up off the bounce this time, catches the top of the net, but the strategy change is clear, Dan.
Yeah, something tells me that they might have heard you when you were strategizing for them. I think about 2 points later, you can really see the change in their play. It's really working for them. Rickson and Gosling still to win a point on this side.
Rickson and Gosling performing miracles on the baseline to reset those balls into difficult locations to attack from. Those balls all bouncing in the non-volley zone or dipping below the height of the net on 3 occasions.
Gosling demonstrating power of her own, but Matthews proving that she's equal to it.
A little bit of miscommunication between Rickson and Gosling about who was taking the return ball. Rickson's backed off on the non-volley zone. She's back in. Good footwork and court coverage by Rickson. That was a pop-up from Gosling. Cross court. Matthews takes advantage with that big forehand down the centre. It's a weapon, isn't it, Dan? The Tracy Matthews forehand.
It is. It's tough to deal with, regardless of whether you're playing in mixed or women's doubles. It's really an asset of their game.
Second scoring opportunity. Expect a big serve here, even on the second serve. There we go. Big serve response from Gosling goes long. Pressures on Gosling and Rickson. They're in a 6-0 lead in this game. Matthews and Wise slowly clawing that back.
I noticed Tracy also mixing up her serves as well. The one that forced the long return was a high looping serve, which is just keep mixing it up so that her opponents aren't getting used to the same power.
This time she catches the net tape, sends that ball wide. So we're tied at 7-7. Ball in hand for Gosling and Rickson, who just from their body language and demeanour demonstrate they're under a bit more pressure. Great reset. Can they get forward again? Yes, they can. But Tracy Matthews with the unlikely speed up cross court straight into the body of Emma Rickson. Point of the day in the ladies competition. All four players.
Wonderful rally. Such a mix of resets. Oh, we're going to have another one. Oh, I've cursed it again.
Cursed it, Dan.
Cursed it again.
All four players showcasing their variety of shot-making abilities, though. Really is high-quality pickleball. Swing and a miss. Lauren Gosling, strike one. Just misreads the flight of the ball and the bounce. Gosling again, just misfiring, this time on the backhand wing. Just mistiming the striking point of that ball. Draws us level once more.
You get the feeling that Tracy and Maisie have found their range now with their drops, with their resets, with their drives. They're really dialed into that at the moment.
Just playing consistent pickleball, making their opponents play more balls than what they were in the first half of this game. The speed up location from Gosling, not great. Wise defended. Managed to force the forehand volley, the favoured shot of Wise. Just sends it too wide, too long. Second scoring opportunity. And for the first time in this game, Dan, Maisie, Wise and Tracy Matthews have got the lead.
Yeah, they're dialed in. You can see on their expressions, their body language, they really want this.
Game point, Tracy Matthews, Maisie Wise. This lays down a marker for what's to come later on this afternoon. Game point saved by Rickson and Gosling, though. Can they close the gap themselves, Gosling and Rickson?
Gosling just showing the momentum being with Tracy and Maisie at the moment. But then answers that with an excellent serve. Really deep. Tough to deal with for Tracy.
Opportunity knocked right here because it's golden point pickleball. Can they force their match point of their own by winning this rally? No, they cannot. Great location on the volley by Matthews. Just pierces the partnership of Rickson and Gosling. So, second match point, Wise, Matthews. Long.
Agonisingly long there. They're hunting for this now. They really feel the momentum's with them, don't they?
Yeah, they're definitely in the ascendancy, creating the opportunities. Third match point. Got to play centre. Maisie Wise had to play centre. Went out wide for the fine margin. The low percentage call. And this is huge right now. Got to keep it in play. Inexperience from Gosling. Got to make your opponents play at 9-10 with 2 serves. Feel like the first attempt at scoring was a freebie. The second was nice pressure from Wise. Match point number 5, Dan?
I think so. Maisie just composing herself before that serve.
Is it really the toughest point to win?
It definitely is the toughest point to win. You try and tell yourself it's 0-0, just play the point. Seldom works for me, Nick. Especially when net cord's getting away.
Yeah, I'd just love to be in the position of having a match point, but nevertheless, Wise and Matthews continue to struggle to get over the line. Can Gosling and Rickson score this time around? They can, and after saving match points, Gosling and Rickson now have one of their own. And there it is. Rickson and Gosling get the job done. Wise and Matthews could not get over the line, but rest assured, they've laid down their own marker and they will be back for more during the knockout stages of this competition. Ultimately, it's victory for Gosling and Rickson and a showcase of their grit, determination and resilience, Dan.
Yeah, wonderful game. And, you know, as anticipated, a really close game. The momentum was flowing back and forth. And, you know, as you say, the grit of Rickson and Gosling in the end, I think, just managed to help them get it over the line. But a lot of match points gone wanting for Maisie and Tracy. I'm sure they'll want them back.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll look to execute with greater efficiency if they play again later on. All to play for, though, in the ladies' competition. Meanwhile, we're going to have a men's game in the 4.0 division as Nathan Brasher and Charlie Evans take on Matt Brunt and Chris Remington. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with all the action from the Hampshire Court Hotel in just a few moments' time.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready to die. I think I'm ready to die. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open in association with Pickleball. Action continues and we switch to yet another division, another bracket. The men's 4-0 18 plus division featuring Nathan Brasher, Charlie Evans taking on Matt Brunt and Chris Remington. It will be Brunt and Remington in the white tops, with Brunt wearing the cap. And without being too harsh, it's Charlie Evans who's just serving, and Nathan Brasher without any hair, which I feel like I'm in a good position to say, Dan.
I wouldn't possibly like to comment, Nick, but yeah, I think you got a pass to say that.
Probably could have said he's on the left-hand side of the court, really. It probably would have been kinder, wouldn't it? But nevertheless, I'm sure he'll forgive me.
Few nerves, perhaps, in those first few encounters.
Yeah, especially for players at this level, coming onto the show court and following some of the action we've seen this morning. And I always say in the early stages of matches like this, just get the basics right, execute the basics, build a foundation and go from there. And I use that phrase, serves, returns and thirds, and it's just about keeping the ball in play, playing clean pickleball, making your opponents play, and then start to think about locations and point structure after that.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to settle into the game, give yourself a bit of grace to get over those nerves. A few net cords will help settle you down, I'm sure.
Indeed it will. Chris Remington just not able to reset from mid-court in that transition zone. And Dan, your rise through the pickleball ranks has been quite meteoric. What would you put down as the biggest difference between players at the 4.0 level to 4.5?
I think at the 4.0 level, consistency is still key. At the 4.5 level, consistency is obviously still there, but no longer can you just continue to get the ball back and win points through errors of your opponents. Still a big part of that at 4.0. As you've seen, quite a lot of the points thus far have been through your opponent's errors or a pop-up.
Do you find that the ability to strategize and create a tactical understanding of the game is more important at 4.5 level as opposed to 4.0 as a result of that consistency expectation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I was on the court earlier and came out really strong, and I was chatting to our opponents after, and they were kind enough to share, you know, how they were strategizing mid-game, little small adjustments that clearly made a lot of impact because the momentum fell away from Scott and I, and they ran away with it. And those little adjustments can make a really, really big difference. Certainly at 4.5, but you know, if you start thinking about that in the 4.0 game, you know, it can be really impactful there as well, not just on the ability to keep the ball back.
In terms of your own experience, Dan, how have you been able to deepen your understanding of strategic outputs in pickleball? Is that through playing experience, playing players who are ranked higher? Is that through talking to coaches? How have you managed to get to that level of understanding where you're able to apply yourself strategically in a game situation?
So I'm not going to lie to you, Nick, there was a lot of YouTube watching going on, but that is through people that are clearly in the pro game, and just taking as much of that strategy as you can, but also watching my competitors on the streams like this, listening to the commentary, you know, looking at how they're succeeding against other players, because quite often you'll be against someone who you expect to win, but the style doesn't necessarily match your game, and it just completely nullifies how you normally would win points against opponents if you were to play your natural game. So it's, you know, that combined with playing an ability which stretches you. And clearly 4.5 at the moment is a real stretch for me. Oh, this is a great rally. Stop listening to me. Cursed it again, Nick.
It's because people want to carry on listening to your insight, Dan. But meanwhile, Brunt and Remington have gone on an extraordinary run and finding it all rather easy as we currently stand, because they're 10-0 up and have match points. It's golden pickle point, not something you ever want to see. And Charlie Evans and Nathan Brasher are probably pleased that we've discussed a few strategic components of pickleball during this match. But congratulations to Brunt and Remington. Matt Brunt and Chris Remington, ultra impressive, and clearly a difference in ability in that game, but you've still got to go out and execute, and Brunt and Remington managed to do that perfectly. Brasher and Evans, sure when they look back at the YouTube feed, if they're following your advice, will probably fast forward through that one, Dan.
Yeah, they may do. I think that was, you know, the bits that I saw was probably a bit of an onslaught of power that they were struggling to deal with on their side of the net. It just fed into Brunt and Remington's game. You know, once you start leveraging that power, your opponents can't control it, they pop it up. You've got the opportunity to hit it even harder. But going back over these things, then you know what you can focus on if you want to do some drills, and that's probably one of the key things for me going from 4 to 4-5 is that drilling. But actually now getting better in the 4-5 is, like you say, getting a more strategic understanding of the game.
Yeah, meanwhile, we've got a semi-final clash to look forward to, and we'll bring you news of who will be playing who right after this short break.
Here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel. The Franklin Hampshire Open continues its semi-final time. Knockout pickleball in the ladies 4-0 plus open age division as Tracy Matthews and Maisie Wise return to the show court to take on Nicola Milam and Kirsty Robertson. It'll be Robertson and Milam at the bottom of your screen. Robertson wearing the lilac shoes. Maisie Wise serving now at the top of your screen. We're underway. Race to 11, win by 1 pickleball. Dan O'Brien joining me, Nick Hobbis, to bring you all of the action here. And nice fast start for Wise and Matthews, Dan.
Yep, Maisie straight into it with a lovely reset, digging out from around her ankles. We're expecting some fast hands from Kirsty Robertson and some strong ground strokes from Nicola Milam, and of course expected some strong ground strokes from Tracy Matthews as well.
Yeah, Matthews all about power. When she brings that power, entirely dominant, as we see once more that forehand down the middle. Milam and Robertson will not want that ball to be aerial on the Matthews forehand.
Just unlucky there with that soft deft touch by Tracy. That stops an initial run from Maisie and Tracy. Let's see what the serves of Kirsty Robertson can offer.
Great defensive pick up by Matthews. Was taken back from the non-volley zone, which made the volley more tricky. No solid base or foundation to execute from. There we see Milam's ground stroke ability.
Yeah, she's got lots of topspin on her ground strokes. Great volley there from Tracy. Great shot from Tracy down the middle there, threading that needle, testing the partnership of Milam and Robertson, testing their communications.
Speed up this time from Wise. The backhand side of Robertson. And Wise and Matthews in a commanding lead in the early stages of this semi-final. Matthews looking to explode again, and although there's an error, I like the intensity.
Yeah, they've got that intent to move forward with every shot. Really good resets, but marching their way towards the kitchen line, looking for that put away.
Great footwork from Wise to get there in enough time to be stable to play the volley. Ball was possibly going out. Milam just flicks her paddle. The ball, the Franklin X40, top edge. Another point for Wise and Matthews. Second service. Pop up by Matthews, capitalised upon by Robertson. And that's an area for Matthews to improve upon, Dan. Is that just a case of drilling and drilling and drilling some more?
Yeah, I think so. You know, always a huge proponent of drilling. I think that shot there, perhaps one of the things that I always have tried to bring into my game is if you're off balance, play the safe shot. And I think that would maybe trying to do a little bit more rather than that dead dink reset into the middle, which gives you a chance to get back to a stable base.
Ball below the height of the net, but Milam looking to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think you've got two aggressive pairs here, and I think Milam and Robertson have probably had a lot of success in those hands battles with other opponents thus far today. You wonder whether do they perhaps need to change tact, or are they going to continue trying to outpower or outspeed up Maisie and Tracy.
Missed third on first server, puts pressure on the partnership to score. Wise just releases that pressure with an unreturned serve, an unforced error. Ambitious rather than patient from Wise.
Just a few little mistakes creeping in here with Tracy and Maisie getting a few points on the board for Robertson and Milam. I wonder whether this will give them a bit of encouragement to take it to them. Obviously, I've cursed them again. I'm going to stop mentioning when anybody's doing anything good, Nick.
It was a good run, Dan, up until your comment. Milam just showing levels of aggression that can match Wise and Matthews here, which is definitely a clear strategy for Robertson and Milam to match fire with fire. But Matthews and Wise enforce the change of ends. They get to 6 first after a run of 3 points in a row for Robertson and Milam. Wise and Matthews on first serve have an opportunity to extend their lead. So Matthews gets us back underway after the 1 minute change of ends timeout. The women's semi-final, 4-0 plus. Great hands by Maisie Wise, fast reactions, great anticipation, and a great understanding of those volley patterns. Wise pleased with herself.
Yeah, a bit of a roar there. Love to see it. Love to see passion in the game.
Fortune for Matthews, and Robertson did not deserve that at all. Great defense by
great
Robertson. Got so low, anticipating the volley. There we see a backhand dink error from Matthews once more, and it might be an area for Milam and Robertson to exploit if they get the opportunity.
Good defense there from Maisie, just getting a little bit caught in between, moving to a forehand and a backhand for that last reset. But good aggression, good overhead smashes from Robertson and Milam.
Feel like they've got to score here, Milam and Robertson. And working their way to the non-volley zone. Milam just off balance, penetrates that ball into the net. Second scoring opportunity. And once again, no split step at the time of striking. When your opponent's striking the ball, the recommendation will be to split step, secure your base in order to execute your shot. Robertson just moving as she plays that volley.
I wonder if they've listened to your strategy here, Nick.
A lovely speed up from Milam, and as a result of a better point construction, Milam and Robertson are able to win the exchange. Again, targeting the backhand area of Matthews is successful for Robertson and Milam. So they won't want to face another non-scoring side-out turnover here. Milam and Robertson really need to trouble the scorer.
Be interesting to see, Nick, whether the targeting of the backhand is something they've been intentionally doing and will continue to do over the next, well, for the rest of the game. That's a great serve there.
Gap's down to 3. Robertson just tries the secure dink back into the non-volley zone. Just gets the weight of the shot wrong, but I feel like it was the right play at that particular time. A lovely drop by Maisie Wise. Great location, Dan.
Yeah, straight onto the left foot of Milam there. Really tough to do. Really tough to deal with. You've got to get your feet out of the way first and foremost, and then you've got to get your paddle on it. So it's a tough shot to deal with. Unrelenting drives from Matthews there. Really tough to deal with. Really low over the net. Top spin. Everything you want from a drive.
Yeah, so much power as well, and accuracy from Matthews. Brings up match point for Wise and Matthews. Robertson with a remarkable defence.
We just see some composure here from Tracy and Maisie. Keeping the point alive, give themselves an opportunity to get back into this. And there we go.
Great patience from Matthews and Wise. They turn that patience into success as they march through to the final, where they'll await news of who they will be playing in the ladies 4-0 plus final here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're going to take a break from the ladies action as we take in a men's game featuring Darren Cornish and Chris Wilson, regulars here at Pickleball events. They'll be taking on Luke Robertson and Paul Steele, and we'll bring you all of that game when we return after a short word from our sponsors.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
Welcome back, everyone. Tim Spurway here with Dan O'Brien.
Hello, Tim.
Hello.
It's a pleasure for you to join us.
I know. It's a real pleasure for me to get back on the mic, and who better to come back on the mic to than you?
Well, how long have you got? I've got lots of potential answers for that.
Yeah, all right. Well, you get together a list and we'll go through it
okay.
at the end, okay?
So what have we got here now?
We have an 18 plus 4.0 group game, and we have out on court George Angus and Kai Nagajaran, and they are at the far end of your screen. George Angus in the black, and they're playing Chris Boast and Oliver Barrow. Oliver Barrow on the left-hand side, nearest to you.
Good hands from both there, putting a lot of pressure on their opponent. Serve just pulled long there. Second server in Angus. Just wide. So no score inside out. Good counter from Kai there. He takes the ball for his serve. So no score inside out for Barrow and Boast. Really nice looping deep serve there from Kai. Good hands from all four.
Just trying to speed up into the net, but some lovely hand speed going on from these four players. So, Group 1 they are playing in. It's a Group 1 encounter. George Angus and Kai Nagajaran. Oliver Barrow and Chris Bose. They are joined by Nathan Brasher, Charlie Evans, Matt Brunt and Chris Rimington. Dominic Caswell and Thomas Crisp. So 5 teams in this group. Top 2 to qualify. And Boast and Barrow won their opening match.
Serve there, just kissing the top of the net and then fall in, which means we play on in pickleball, unlike tennis.
George and Kai lost their opening match to 7. So, second match for all of these guys. Oh no, apologies, it is 6 teams in this division. So each will be playing 5 matches.
Wonderful reset there from Kai, digging that out from practically beneath his feet, leading to a pop-up which Angus put away. Really deep return there. Lovely resets by Angus. Speed up from Kai there, just clipping the top of the net.
So the 6th team that is joining this group is Bob Nash and Scott Mayo. So Scott Mayo getting another run in after playing in the 18 plus 4.5 division earlier today.
I honestly don't know who would want to partner with him.
Bob Nash.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe
he's never heard of him.
Maybe our partnership earlier, Scott and I, he's like, how quickly can I get another partner? The answer is same day delivery.
Oh, so you went and
enter Bob Nash. No,
for this one. Bob Nash was there. and Scott Mayo pounced.
That'll be good to watch then. Bob Nash from my home club in Swindon. That'll be a partnership to be feared in this division. So Tim, I think it's fair to say you've also recently ascended from the 4.0 to the 4.5s. What would you say is your experience of the differences between the competitions at 4.0 and 4.5?
The main difference is the fact that your drives just don't have the same level of success as they do 4.0. So my forehand drive's probably my strongest shot. And I was very reliant on it in 4.0. But you really do have to have a much more rounded game when you go up to 4.5 and be really comfortable at the net on those dinking rallies and not try and overplay shots so much, as you'll find that errors just really, really cost you. So, yeah, those extended, longer rallies and just being able to feel comfortable and confident in them. The standard of play just does go up.
No, that's a great answer.
Cheers.
The reason I ask is Nick asked me the same question. I was curious to see how yours would, whether it would differ from mine. It did a bit. My answer was that you
haven't had any problems at all.
It's
easier.
That's far from the truth. We both know that. I said that the consistency that you can rely on in terms of getting every ball back at 4.0 and rely on your opponents making errors doesn't happen in 4.5. I think both of those things are true. I think both of those things can be true at the same time.
I suppose, yeah, it's not wildly different. Because when I say you're not going to get as much success from the drives, that's essentially saying that your opponents make fewer mistakes, being able to get them back. So those points are kind of extended. So not wildly different.
It's been a really good standard in this game. There's been lots of hand battles, lots of speed ups. I think the next sort of level in this sort of play is having those decisions being made at the right times. There's some great hands on show, some great athletic ability, some really good points.
George Angus can hit a really heavy ball with some serious power. When it works beautifully well, and he can go on these runs where he's very difficult to stop. Winds up that forehand and cracks it. Played him a few weeks ago in the singles. I'm trying to remember where that was. Might have been Newport. And we had a couple of good singles games. No, Corby.
8-4-2. Not letting their opponents back into this. Boast and Barrow. Great hand. The right place to speed up as well. Bit of a pop up there. Initiate that speed up. 9-4.
And it was the right move. Ball just slightly higher, but Barrow whipping his wrist over it and down into the net, crafting a nice opportunity. And these pairs not afraid to get down and dirty in the kitchen. These long, extended rallies.
You've just finished off my commentary bingo, Tim. That was the last thing I was waiting for.
What'd you win, Dan? Anything?
Nobody wins, Tim. Nobody wins. Right, game point here. Great resets, really good resets there. Doing enough to get the game over the line and secured. It was a good game from both teams, but I think the aggressiveness of the hands from Boast and Barrow and their ability to reset, I think, was the differentiator in that game. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a good performance. Very good performance from Boast and Barrow. The second win on the board for them. You see George Angus and Nagasharan there. Just at the side of the court. Going through exactly what went wrong. What they could do better in the next game. A good performance from Boast and Barrow. As we're about to greet Maisie Wise just stepping onto court for the 4.0 plus ladies final. So we will be back, and I believe Nick will be back to bring you action from that match. So don't go away, it will be an absolute blockbuster.
McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCore Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open, event number 12 of 14, Oxtal's number 13, then back here for the season finale in early December, event number 14, where we will crown tour champions in men's division, women's division, and the mixed division. And this match right now will go a long way towards that points total. 1,000 points up for grabs. It's the gold medal match. The replay of the final group game of the afternoon, featuring Maisie Wise and her partner Tracy Matthews taking on Emma Rickson and Lauren Goslin. 5 match points earlier for Matthews and Wise, not able to get over the line. Rickson and Goslin getting the job done at the second time of asking. Change of format for the gold medal match. Best of 3 games. First to 11 in each win by 1. Dan O'Brien joins me for the final. And Dan, will the memories of that earlier match be etched over the mindset of Matthews and Wise?
I think it'll be at the front of their mind, but I think they're seasoned enough in the pickleball circuit to shrug it off when it comes to the final. They'll both be dialed in. So for this first game, we've got no switching at 6, no switching in the second game, and then if we go to 3, which we all want to see, then we'll have a switch of ends at 6.
Goslin dominating through the centre of the court, taking 60-70% of the space. Looking to make sure that that forehand is injecting the power from the duo of Rickson and Goslin. Had a chat with Rickson and Goslin just before the start of this final. They're asking for advice, but they pretty much knew what had happened in their group stages earlier, and they've got a master plan to try and work their way through to gold. Also managed to catch up with Maisie Wise, who's feeling confident about her game at the minute, which is nice to see, Dan.
Yeah, and just demonstrating that there with that hands battle, really low drives coming across, but Maisie able to... you've got to stop asking me questions about players doing well, because then as soon as I start talking, they make an error. Right, let's move on. I'm not expecting anything from Tracy whatsoever, so hopefully this is going to be a great serve. And over to you, Nick.
Perfect pickleball from Lauren Gosling. Targets the backhand of Tracy Matthews, gets the pop-up and executes with the power down the centre too. Definitely looking to be the players that attack first in these early exchanges, Gosling and Rickson. Once again, down the point construction from Gosling and Rickson, giving them reason for success.
Yeah, that's some really good pressure onto those sort of reaching dinks for Maisie. The first two she was equal to and did really, really well actually to get them back. But on the third time of asking, it was a stretch too far. But like you say, great point construction by Gosling and Rickson.
Body language for this final looks completely different. Lauren Gosling. It's full of energy at the start of this final gold medal match. Fast start, Dan.
Yeah, it is. The hands battles are just falling in the favour of Rickson and Gosling at the moment. Seems they've come flying out of the blocks rather. Little bit of what should we say? Struggling to get their rhythm in this these first few points, but some positive there. That'll do them the world of good to get the side out and have an opportunity to get some points, Nick.
Yeah, just potentially lacking a little bit of conviction here, Matthews and Wise. But as you suggest, Dan, that gives them a platform to build from. And Matthews gets to work straight away with building and executing on that forehand side. Matthews looking to be dominant. I'd expect to see that from Matthews as much as I'd expect to see it from Gosling. The left-sided player with the explosive power dominating in the early stages.
That's a really lovely, I'd call that a drip. Neither a drop nor a drive. A combination of the two right to the feet of Gosling.
Sure, Matthews will be over the moon to be called a drip. Nice hybrid shot. Good hands from Gosling, just demonstrating a little bit of fine touch, finesse, pushing the ball back into the non-volley zone. That forehand from Matthews is more ice than fire as we currently stand. And that's given Rickson and Gosling the ascendancy.
It's a really deep smash from there, from Matthews there. They're really tough to do, especially when the ball's that high. You've got to follow it. But then to get the ball deep in the court is really tough to do. It's done well there.
Nice control on the volley from Matthews. From cross court, manages to catch the sideline. Ball might have been going long by Wise. Rickson just nods their head. Demonstrate she recognises that. All too late though.
Perfect drive down the middle, high enough, and enough topspin that as it passes through Rickson and Gosling there, considering it that it might go long, but the topspin doing enough to bring it dipping inside the baseline.
It's a better leave from Emma Rickson. Recognises that ball's bounced right by the non-volley zone line. Wise speeds up, and more than likely, more often than not, without any level of topspin, that ball's going to go out. But Wise and Matthews just crawling their way back into this final. Just a 2-point difference now. They'd love a non-scoring side out right now. Part 1 executed.
I'm not saying anything, Nick. I'm not going to jinx it. There we are. I can talk again. Just a bit of faltering on the side of Rickson and Gosling. Bit of momentum building for the Maisie and Tracy combo.
Maisie Wise not set to rescue from the non-volley zone. Big serve causes the short return, but Gosling gets away with it. The first time Gosling's returned to the forehand of Tracy Matthews, but the serve, very much a weapon there for Matthews. Good leave by Rickson. Easy Wise looking to inject a little bit too much power on that forehand roll. Lob's going to go long. Gosling just rescuing off the net tape. Second scoring opportunity. Rickson, Gosling, 3-point advantage.
Really good dominant play by Tracy coming over and taking that ball and getting her angle using her forehand to really bring that over.
The cracked X40. I should expect that ball being driven fairly hard by players on court. That will be recycled. Recycle system here at Pickleball events. Just wide from Rickson, but the intent is there to put Matthews on her backhand side. And one of the things that's standing out at the minute, Dan, is the return to the Matthews forehand. Probably best advised to avoid that on the return of serve, because 3 times now, particularly when Tracy Matthews has been serving to Gosling, she's picked up a return. Here we go again, another forehand. This time Rickson and Gosling get away with it, but Matthews will punish you if she keeps getting mid-court returns for her to drive.
Yeah, that's right. I think they're maybe, other than the friendly fire, looking to adopt a stack to keep that forehand in the middle from Tracy. But Maisie relatively unscathed from the
headshot,
friendly
though, Dan.
fire.
It's a headshot.
It was a headshot. She's brushed it off well.
Body shot this time for Wise. Matthews sees the funny side of it. Nothing like partner support. Maisie Wise earns herself a Franklin X40 tattoo, which I'm sure she'll wear for the rest of this final at least.
Tough to get a pickleball tattoo on the front and back of you in a competition, but you know, when you've got a partner as aggressive as Tracy Matthews, it's the risk you run, I suppose.
Consecutive plays as well. Maisie Wise being targeted from all angles. Nevertheless, Rickson and Goslin targeting a gold medal. They're well on their way to achieving that in this first game.
Maisie standing well clear this time of the vicinity of Tracy Matthews now.
Better return from Goslin. It's a better return from Goslin. Straight down the line to the backhand of Matthews. Stack unwinds and Rickson not positioned to be able to take advantage of an aerial volley. It just gives Wise and Matthews a little bit of hope. Once again, Lauren Goslin sharp on the return, forcing Matthews to play double backhand volleys. Goslin gets the opportunity to execute on her own forehand volley. 2 points from securing this first game. Make that 1 point. Goslin and Rickson well on their way to success in the first game of the women's 4-0 plus gold medal match. That's the location that's going to win you a point, or the exchange at the very least.
A little caress by Matthews of the neck cord there, thanking it for the last point.
Second game point, Rickson Goslin. Lovely speed up from Tracy Matthews. First time she's played that shot, Dan, you can see it came as a surprise to Rickson.
Yeah, it was a great shot. It's not been one that she's tried at all, and yeah, she's taken a lot of composure when she's getting the two hands on the paddle. I've noticed throughout this game. She obviously got that really strong, excellent volley there. So self shake and bake by Maisie.
Rickson and Goslin consistent in keeping that ball at the bases of Matthews and Wise. Matthews and Wise just not able to inch forward, creep forward, be in attacking position. Pick up from Goslin. Wise just needed to reset. She couldn't attack from that position, just needed to reset. Shot selection, evading Maisie. Wise. Third game point, Rickson. Goslin.
Great pressure from Maisie and Tracy. Not overcooking it. They know what's on the line.
Goslin tried to get forward. Rickson didn't follow. This time Rickson does get forward. Great play though by Maisie. Wise just ties Rickson up by targeting the left hip. Just could not get forward off the baseline, Goslin and Rickson. Game point number 4.
Really good play. They're having a lot of composure now at the net. They're not going for that power, that all-out power. They're really placing their shots, rolling them with topspin, moving Gosling and Rickson around.
Great observation, insight and analysis from Dan O'Brien here live at the Franklin Hampshire Open. Rickson misses what can only be described as an easy forehand volley. The gap's down to 2 on first server.
Maybe parallels to the first game we saw in the group stages here, where lots of momentum changes, a very close score as we approach the final.
Yeah,
who's gonna pip it? Do you think?
That winning point the most difficult. That's a lovely drop by Maisie Wise. Gives Matthews and Wise the ascendancy, and the drop from Wise sets it all up. Dan O'Brien.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive drop. Wasn't a dead drop. Had a lot of topspin on it, and not a lot Rickson could do other than pop that up, or at least give Maisie and Tracy a chance to move well into the kitchen.
Crucial exchange, massive exchange. Wow, Lauren Gosling Matthews had the winning shot on her paddle, but somehow Gosling defends. And not only defends, counters after a reset and plays a winning volley. Brings about game point number 5. But Matthews and Wise, like you referenced, Dan, so dominant when they're established at the non-volley zone. Now Gosling and Rickson just not finding a way through.
Yeah, Tracy and Maisie have really cut out their errors at the kitchen. They're playing high percentage, and it's working well for them.
And then Maisie Wise on the back of Dan's commentary once more just sends that volley wide. So at the 6th time of asking, Emma Rickson and Lauren Gosling win the first game of the ladies' final. Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews not without pillars of hope. They were looking to cement a comeback in similar proportions to the group game earlier on. But if Wise and Matthews are to lift gold, they have got work to do in game number 2. The equation, simple. Gosling and Rickson win. They take the gold medal home. If Matthews and Wise win this game, we'll go to a decider. Thoughts from Dan O'Brien?
Yeah, lots of parallels from the first game. Lots of momentum changes. I think Tracy and Maisie were unlucky to complete their comeback in that last one. I think they'll be looking to maintain that consistency as we start this next encounter, and hopefully not start the game with a sort of 4 or 5 point deficit like they started the last game.
A little bit of chat from Tracy Matthews here on the back of that Lauren Gosling error. Maisie Wise, fast hands, and then speed up from Lauren Gosling, but Maisie Wise so sharp in anticipating the location of those volleys that she's able to defend and defend with a little bit of ferocity and fire herself. Better angle from Gosling, Dan.
Yeah, she was setting up those sort of open forehand smashes really nicely, but then when it was just high enough, she changed the mechanics and did the full overhead smash, which she could get a really good angle wide. Too difficult for Tracy.
Does that ball catch the line? Yes, it does. And Tracy Matthews goes inside in on the forehand drive. Just rotates her hips nicely. Finds the smallest of spaces down the line.
It's such a tough shot. I envision that shot when it pops up on my forehand when I'm where Tracy stood, and it's such a tough shot to pull off. Great mechanics on the forehand there by Tracy.
Maisie Wise doing a great job of keeping the ball alive, but they got back all the way to the baseline. Killer blow executed by Goslin.
I've got to say, I do love a third shot lob. They don't come around often, but when they work,
yeah, the location of speed up from Tracy Matthews, not great mid-rally. Gave the ascendancy to Rickson and Goslin. Matthews would be better advised not to speed up to the forehand of Goslin, Dan.
yeah, Goslin's there. She's sitting on those speed up. She's always ready for them. Doing so well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a paddle back, ready to go, ready to put it away.
Yeah, it's the standard shot in women's doubles that the player on the left-hand side of the court is ready to drive that forehand volley, anticipating the cross-court speed up. Great rescue by Emma Rickson, who plays the winner, piercing the partnership of Wise and Matthews. Nice rescue from Rickson. Miscommunication from Wise and Matthews, and that's the problem with shouting you.
Great play there from Matthews.
5 unanswered points here in a row for Goslin and Rickson. Kitchen fault called by Emma Rickson on Matthews and Wise. They just managed to collide with each other. It's accepted by Matthews and Wise. Very rare without a referee to have a kitchen fault called, but there we go, all 4 players agree. So a 5-point lead for Rickson and Goslin, who go from 0-2 to 7-2 in one change of ends. Touch from Goslin this time. We've seen the power, we've seen the forehand. Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews have probably seen too much of the forehand for their liking. But there's an example of the touch and finesse of Gosling too. That catches the baseline too, and Maisie Wise and Tracy Matthews just struggling to get a footing into this second game. Gosling, impressive for her tender years. Dan.
Yeah, she always impresses in these tournaments, and I think she's been on the circuit now for a good couple of years and just getting better and better the older she gets. And a really mature head on her shoulders in the middle of a game, because there is a huge mindset element to these games, especially under the pressure of being in a final.
Speed up by Gosling. Matthews not expecting it. She has the X40 hit straight to the chest, and that'll be a hammer blow for Matthews. Just shows a little bit of aggression towards her partner. Tries to G Maisie Wise up. Gap closes.
I think Maisie and Tracy looking to punish the unwinding of the stack. But it's a hard thing to do when you've got a really good return like that from Gosling.
That ball's going long. Rickson makes contact. And it's 2 points in a row for Matthews and Wise. Gap's down to 3.
Amazing hands.
What a pickup. What a rally. Great reset, Gosling. Great pickup. Half volley. Fortune rescued by Rickson. And that goes wide by Wise. Point of the day right there. Tracy Matthews, Maisie Wise, Emma Rickson, Lauren Gosling. Incredible pickleball on display in attack and defence. Mid-court, baseline, non-volley zone. Resets, volleys, drives. That rally had it all, Dan.
It had it all, and recognised by the crowd. Not often you get everybody stopping and round of applause of points, but yeah, I think everybody was in awe of that last point. Really good pickup there by Maisie. That was an excellent drop.
Just would have liked to see Rickson a little bit more forward there, though, Dan. It was a pop-up. It was a great pickup by Wise, but it was an aerial pop-up. And if Rickson had anticipated such a quality drop from Gosling, he would have had a nice volley put away.
Yeah, I agree. Agreed.
Just feel like for all of the power and intensity in this final, the team that managed to get this ball bouncing in the non-volley zone will be the team that secures victory. It's a foot fault by Tracy Matthews as well, not picked up though.
Been on 7 for a little while now, Rickson and Gosling. Tracy and Maisie doing well to keep them back.
Better point construction from Rickson and Gosling though. Do a great job. ball dipping below the height of the net. Just as Scott Mayo in the crowd puts me off my trail of thought. Oh, powerful drive straight into the body of Matthews, who is indeed body bagged by Gosling, who's got some power on that forehand volley, Dan.
Yeah, that was vicious. Vicious as in the shot. I don't think there was any malevolence there, but yeah, a really, really aggressive shot to be taken. And I think it was going in as well. Had a lot of topspin on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Work to do for Wise and Matthews.
Bit of a funny bounce on that serve, I think, but they'll take a point. They've got a little
celebrations off the unforced error. Slightly unruly. Matthews and Wise there. Ball was going miles out. Wise played it. Second scoring opportunity for Matthews and Wise. Wise with a high elbow in defences. Just misreads the flight of the ball. So 2 points from victory here for Gosling and Rickson. They will want to get this job done with haste. That goes wide from Matthews, and it brings about championship point, gold medal point. Lauren Gosling, Emma Rickson, the Franklin Hampshire Open. Wow.
Incredible play.
Feels like it only had one outcome. Tracy Matthews volleying the ball as it was going long, but your gold medalists, your winners of the Franklin Hampshire Open, Lauren Gosling, Emma Rickson, they get the job done in 2 games. Commiserations to Tracy Matthews and Maisie Wise, who battled on relentlessly in that final, but just a little bit too much class, a little bit too much power coming off the paddles of Rickson and Gosling. Dan O'Brien.
Yeah, a wonderful example of the highest amateur level in the women's game at the moment. Lauren Gosling and Rickson showing real diversity in their game, showing a lot of power, but also the deft touches and the resets. And throwing them in when, you know, keeping their shots diverse throughout the game, rather than having a portion of their game where they're just driving and then just resetting, keeping all of their shots, keeping their opponents on their toes. And I think that was a big element of their victory.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Congratulations to Emma Rickson and Lauren Gosling, the Franklin Hampshire Open gold medalists. And thanks to you, Dan O'Brien. Are you remaining with us, or are you departing stage left?
I think I am departing stage left, but it's been great to be here. Really, really good to sit beside you and get a front row seat at these games, because there's been some absolute crackers. And hopefully I'll be invited back again. But I think some of the players will be well within their rights to disconnect my mic whenever I start talking about them. So we'll see if I'm invited back. But yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the next game, despite not commentating, because there's got a couple of players from Swindon, from my home club. So yeah, looking forward to supporting them now.
Dan O'Brien, we thank you very much for your time in the comms box, your insight, summary and analysis spot on. And we look forward to welcoming you back particularly soon. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we'll have Charles Fraser and Joe Moore of Swindon taking on Jill Gibson and Warren Darden in the 50th plus mixed 4-0. We'll be back soon. Quality. And Ren speeding up. Sure, in the early stages.
Yeah, and Gate's still a regular player. Wow.
Oh, powerful. What a reset. Harry Feast. What a... Dan Ren once more.
So well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a
ball just goes. Rare error. Maisie Wise doing a good.
two hands on the paddle. I've noticed throughout this game. She obviously got that really strong
forward. Back foot once more. This time they come forward and at speed. Touch from Strachan. Second game point, and what a speed up. To have a kitchen fork called, but there we go. All four players agree. Great play. Extended long after the weekend.
how they're succeeding against other players, because quite often you'll be against someone who
Gary Laws.
Wow.
Ball
Oh,
still
right
in
on the
play.
line. This is such a good thing. Look at
What? Fortune, but never wanted to see how low you should get in that transition zone in order to defend. That's it. Harry Feast with the 8. We're back down again. ATP from Tom Caulfield. Lovely. What a return, Tom Caulfield.
Maisie and Tracy.
Welcome back to Basingstoke. We've crowned men's doubles winners, Harry Feast and Tom Caulfield. We've also crowned our women's doubles winners, Emma Rickson and Lauren Goslin. Now we're moving to a variety of pickleball, showcasing some of the talent across the brackets and divisions here this weekend, as Charles Fraser and Joe Moore of Swindon take on Jill Gibson and Warren Darden of Fleet Aces. It will be Gibson and Darden at the top of your screen, Fraser and Moore at the bottom. And just when you thought you wanted more of Dan O'Brien,
I'm
he's
here. I'm here.
You're here, Dan.
I thought it would be rude not to, so I put my foot down and said, no, I'm not leaving. I am here for the Swindon.
I think you should be here for the duration of the evening, Dan.
Well, steady on, Nick. I mean, I'm not, got places to be at some point.
So this is very much your pickleball base, Swindon, and two players from Swindon are part of your local community club.
Yeah, that's right. They represent Swindon Pickleball Club. It's been going probably 2.5 years now. Jo Moore is more seasoned in the 4-0 division. I think it's Charles's first foray into this division, but he's come on an awful long way in a short amount of time, and I think he's approaching this game with the right mindset of not here necessarily to win it all, but to learn and to really prove to himself how far his pickleball has come, which I think is a great mindset at this level.
Yeah, that's to be celebrated for sure. Congratulations to Charles Fraser on your pickleball journey. Aiden with a nice forehand. Oliver there in that exchange. Lovely reset from Jill Gibson.
Yeah, really good resets from the back of the transition zone on the volley. Very, very tough shot. They're doing well. Joe and Charles doing well to apply the pressure. What do you think when you come up against opponents that are wearing the same kit? Do you think that's a marker of something to be intimidated by, or something where they're,
100% early preparation. They've obviously had a conversation before today, which means they've clearly been working hard in their all-round pickleball game. If you come wearing all of the gear, you've got to show the idea, Dan.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of partners matching. And I think that it is something which just demonstrates that you've got a partnership. You're against a partnership that have played together, an established pairing. I think this is Charles and Joe's first go at a competition together. But I think they're...
Work to do on the outfit front then. Is that what you're suggesting, Dan?
Yeah, I think Joe's recently been a Carbon ambassador, which is why, other than the trainer, she is head to toe in Carbon.
Just talk to us about the socks then, Dan, because they do represent a link to a charity.
Yeah, good point. So Joe's wearing the lovely blue and pink socks from a charity called I Love Boobies, which I know you were hoping that you were going to say, Nick, on air, but I beat you to it. I'm sorry about that.
Simon Farr's rubbing his hands at the far end of the commentary booth.
Did you want to? No, Simon didn't want to comment. It's a charity based in South Africa which aims to provide free breast examination or early breast examinations to underserved communities in South Africa. We've got a cohort of South Africans in the Swindon and Gloucester area, and they're really big advocates for this charity. And I think the aim is to get a pair of socks on every pickleball player in the country, which is a bold aim, but I think it's all for a right cause. And they're actually very good socks. I've got a pair myself, but I'm not going to verge into product advertisement, Nick.
It's a great cause, Dan, and no, please do. Where can we obtain these socks from? Any ideas?
Well, they've got a website which is iloveboobies.co.za, They're actually running an Imagine Challenge, which both Joe and I are participating in at the moment, where we're trying to raise money through activity. And at the moment, they've just included pickleball as one of the activities which you can participate in during the month. And the aim is to get 30 hours of activity during that month, all whilst spreading awareness for the charity. And they send you a nice little bundle of goods.
Fantastic cause, and one that we're happy to support here at Pickleball. Somebody would like to send me a link to at Nick_Hobbis or NH Broadcasting. I'll be happy to share the details of where to purchase the socks from, how to get involved in the cause. Congratulations to Joe Moore and to you, Dan, for all that you're doing for that particular charity in raising awareness for breast cancer screening and the requirements for underrepresented communities in South Africa. Really is brilliant to see pickleball connecting not only players and communities but also charities and health awareness initiatives too. So fantastic stuff. Meanwhile, back to the game here. Moore and Fraser are actually in the lead against Dayden and Gibson. And we're going to see a change of ends, and you referenced Charles Fraser, this being his first time at the level. He'll be absolutely delighted, if not cautious of the net, as he makes his way to the opposite end of the court. Doesn't want to be tripping over the net bracket. Who remarked it's the most he's moved all day. Well, he's moving just well right now. And Warren Dayden, Jill Gibson with a little bit of work to do, because there's a 3-point cushion as it currently stands for Moore and Fraser.
Game being played in very, very well spirited, really high spirits amongst between the partners and also between opponents as well. Really, really nice to see. And it's you know, you sometimes forget about the joy that we can have playing this game when you get stuck into a competitive mindset, but it's really nice to see the camaraderie between opponents here.
Yeah, tend to find that more, Dan, as you move away from those 5.5, 5.0 levels and work your way down the duper scale slightly, that players like to demonstrate vast amount of enjoyment more on a wider basis than some of those games, the highest levels perhaps. That's lovely. Not just power, but accuracy on the angle from Warren Dayden. Impressive stuff.
As I said earlier, I do love a third shot lob, but when your opponent's got a smash like that, I'd only do that once. I don't think there'll be many lobs flying about after this.
No, once bitten, twice shy, that's for sure. Lovely drop, great pickup.
Great pickup.
And fast hands as well from Charles Fraser. Showing a vast array of quality in his armoury.
Lovely depth on the return there from Joe. Really strong performance. Really good.
Yeah, it's consistent application from Moore and Fraser. Catches
Just
the
kissing the
baseline.
line.
Yeah.
Good hands as well. Really good. I think their opponents could probably do with trying to make the ball bounce, getting those resets into the no volley zone. Gibson and Dayden.
Charles Fraser targeting Gibson, launching an all-out attack with the speed-ups from mid-court on Gibson. Not once, but twice. Slice return. And Moore just doesn't bend her knees to get below the height of the ball, get underneath the ball enough to collect. Big serve though from Moore. Gibson looking very assured though at the non-volley zone when she's engaging in that cross-court backhand exchange. Great reactions. That ball's going to go in. Oh, great reactions by Charles Fraser. It's definitely not out of place at this level, Dan.
No, I'd agree. Very vocal supporting cohort as well, spurring them on. Just a few unforced errors from Jo, but I think she's played really well thus far.
Nice rescue of the lob.
Great resets. And great pressure from Gibson and Dayden. Really good serve there. Gibson serving that right down the line. Jo doing just enough to get it back. Get one ball back, make your opponent make those errors.
Moore wanted another forehand drive. Fraser decided to go with the backhand. Nice slice once more from Gibson. Dayden and Moore going toe to toe. Dayden comes out on top of the volley war. Gap closes slightly. Nice early preparation.
Yeah, great smash.
Great anticipation by Dayden, who just poaches across. Great footwork. Anticipate the pop-up. Lovely drop by Gibson. Moore pops up. Dayden execute. Lovely pickleball.
2-point game now. Really good composure to take that smash. Running backwards. Got the ball nice and deep.
Second scoring opportunity. Moore, Fraser, Fortune, the net tickle. Just takes the Franklin X40 into the body of Gibson. So Moore and Fraser, 2 points from victory here. And what a victory it would be on the show court. Grandest stage of the weekend. Opportunity knocks for Gibson and Dayden. Can they make a mark? Can they leave their imprint?
Really good serve there. Good reset. Just a bit of miscommunication there. I think Jo was going to get to that, but Charles has moved across to try and cover that. Unfortunately left a gap on the other side, which the Gibson and Dayden have taken advantage of.
Nice cross-court volley, much to the support of the watching onlookers from the Swindon base. Big Swindon supportive group here. Lovely drop from
really
Gibson,
good
though. Can spot at least one other fleet ace in the crowd. Not quite as vociferous as the onlookers from Swindon. Gibson and Dayden are about to cement a comeback, I fear. Dan?
Bit of a strategy I think they're applying now. Some high shots. I think Joe and Charles have got to keep their composure, keep playing their game.
That ball's called long, and it brings up match point for Warren Dayden and Jill Gibson. Moore walks back to a mark, shaking her heads. Fraser ready. Got to make them play. What a leave by Dayden. That ball does go long. They do cement a comeback and a great victory here for Jill Gibson and Warren Dayden at mixed 4-0, 50 plus level. The Swindon faithful silenced by the Fleet Aces. And Dan O'Brien, you're definitely going to be silenced now because you are departing. Thanks once again. Coming up next, we'll have Manjit Chung and Mark Johnson. Welsh international Mark Johnson taking on Lucy Chalish and Bob Nash. Possibly. Also, the owner-player and gold smash and gold medalist from today will be joining me in the commentary box, Tom Caulfield. You will not want to miss his insight, analysis or summary. Stay with us. The action continues live from Basingstoke. Touch from Strachan. Lucas is swinging at absolutely every... Dan Wren just... Tom Cor... Patient pickleball. To have a kitchen fork called, but there we go. All four players agree. Body shot this time for Wise. Matthew.
I wonder if they've listened to your strategy here, Nick.
Tom Caulfield once. Just wide from Rickson, but there we go. All right. You're quite right. The Dinking partners were excellent last weekend, and Franklin X40. And that's a body back. All in play though. Caulfield again. What a point to win it on, maybe. Just caught the top. Second scoring opportunity. Moore, Fraser, Fortune. Great hands. Saved four. They've got one of their own in one of the great, remarkable comebacks. Clever from Callum Clark. It's clever. And the speed up from Policy. And Wren speeding up. Into out by Dan.
Sat down here, Nick. But good for the players, I think, Neil, on those serving opportunities.
Ball's going in. Those are great defences. Jack Edwards. Jack. swing and a miss by Gary Lorska in the early stages.
Yeah, and Gate's still a regular player.
Forward. Back foot once more. This time they come forward and at speed. It's not working for them currently. Hayes missed time. Look how low Caulfield is in defence. Turns defence into attack. And two in one change of ends. Touch from Goslin this time.
Oh, was never on.
Welcome back to Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open. Action continues with Mark Johnson teaming up with Manjit Chung. They're taking on Nick Jones and Julie Jones. The Joneses, Mr. and Mrs. Jones at the top of your screen. Johnson and Chung at the bottom. And in the comms booth, Tom Caulfield. Tom, good afternoon.
Hi Nick, how you doing?
Yeah, very well. Not as well as you, my friend. It's a busy day, Tom, but when you're a gold medalist and pretty much one of the dominant players in the UK, you need to have time for people, and we thank you for coming over here after doing clinics, winning gold medals, entertaining the thousands, and giving us your insights and analysis here right now.
No, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be able to do multiple things in the day. So yeah, obviously playing this morning, got a great result alongside Harry Feast, first time partnering together. And then yeah, running a clinic straight afterwards. And now very happy to be watching this game.
And without doing the players on court a disservice, Tom, we didn't get a chance to interview you after the final due to a tight schedule today, but just talk us through some of your thoughts and feelings in that men's final. You were 10-1 up, and Oak and Wren got it back to 10-10 with ball in hand. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, so it was a great start. The first set, 11-6. So we're quite happy with our performance. Playing a very slow game in and around the kitchen, and then any time the ball was popped up, kind of trying to take advantage. We knew these guys have great hands, so always expecting the ball to come back. Not just thinking we're going to hit winners very easily, but yeah, we came off strong in that first set. I think I don't know what happened in the second. I just think switching of the ends seemed to switch off for some reason, lost that quite comfortably, and then suddenly it was all down to one set. So which again started very strong, 10-1 up. Had a brilliant point to try and win the whole match, which we sadly lost, and maybe that made our heads drop a little bit. Got a bit complacent, thinking we could just come back and have another go, but actually, Lewis and Dan took their opportunities and managed to bring it back to 10-10. So, yeah, thankfully got the serve back and managed to finish it off. So, yeah.
Yeah, very much job done, and the record books will detail that you and Harry Feast took home the gold medal, so congratulations for that. As our attentions turn to this matchup, and Nick Jones and Julie Jones undefeated so far in the group stages today in their quest for knockout pickleball. Meanwhile, work to do for Johnson and Chung, who elect to record a victory, which must be highly unusual for Mark Johnson, Tom, because he's a very well established and respected player in pickleball, recently back from European Championships representing Wales at senior level.
Yeah, absolutely. When I started out 3.5 years ago, he was one of the names that was coming up, along with Chris Mitchell and Bill Evans as one of the big guns of pickleball. And yeah, needing a win here is might be a bit alien for him, given all of his success.
So you'll be forgiven at home for thinking that we're switching between brackets and divisions for the remainder of the evening. Very much an opportunity at every Pickleball event to showcase the breadth of talent and energy and enthusiasm for pickleball across all divisions and brackets here at Pickleball events, and sometimes, Tom, it's nice to showcase some of the talent at varying levels rather than just showcasing the pro categories.
Absolutely. It's why I love these events so much. Not only is there great talent in at the open level or the 4-5 level, but you get to watch everyone going through all their individual journeys, starting out. I've spoken to a whole bunch of people today. Some played for a couple of months, some have been playing for 10 years, and these guys are playing each other at every level, which is great to see. I've also been overhearing people saying they can't wait to play on this show court. Everyone deserves an opportunity to play on, this purpose-built court that we've got rolled out here. So, and obviously it does play slightly different to all the other courts here, but I think people are just enjoying stepping up. Bit of a crowd on the sidelines as well, and that's actually a different element that people need to cope with. How well do people play in front of people, or would they rather just not be watched? I know close friends and partners who think both ways. So yeah.
Julie Jones continuing their good run. Mark Johnson just putting this ball around in all locations, but Nick Jones had all the answers right until the very last play, and there you see the ability of Mark Johnson, just able to put this ball into precise locations.
Yeah, I think Mark's going to benefit from being able to control as many of these rallies as possible. That previous rally looked like he was all in control, moving the Joneses around all over the court, so he needs to make sure that he sees a lot more of that ball in order to manipulate the rally his way.
Just one aerial volley, too many for Nick Jones, who just top edges the Franklin X40 long, and a little bit of a comeback here for Johnson and Chung, and Johnson's going aerial. Decided to defend the baseline, Johnson and Chung. And you can understand why when you advance to the non-volley zone and get picked off with an impressive volley like that from Julie Jones.
Especially when driving the ball at the net, players, one thing you want to be careful of is not giving your opponents that opportunity to volley down at your feet. I'm a big fan of the third shot drop. Wasn't always, but knew that if I had to level up, I needed to slow the shots down. This is a great rally. Oh, lovely hands.
Do you think the game's turning full circle, Tom, where very much a clean version of pickleball at the offset, with third shot drop being the selected shot for players in that circumstance? Then we've gone through a period where the game's been about pace and driving, and we've seen paddle technologies improving to enhance that. Do you think we're getting to the stage again now where that third shot drop and a return to much cleaner pickleball is on the horizon?
I'd like to think so, yes. I think initially, as people were getting their power paddles added to their toolbox, those who could drive more were coming off better off. But now it's kind of a level playing field, and people need to resort back to the softer game. Now that we can see all four of these players, very decent drivers. I think the pair we're going to be better off for the ones who can slow that game down.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I've noticed in the last couple of weeks of my commentary rounds, both at the European Championships and the Premier Pickleball League, that the teams who are getting this ball to bounce in the non-volley zone tending to be more successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's about just being in control in that rally. If you're able to put that third shot drop, or even fifth shot drop, seventh shot drop, doesn't matter. As long as you're putting that drop into the kitchen, you feel like you're in control. You've done that shot on purpose. You can get yourself up to the kitchen line. and get yourself into a dink rally. So drives isn't something that I've always enjoyed coaching, but I appreciate that it is something that does need to be coached. It is a part of the game. One thing I love coaching and I love telling people is, you feel free to drive the third as long as you know you're going to be dropping that fifth. I hate it when I see people drive twice in a row. All you've done with the first drive is just woken up your opponents and made sure they're going to get another volley back. So always anticipate that drive coming back. And if you can, so what I say is, drive the third, drop the fifth. That's your journey into the net. And then that keeps you in control.
Insight and analysis from Tom Caulfield, player owner of Surrey Smash gold medalist here today in Basingstoke. Meanwhile, Mark Johnson and Manjit Chung just surmounting a comeback here. The gap's closed to 1 point just from playing consistent pickleball, really. Normally be a forehand shot. Mark Johnson looking to cover on the backhand side, unaware of his partner's location. So a chance for Julie Jones and Nick Jones. Julie just misfiring on the third shot, so second scoring opportunity for the Joneses. And that's rescued by Manjit Chung. Mark Johnson let her know that he was in position to play the shot, but she took it early out the air with her back to play. Caught by Caulfield in the comms booth. Left hand, first time. There's nothing this man cannot do. Julie Jones and Nick Jones just extend their lead once more. They're 2 points from victory now and maintaining their 100% record. In the 50+ mixed doubles category. Meanwhile, Skechers and Fox will be delighted to hear that the sponsorship hoardings have gone down. Gives them a nice little bit of exposure. Big thank you to our sponsors who allowed this event to take place with such great numbers, Tom. Over 400 players this weekend over 2 days, and Pickleball really do manage to attract players from all around the UK. And that is the game. Nick Jones, Julie Jones, successful against Manjit Chung and Mark Johnson. Meanwhile, coming up next, we've got a father-son partnership as Darren Gregory and Noah Gregory will take on Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick. Could be a big Fox pickleball clash, Tom.
I should think so. I've just seen what they're all wearing, and we're going to get 4 foxes on the show court, I think. So very exciting.
Only 2 foxes can win. Stay tuned to find out which foxes they will be as we take in a quick word from our sponsors.
As a professional athlete, my equipment is very important to me.
When I'm on the court, I need to trust what's on my feet. I need to stay focused with no distractions.
I personally feel like the ViperCourt Pro 2.0 is the best performance shoe out there.
Durability for me is really important because I like to slide all over the court. I also love how lightweight they are. I feel like I can run faster. Skechers.
Comfort that performs.
Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open, and as promised, it's Fox versus Fox here, as Darren Gregory and Noah Gregory take on Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick. Jake Matthews wearing the cap at the top of your screen, just serving diagonally now to his partner Rob Patrick, and father and son combination Darren Gregory just striking the ball now at the bottom of your screen, serving to Noah Gregory. Great to see a father and son partnership here teaming up. Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've just overheard that all these guys play at the same club as well, so there's probably a bit of friendly rivalry. Hopefully not too friendly, but no, it should be a fun game to watch.
So, race to 11, win by 1. The father and son partnership at the bottom of your screen, taking on Matthews and Patrick at the top. That's a nice start from Darren Gregory, playing in the PPL Challenger League this year for South Coast Pickleball, and from a great dynasty of Gregory's when it comes to pickleball. Of course, Tom, you'll be most familiar with Emerson Gregory, having competed against him and possibly with him.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, when I started out 3.5 years ago, Emerson Gregory was one of the first players I played against competitively. So actually, I know Darren quite well. We kind of had a very similar pickleball journey, starting out at a similar time doing the nationals at level 3.0, and both of us now competing in the Premier League for the last 3 seasons. So yeah, it's been great.
Of course, Jade Burns as well, also part of South Coast Pickleball in the Premier Pickleball League this year. And nice drop from Patrick, causing problems for Darren Gregory. Big serve by Jake Matthews. Left-handed Jake Matthews. 2 forehands down the middle for the Matthews-Patrick partnership.
Got unlucky there with that drop, but what I was mentioning earlier, I'm quite happy to see that you can do one drive and then Jake trying to follow that in with a drop. Just didn't quite pay off that time, but hopefully we'll see that 2-shot combination happening again at some point.
Gregory just not able to reset from that transition zone. Just off balance slightly.
Great defense from the Gregorys there. Fantastic work.
Nice to see Darren Gregory looking to advance from the baseline to that non-volley zone to put pressure on Matthews and Patrick. Big drive from Noah. Darren was there for the Russian crush. Wasn't required. Matthews just misfires the volley into the net. Stack unwinds. Return goes long. So strong start for the father-son partnership. Good hands by Noah too. You can definitely see the benefit of time spent on the training court, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. And probably being able to practice with his older brother is paying off. It's pretty good hitting partner to have, as well as Darren himself, of course.
I believe all 4 players, like you remarked, Tom, are from Southampton, where the X40 will be in operation there throughout as well. Is that the same for you at your club in Croydon? Is it Croydon, your club?
Yes, yeah. So running a club in Croydon, but sadly do not have this surface there at any centres. So we're having to deal with a wooden floor surface, playing with an indoor ball, which is still a great way to learn. I think it's actually a great humbler, because what happens is you can't get that much grip on the ball with your paddles when using an indoor ball. So actually you're going to have to learn to have softer hands and not hit the ball as hard. So I don't mind it too much, although would be ideal to be able to find somewhere to play on an outdoor surface indoors with the X40, so that it better prepares players for tournaments like this.
That just goes long from Matthews. Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick, very much part of the operational setup here for Pickleball. Part of the crew set these events up and stewards them throughout the day and tidies away as well. Good leave by Rob Patrick. Defences by Darren Gregory, just sending that ball long. There is an example of 3rd shot drive and 5th shot reset, Tom, that does get Patrick and Matthews established at the non-volley zone. Didn't pay off this time, but that's the type of process that you're looking to detail with players.
Absolutely. Jake Matthews there with a pretty strong serve. So I would say the stronger the serve, the weaker the return, and it gives you that opportunity to potentially have a drive. And yeah, these guys seem to have that two-shot combo nailed down. So drive once, see how it goes, see if you can get a freebie or a paddle clash. And if that ball's coming back, then reset the rally, get yourself up to the non-volley zone. Terrible net cord there.
Yeah, it's been a regular feature today.
Yeah, it's definitely helped me out a few times, so not going to complain.
Work to do for Matthews and Patrick. Speed up from Gregory on the volley, back into the left side of Matthews, just tightening Matthews up, not able to respond. At this time, the inside in drive from Matthews catches Gregory off guard on his backhand side. And his consistency, Tom, one of the big differences between players that are maybe a 4-0 and a 4-5 plus level.
Yep, absolutely. We're seeing very similar shots in this game than we were seeing in the 4-5 category. Ultimately, it's about being able to play those shots time after time with everything your opponent gives you and just being able to play it on repeat, always being able to rely on those shots. I think at the 4-5 level, we were just seeing players being able to hit dink after dink after dink, drop after drop after drop.
Great resetting ability by the youngster Noah Gregory, just putting that ball back into difficult areas, secure areas. Quite possibly the slowest Ernie that you will see from Darren Gregory. Like an aeroplane getting off a runway. Sure, once he gets going, in full flight, but it does take a while to get going. Nevertheless, victory for Darren Gregory and an impressive Noah Gregory over Jake Matthews and Rob Patrick. And it never really looked in doubt, Tom.
No, not really. Really impressed by the youngster. I think he'll be one to watch for a few years to come. So yeah, very well deserved there. Just seemed to have control of the whole match.
We're going to go to some replays from today's action, and when we'll be back, we'll bring you a match from another category as Vicky Stanley and Michael Stanley take on Claudia Cronin and Phil Nash. Don't go anywhere, because it's sure to be a classic here live from Basingstoke. Great rescue, O'Brien. Mayo, Reed. Does that ball catch the line? Yes, it. Lovely third. And that goes wide by Wise. Would win this second game, as they will do if Oak and Reed. And there it is, Dan Wren. Oh, powerful. Just wide from Rickson. But quality. And Ren speeding up this. Speed up from Caulfield. Beast sends it long. Great Pickleball comeback. Ball was going out. The ball was... Maisie Wise doing a big drive, shake and bait. That ball. Ren on the defences, not once, not twice. Got the composure to reset two, and then goes on the attacking. That's a particular. Take the second game and force a decider. And there it is. They do.
Maisie and Tracy are putting pressure on early, coming out hot out of the gates.
Franklin X40. And that's a body back. What a return, Tom Caulfield. Pick up from Goslin. Wise.
So well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a
nice. Great rescue, Matt Metham. Lovely forehand by Gates, Hilton.
And then the forehand side.
Lovely reset from Oak. And Fortune for. Be so good. Caulfield with a response. Cannot rest. Great rescue from Metham. Ball just goes. Good speed. Fortune, but pop up by Matthew, by Maisie Wise. Gives Matthews and Wise the ascendancy, and the drop from one.
two hands on the paddle. I've noticed throughout this game. She obviously got that really strong
Speed up from Gregory. Welcome back to the Franklin Hampshire Open, where we're reaching the final group stage games of the day. In fact, this is the final group stage game of the day. We'll have a semi-final and two finals to end proceedings on day one. Here live from Basingstoke. Thank you for joining us throughout the course of the day. Very much appreciate your support, like, shares and subscribes. Meanwhile, Phil Nash and Claudia Cronin at the bottom of your screen take on Vicky and Michael Stanley at the top. Aggression early doors. Tim Spurway, who joins me in the comms booth. Not aggression from Tim Spurway, but aggression from Vicky Stanley. Tim, how are you? Good afternoon.
Definitely no aggression from me, Nick. I'm very well. I'm very well. Pleased to be back on the mic and watching these guys in action.
I've missed you, Tim.
I appreciate that, Nick. Don't tell the other guys, though. They might get jealous.
Well, having to work with the likes of Caulfield and O'Brien's a real slog.
I'll clip that one up and put it as a story.
Everybody needs their Tim Spurway time.
So as you say, Nick, final group stage of this 50 plus, final group game of this 50 plus mixed 4.0 plus division. And I can tell you,
Greener defense from Nash. That would have been nice. He would have liked that. Look at his face.
He might try that again, Nick. It wouldn't surprise me.
One of everybody's favourite human beings, Phil Nash. All-round great guy.
Yeah, and very fun to watch on the pickleball court. His very distinctive style, that ready position that he utilises. Knees bent, paddle out.
Very elaborate and prescribed. Almost like the Anton Dubé of the pickleball world.
Yeah. So every motion, every movement is calculated. It's great to watch. So they take 1 win and 2 losses into this game. Michael Stanley and Vicky Stanley still waiting for their first win. So they will want to get their first win on show court, no doubt.
Made a great start here, Tim. Oh, and Vicky Stanley going hard and aggressive at Phil Nash.
It's the only way to go against Phil Nash. Hard and aggressive, Nick.
Not my favourite Nash though, Tim. Good wife. Much better human being. I mean, Phil is top notch, but his wife is just next level.
Blimey, Nick. Quite sure what to say. Does she know, or?
She's aware I hold her in high regard. Very much an influential and key member of the ops team also.
She is, and she's a very friendly and wonderful person. If you've come to Pickle V events, you will have no doubt come across Caroline.
Nash and Cronin just forcing their way back into this after a slow start. That's a non-scoring side out. So Cronin and Nash just closing the gap slightly. And you're right, Tim. Nash did try that tweener again with the same outcome.
Yeah, it's probably a bit further away with that one. Lord knows what the next one's going to look like.
And that's a lovely lob by Michael Stanley. Precision personified. Michael Stanley, deliberate in his approach, successful in his outcome. Big speed up once more, and Vicky Stanley packed the punch on that forehand side. Claudia Cronin not able to defend. Forehand once more, and it really is a weapon for Vicky Stanley, Tim.
Yeah, that was another one, as you say, packing a punch, packing a double punch, and takes them to the change of ends with ball in hand. So both teams, I believe, in this category, or in this group rather of this category, are playing more for pride than anything else. It looks like, regardless of the outcome of this match, the qualification places are decided. Paul Bishop and Jill Gibson will be going through, as will Elton Coburg and Dion Robinson, both with 3 wins. So an insurmountable lead for them. Top 2 to go through. 5 teams in this group. 2 groups overall.
Meanwhile, we're back underway, and a lovely third shot drop creates a winning opportunity for the 5th shot volley. Nice location again from Vicky Stanley, and my first look at Vicky Stanley, I'm impressed, Tim.
Yeah, she's been the standout performer in this game so far.
Pop up by Cronin, and you just feel that Nash just needs to protect her a little bit more by occupying more of the court, poaching across. Might be too little too late though. It's 9-2. Good reactions from Cronin this time. Claudia Cronin demonstrating her own ability in that exchange.
Yeah, very comfortable at the net, Claudia Cronin. Won't be able to get away with that. Hop up.
So match point for Vicky and Michael Stanley. Nice location on the dink from Phil Nash. Very active around the non-volley zone with his movement. Manages to push that ball wide enough back behind Michael Stanley. Just as effective on the backhand side. Swinging double backhand volley goes back behind Nash.
And she's just been absolutely on fire, Nick. Vicky Stanley really showing some power and precision in some of her shots. And the side out again, another opportunity to take the last group game, and they do. They take it comfortably in the end, 11-3. They do get a win on the board. And it's surprising, Nick, that is their first win, given how well they played in that last game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially the impressive Vicky Stanley. Commiserations to Claudia Cronin and Phil Nash. Claudia and Phil both showing moments of quality in that match, but just not able to consistently apply themselves. Vicky and Michael would have enjoyed that performance, saved their best for the show court. Meanwhile, we're going to be back with a 50-plus mixed semi-final right after this short break.
Down here, Nick. But good for the players, I think.
Look how low Caulfield is in defence. Turns defence into attack. A little bit of body bag attack. Quite possibly the Strachan with the rescue. Strachan with the rescue once more. Big drive, shake and bait. That ball. Speed up by Gosling. Matthews not expecting it. Speed up from Caulfield. Beast sends it long. And they win it. It's not working for them currently. Hayes missed time.
A pickleball tattoo on the front and back of you in a competition, but you know, when you've got a partner as aggressive as
and if that ball's coming back, then reset the rally, get yourself up to the non-volley zone.
Pick up from Gosling. Wide. What a return, Tom Caulfield.
Great defence from the ground.
Once again, Matthews and Wise push Gosling and Ricks. Fast hands when create. That goes wide from Matthews and it brings the... And there it is, Dan Wren. Body shot this time for Wise. Matthews. That Maisie Wise forehand. When Tracy Matthews been serving to Gosling. He's picked up a return. Here we go again. Another forehand. This time, Rickson and Gosling get away with.
I wonder if they've listened to your strategy here, Nick.
Going long. Fortune for Hailstone. The mini celebration. And that's a lovely drive. Also. Pop up by Matthew. What a reset. Harry Feast. What a great angle by Caulfield. Nice speed up.
Wow. Oh,
ball's still
right
in
on the
play.
line. This is such a good thing. Look at
What?
2 hands on the paddle, I've noticed throughout this game. She obviously got that really strong
Fortune for Matthews, and Robertson did not deserve. That's a lovely.
So well on those, anticipating those speed ups and having a, as we can see there, having a.
Able to play those shots time after time with everything your opponent gives you.
Fortune, but and stroke the ball straight into the body of Oak. Oak comes back firing himself. Dan Wren just, there we go. All right. You're quite right. The thinking partners were excellent last weekend, and Tom Cor. That's a lovely reset by Jeanette Van Dal. All too late though.
This Maisie and Tracy are putting pressure on early, coming out hot out of the gates.
Clever from Callum Clark. It's clever. And the speed up from brings about the second service. Nice power from actually accomplished on that backhand side, and from a perspective. Nice speed up by cured them throughout the day and tidies away as well. Good leave, but that's a nice executed point by. We're back down again. ATP from Tom Caulfield in his personal career too. Biderman from scoring here. That's a pop up from
Barrett Mays playing one game less.
Course of this game.
power once again from Matthews, who's targeting. Rare error. Welcome back, and we're underway in no time at all here as Dale Johnson and Jason Miles kick proceedings off without notification. Taking on Matt Brunt and Chris Remington. Chris Remington and Matt Brunt we saw earlier on this afternoon, Tim, and they were 11-0 victors, and quite impressive too. Now, this is a quarter-final. Am I correct in suggesting, Tim?
It is indeed a quarter-final, and this will be certainly no 11-0. Dale Johnson and Jason Miles play down in Torquay, so my part of the world. And they've got some nice game. Jason Miles from a tennis background. You can probably tell from the technique.
Yeah, Dale Johnson serving there. Chris Remington just catching the top of the net on serve. Second scoring opportunity though. Errors are plenty at the start of this quarter-final. All four players will know what's at stake. So Jason Miles with ball in hand. Both teams just finding it difficult to score freely.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bitty start in both teams here. Few early errors. Perhaps getting used to the conditions here on the show court. This was a late change in the schedule, so may not have been expecting to play in front of the cameras. That extra little bit of pressure that's added to the game. Everyone wants to put on a good performance. And that is an overhead that certainly want back. Yeah, lovely overhead there from Remington. Laced with power. Oh, and that's a cracking steered roll volley from Dale Johnson to respond. First to 11, these quarterfinals, 1 point ahead, so same format as all of the group stage matches, and Remington and Brunt will be happy with their start. Just the net cord, a little bit just too far for Dale Johnson to get to.
Mishit there by Jason Miles. The defences from Remington and Brunt on point up until complete misread and mishit, and that actually put Brunt off too.
Sometimes, Nick, those mishits are the hardest shots to return because they bounce. The spin that's added to them. Very difficult to read.
Nice point construction by Johnson and Miles. just clawing away at the lead Quentin Remington amassed in the early stages of this quarterfinal. An error at him.
Yeah, handled the drives from Jason Miles nicely there, Brunt, but when that ball got up a bit higher, just a little bit too close to his body and steered it into the net, that double-handed backhand. A look of frustration from him.
Great recovery. Jason Miles just forcing his opponents to play one more shot. We've seen that strategy, just keeping the ball in play, come to good effect throughout the course of the day.
I think that one, just catching Brunt off guard, I think he was pretty certain it was going out, and when it did land in, he wasn't particularly prepared for it, and just snatched at it. So a good comeback from Johnson and Miles. They'll be pleased to take a slight advantage into this change of ends. Likely at 5-1 down. A good first drop there, Dale Johnson. But couldn't get the second one in. And when you hit a good drop like that, you do ideally want to be slightly edging forwards, trying to get up the court.
Yeah, real tight affair this, Tim. Real difficult game to call, with neither team establishing themselves as the obvious victor or front runner. Nice speed up, though, from Jason Miles.
Yeah, and you feel that Miles and Johnson, they've got this raw power in their momentum players as well, and when they can get a bit of steam behind them, they could rack up a few quick points. He's absolutely nailed a beautiful single-handed backhand down the line there, Jason Miles. He'll be happy with that one. And can they use that as a springboard for the rest of the game, Nick?
Yeah, with shots like that, you understand why Johnson and Miles are in the quarterfinals, because that's impressive. Lob catches the baseline as well. Missed overhead volley, though, by Jason Miles, who was late, recognising that that was his volley. Footwork delayed, preparation delayed, late with contact. Contact point right this time. Just failed to execute any level of topspin to get that ball in an upward trajectory to begin with. Remington and Brunt cannot get forward. Here they come. Here they come. They come forward on a drop with significant levels of backspin.
They did incredibly well in that point, Nick. To stay in it.
They stay in another point somehow. Wow. Just couldn't compose at the critical time. And it's Brunt and Remington who are charging towards the target of 11 now. You referenced a few moments ago that Johnson and Miles were momentum players. Well, look at this for rhythm and momentum from Brunt and Remington.
Yeah, that Brunt is really dialed in at the moment. I know he missed that last one, but before he missed it, he hit two lovely, difficult, challenging drops. And he's really upped his game. That's given them a 2-point lead.
Johnson and Miles just not able to get that ball bouncing, and the volleys from Brunt and Remington just keeping them on the baseline.
Yeah,
got to alter the trajectory of the ball, Tim, to get that ball bouncing.
There's a lot of power shots in that last rally, and both teams did very well. As we've been seeing the last portion of this game, Brunt and Remington getting the better and able to perhaps have a little bit more variety in their shots. They just missed overhead there. And a 3-point gap is opened up. Remington to serve. And good play there again, unable to control the volley. And that is a game point for a spot in the semi-finals.
Johnson and Miles just need to compose themselves. Shot selection in the latter stages of this game just evaded them somewhat. Really got to get themselves to that non-volley zone, and the only way they can do that is by constructing a point rather than trying to drive through their opponent. Second match point. Remington, Brunt, and there it is off the top edge of the paddle. Grish Remington and Matt Brunt, impressive, and they continue their quest for gold as they progress through to a semi-final. Commiserations to Dale Johnson and Jason Miles. They exit the competition, but Remington and Brunt, mightily impressive, Tim.
Yeah. And they came through a bit of adversity after holding that early lead, 5-1, to have it pinned back to 6-5, but re-establishing themselves. And Brunt in particular really upping his game, hitting some lovely drops and resets into the kitchen. Very nice indeed. And just a tiny bit too much in the end for Miles and Johnson, but a very good display against tough opponents. We will be seeing later on the final. Of that division. So we shall see if Remington and Brunt can get through their semi-final. But next up here on the show court, we will have action from the 50 plus mix 4.0 final. And that will be a classic encounter. 2 finals to come here to round off the first day of the Franklin Hampshire Open. So we hope you will join us after this short break.
Goes into out. Past hands. And then speed up from Lauren Gosling. Speed up from Caulfield. Feast sends it long. It will be for Neil and Edwards. That's a lovely speed up. And they win it. Fortune for Matthews, and Robertson did not deserve. Body bag attack. And there it is, Dan Wren. Maisie Wise doing a good
encounters.
Fortune for Matthews. Be so good. Caulfield with a response. Cannot rest. Second game point, and what a speed up pop up. Jack Edwards remarkable in defence. Neil resets. Fortune, and we're at 10. And that's rescued by Manfully. Unfortunate not to get Premier League status this year. Harry Feast. Dan Wren just miscommunication in the middle. That's a lovely reset by Jeanette Van Dal. Great reset. Can they get forward again? Yes, they can. But Tracy Matthews. Lovely reset from Oak. And Fortune for great play. Tightening Matthews up, not able to respond. But this time it comes out the wrong end of the exchange. Speed up from Parrott, this time catches the net tape. Tom Caulfield once. Nice speed up from. Into out by Dan.
A pickleball tattoo on the front and back of you in a competition, but you know, when you've got a partner as aggressive as.
Second scoring opportunity. More Fraser. Fortune. On first server, puts pressure on the partnership to score. Wise just releases
the point since the switch over.
Good hands by wow. See? That's a nice policy. And Ren speeding up.
Really tough to do. Done well there.
Three occasions.
I wonder if they've listened to your strategy here, Nick.
All in play though. Caulfield again. What a point to win it on, maybe. Just caught the top. Nice hands. Nice speed up by forward. Backed up once more. This time they come forward and at speed. Nice speed up. Gary Laws. Tom Caulfield. How does he do it? Cylinders too. And there's a great...
Yeah, that's right. And I think they're maybe, other than the...
And if that ball's coming back, then reset the rally, get yourself up to the non-volley zone.
Misfire in working. It's the forehand of Ren and Oak because they bring up game points. It's all too late though. Once again, Matthews and Wise push Gosling and Rick's
able to play those shots time after time with everything your opponent gives you.
And then Maisie Wise on the back of Dan's commentary. And there's the fortune. Ball's called out by Oak. So
just a bit of miss.
Patient pickleball. Great rescue from Metam. And two in one change of ends. Touch from Gosling this time. Fierce ball and Victor's. The last point, always the trickiest point to win, and the serve match point at that. Will it be our first donut of the day? Lucas is swinging at absolutely every... Speed up by Gosling. Matthews not expecting it.
I noticed Tracy also mixing up her serves as well.
Oh, it was never on.
Rare error. Ball just goes. Lovely forehand by Gates Hilton.
And then the forehand side.
Just on the...
Pop up by Matthew.
To really
in his personal career too. By Ryan. Unku with the backhand volley. Pick up from Gosling. Wide by Maisie Wise. Gives Matthews and Wise the ascendancy. And the drop from Wise. Great angle by Caulfield. That's a particular they can, and after second cured them throughout the day and tidies away as well. Good leave by great rescue from just potentially lacking a little bit of conviction here, Matthews and Wise, but as you suggest, Dan, that gives them great rescue. Matt Metten. Tom Caulfield, no way. Tom Caulfield.
Really good pickup there by May.
Swing and a miss by Gary Lorsch. Fast hands when create. Thought the second opportunity was on the non-volley zone. This time his position lovely. Roscoe score for the first time since the change of ends. Oh, they clever from Callum Clark. It's clever. And the speed up from... What a return, Tom Caulfield. Cronin and Nash. Just closing the gap slightly. And you're right, Tim, on volley zone to put pressure on Matthews and Patrick. Big drive. Actually accomplished on that backhand side. And from a perspective, great footwork. Just wide from Rickson, but Dan Wren once more. Into out one. Good speed. And that's a lovely drive. Also freebie for Neil and Edwards. Can Clark and Law keep providing freebies without repercussion? ATP.
Great rally. Oh, lovely hands.
Happened in their group stages earlier, and they've got a master plan to try and work their way through to goal. What a reset. Harry Feast. What a touch from Strachan.
Wow. Oh,
ball's still
right
in
on the
play.
line. This is such a good game. Look at
What?
what.
Gibson and Dayden have taken advantage of.
To have a kitchen fork called, but there we go. All 4 players agree. Never wanted to see how low you should get in that transition zone in order to defend. That's it. Harry Feast with the 8th ball. They've got one of their own in one of the great, remarkable comebacks.
Sat down here, Nick. But good for the players, I think. Barrett and Mays playing one game less.
Joe in the early stages.
Yeah, and Gates still a regular player, Neil, on those serving opportunities. High lost their opening match to 7, so seconds.
So well on those.
Welcome back to Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open, event number 12 of 14, and we've got a gold medal match for you in the mixed final. 50 plus, featuring Nick Jones and Julie Jones taking on Alton Coburg and Dion Robertson. What a proud moment this will be for Rupert Robinson, husband of Dion Robertson, to watch his wife on the show court instead of presenting himself as he has done majestically in recent times. Nick Jones and Julie Jones at the top of your screen. It's the best of 3 games. Best of 11. Darkness sets in Basingstoke. We've just got the arena lights on court. Some amazing reactions from Julie Jones, not once but twice and 3 times. 4th time was just one too many. Big serve by Robertson straight down the centre of the court. A big backhand volley by Nick Jones, just encouraging his wife Julie to let him take that ball. Last hands from Alton Coburg penetrates the partnership of Jones and Jones. Once again, Coburg taking advantage of a lovely drop from Dion Robertson. Nice play from Robertson, just putting that ball into a tricky location for Nick Jones to rescue. Nice play once more from Dion Robertson, who constructs a lovely point. Cross-court dinking exchange, generates the pop-up, takes advantage of the volley. Lovely lob from Jones. Switch between Coburg and Robertson. Nice. Robertson just not able to keep the ball in play. Once again, Dion Robinson. Delightful. You know, resetting ability. Nice forehand from Nick Jones on this occasion. Scoring opportunity for Nick Jones and Julie Jones. They need to get back into this first game. Best of 3 in the 50+ mixed 4-0 final. Second opportunity to trouble the scorer. So a non-scoring side out. And Dion Robinson and Elliot Coburg very much in the ascendancy with smiles on their faces on the show court. Nick Jones using the space available to him. Great hustle from Robinson. Yeah, once again, the point construction from Robinson and Coburg. Essential to them being able to execute the winning exchange. Robinson just not able to get underneath the ball and get any loft on the Franklin X40. Keep it in play. So Julie Jones and Nick Jones just on the comeback here with 4 points in a row. Gaps down to 2. And Nick Jones and Julie Jones are really catching the eye with their consistency and rhythm. That's better from Robinson and Coburg. They record their first point in what feels like quite a while. And one brings two. So quickly Robinson and Coburg reasserts in the mixed 4-0 final at senior level. Serves called out, goes wide. Much to the frustration of Nick Jones. Lovely drop from Robinson. Cross court dipping. Irretrievable for Julie Jones. That brings up game point for Coburg and Robinson. Serve just goes long. Second game point. Nice attack from Julie Jones. Just catches the shins of Dion Robinson. So 2 game points saved by Julie Jones and Nick Jones. Great love by Nick Jones. And then a big powerful forehand too. Jones is get to 8. Forehand drive too by Nick Jones. Serve goes long. Third game point. Robinson, Coburg. Coburg and Robinson do secure the first game of the 4-0 gold medal match. Not without a fright though, as Nick Jones and Julie Jones look to cement a comeback. Work to do for Nick and Julie Jones. If they're to win this gold medal match, they're going to have to win the next 2 games in a row. Meanwhile, Coburg and Robinson can execute in this very game. In what could be our last game of the evening. It's definitely our last match of the day. On day 1 here in Basingstoke at the Franklin Hampshire Open, the Hampshire Court Hotel. What a day it's been. Possibly the best is yet to come. Once again, the lob, the successful play for Julie and Nick Jones. That's a lovely drop by Nick Jones, but ball was called good. Yeah, it was a lovely drop by Nick Jones. I think Sanderson and Coburg presume that ball might be out. Lovely forehand volley by Coburg down the middle though. Nick Jones bends his knees, gets above the height of the ball and powers the volley back towards the base of Robinson, and Robinson and Coburg just finding it difficult to score. Frustration from Nick Jones with his wife, who just sends that volley long. So Coburg does score with Robinson. Missed third though. Julie Jones, remarkable in defence. So is that from Coburg. What a rally. Nick Jones with the finishing touch. Plays the forehand volley down the line. Great scramble and rescue from Julie Jones that sets up the opportunity. That ball goes in once again. Julie Jones, remarkable in her defences. Some confusion there between the players. I think even Julie Jones thought the serve might have been long. Either way, the Jones partnership are firing on all cylinders. Still with a second scoring opportunity too. Robinson, who was ultra consistent in the first game, just lost some of that consistency, particularly on her third shot. Julie Jones creating a lovely angle on the forehand volley. Lovely from Nick Jones. Well established. Creates the incision with the forehand volley. Ball's called. Good, great defences from the baseline. Ball just catches the sideline. Impressive stuff. When Julie Jones hits that ball on the volley, it stays hit. Nick Jones going for another lob. This time Elliot Coburg more than equipped to deal with the shot. Julie Jones just remarked to her partner that she was there for that ball. Robinson again just misfiring with her third shot. Both teams just finding it difficult to score at present. But that's a nice shot from Julie Jones, and that does get the scoreboard ticking in the right direction for the Joneses too. They're 2 points away from taking this second game comfortably and moving us into a decider. Nice angle from Elliot Coburg, who's been fairly quiet in game two. That much might just inspire him to return to his effervescent self. Nice play, nice dipping third shot to the base of Julie Jones. Is there a comeback on the card? There it is. Nick Jones and Julie Jones secure the second game. And whilst there was stalemate for quite a few exchanges midway through that second game, Nick Jones and Julie Jones ultimately in command, scoring freely and at ease in the opening stages. Meanwhile, Robinson not looking too healthy on the sidelines. She's just gone for her towel and a drink. Entirely sure how healthy she's feeling right now. End of a long day.
Interesting, Nick, that we said it's the start of this final. They could have played one game to 15, but they chose to play to 3, and now Dion's struggling a little bit. I wonder if they might regret that decision, Nick.
Quite possibly so. Not entirely sure if she's feeling nauseous or not. But onward we go. The final game of this mixed 4-0 final. Straight race to 11. Nice placement on the cross-court drop from Julie Jones. Swing and a miss. Strike one. Dion Robinson. So Nick Jones and Julie Jones take the lead for the first time in this final. And Elliot Coburg, as influential as he was in game one, Alton Coburg, as influential as he was in game one, needs to get his crocodile shoes on and start rocking. An easy play, and Nick Jones just accepts the cuddle from his wife. Robinson, Coburg, 3-point gap. Coburg sends his serve long. Alton Coburg, guess that's why they call it the Blues.
I must admit, Nick, I didn't realise you were such an Elton John fan.
I'm an Alton Coburg fan. Right, so non-scoring side out. Alton Coburg looking to become the Rocket Man.
I think Mr. Hollis needs a bit of a break. He's gone a bit doolally.
I'm refocused, Simon.
Just don't let the sun go down on yourself, Nick.
The commentary booth has descended into laughter. Midway through this really important gold medal match. Right, we're reaching the latter stages. Julie Jones misfires on the backhand volley. So Coburg and Robinson do score. Second scoring opportunity after an unforced error on serve. Now Nick Jones starts misfiring too. Whoever applies themselves consistently will be the winners here. Just a little bit of consistency. Great defense. Great defense. Wow, what a bit of fortune for Nick Jones. First smash defended, second smash defended. There is no defense for that third one. Towards the top of the paddle. And this time Julie Jones misfires on the smash. So we're back at 5-5. What a rescue, Julie Jones, but Alton Coburg exploits the gap in between Julie and Nick Jones. This final very much still alive for Robinson and Coburg. Nice cushion volley from Nick Jones. Second scoring opportunity. Race to 11. Gold medal awaits in the mixed 4-0 final. Return just goes long from Julie Jones. Robinson and Coburg get to 6 first. Nice control at the non-volley zone. Nice exchange for Julie Jones. Gets the better of Alton Coburg on the backhand side. Ball goes long. So the Joneses do square things up again. Neither team giving an inch. Ball catches the line. And ball catches the line again. Great hands battle. Finished with a lovely volley. Net cord after net cord. It goes the way of Nick and Julie Jones, who now have a 2-point lead. Great shot by Nick Jones. Also, 3-point lead for Nick and Julie Jones. Work to do for Coburg and Robinson. Second scoring opportunity too. Ball goes wide from Nick Jones. Opportunity knocks. Robinson, Coburg. Lovely control, lovely recognition of exploiting space. Great court IQ by Nick Jones. Feel like Alton Coburg needs to score now. Misfires on the third, so 2 scoring opportunities, 2 points required for gold. Nick Jones, Julie Jones. Alton Coburg defends the first. Oh, that's tight. Just marginally goes long. So Robinson Coburg do get another chance after inflicting an on-scoring side out. That goes long too. The gap narrows back down to just 2 points. Still on first server. Lovely dink. Double hits allowed. Ball just goes wide though. As long as that strike of the ball is in one movement, that would have been authorised. Nice and consistent from Julie Jones. So gaps at 2, side out. 2 points for gold. And Nick Jones and Julie Jones make their mark now. Back in behind. Forehand miss by Julie Jones. Elliot Coburg just forcing one more play. Push descends on the Hampshire Court Hotel. What a lovely drop. Great pickup. And put away by Elliot Coburg. Lovely drop from Dion Robinson. Another non-scoring side out. So opportunity knocks. Coburg, Robinson. Both teams finding it difficult to score in the nervous stages, the tender stages of this gold medal match. And the last 4 side outs have all been non-scoring ones. As Robinson again goes down on her haunches. The physicality of this game clearly taking its toll. Coburg asking Robinson if she needs a medical timeout. Lovely backhand volley by Elliot Coburg, who's here to tell everybody that this is his song. He's going to sing it. That ball goes long from Julie Jones. So 3 non-scoring side outs in a row inflicted upon Julie Jones and Nick Jones. Will Coburg and Robinson score or suffer the same? First scoring opportunity comes and goes. Ball's called wide by Julie Jones. Robinson pulls the ball wide. Jones plays the shot. Nick Jones wagging his finger, but not your call. Gaps down to 1. And Elliot Coburg reasserting himself on this game. It's now a race to 2 points. Robinson misses the reset. So, 4th scoring opportunity for Nick Jones and Julie Jones since the last time they troubled the scoreboard. Great rescue by Coburg. Nick Jones drops his paddle in disbelief. Ball goes wide from Julie Jones, and it brings up gold medal point for Robinson and Coburg. Great hands from Nick Jones. Stops Robinson and Coburg from taking the gold medals, but at the 5th time of asking, can they score a point? No. And there it is. Julie Jones drops the ball into the non-volley zone, and it brings up match point for Nick and Julie Jones. They've saved a championship point. They've got one of their own. Gold medal point, Julie Jones, Nick Jones. And there it is. Nick Jones and Julie Jones secure the gold medal. They are your champions at mixed 4-0 50 plus. Congratulations to Nick and Julie Jones, who must have thought at one stage that it was never going to happen. Robinson and Coburg, excellent in defeat. They take away the silver medal as Robinson goes to her haunches on court, absolutely exhausted. And what a great day it's been here in Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel for the Franklin Hampshire Open. We started with men's doubles this morning. Success for Tom Caulfield and Harry Feast, followed by the women's doubles where we saw success for Emma Rickson and Lauren Gosling. And after 11 hours of pickleball, the sights of Dion Robinson on court fairly highlighting the physicality of the day. We wish her very well. We're going to go and support her, make sure that she's okay. And we'll be back with more tomorrow on day 2 as the mixed doubles gets underway. Thanks for joining us here on day 1. The action continues on day 2, where it will very much be showtime.